Rahman. Here's Fox's Kristen Goodwin.
Rahman was elected to the council with the support of the Democratic Socialists of America. The 44-year-old will face fellow Democrat incumbent Karen Bass, a 72-year-old former congresswoman who was first elected L.A. mayor in 2022. But Bass has faced a string of backlash over last year's deadly wildfires. A rep for Bass saying in a statement a campaign against Nithya Rahman, who allows encampments near schools and cuts the police force, is one Mayor Bass looks forward to winning.
In the California governor's race, Republican Steve Hilton's holding on to his second-place spot over Democrat Tom Steyer with 83% of ballots counted. Democrat Javier Becerra has already clinched the other spot in that general election. Two crew members are rescued after an Army helicopter crash near the Strait of Hormuz. President Trump says they're okay. The Army hasn't said what caused the Apache to go down, enemy fire or something else. Closing arguments are today in McKinney, Texas, in the murder trial of a then-teenager who stabbed another boy in the chest last year. They were on their school's track teams.
19-year-old Carmelo Anthony is charged in the death of 17-year-old Austin Metcalf, who was stabbed during an altercation in the bleachers at a Frisco track meet last year. The death quickly drew wide attention in part because of social media posts that focused on the racial dynamic of the case, as Anthony is black while Metcalf was white. Prosecutors say the attack was unjustified, while defense attorneys argue Anthony acted in self-defense after being confronted and pushed. Anthony did not testify. If convicted, he could face life in prison. Ted Lindner, Fox News.
3 more cases of flesh-eating screwworm cattle parasite are confirmed in Texas and New Mexico. The first 2 were discovered in Texas last week. A major outbreak could affect beef prices. Infections are treatable if detected. America's listening to Fox News.
If you want unlimited talk, text, and data on a crazy fast network, Big Wireless will sell it to you right now for as little as $70 a month. Or you can buy it from Pure Talk for half of that. I'm talking about unlimited talk, text, and unlimited data for just $34.99 a month. Stop paying the big guys twice what you need to. Dial pound 250, say my name. That's pound 250, micro, to switch to Pure Talk, where the savings are truly unlimited.
Feeling uncertain by life's challenges? Discover timeless truth and encouragement with In Touch Ministries, guiding you every step of the way. At intouch.org, you'll discover encouragement that lasts. With powerful sermons from Dr. Charles Stanley, daily devotionals, and resources designed to strengthen your faith, you'll find hope and wisdom for every season of your life. Don't wait. Visit intouch.org today and let God's Word inspire your journey. That's intouch.org.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. This hour is presented by Subaru of Gwinnett. You'll love the difference. The Morning Xtra, only on Xtra 106.3.
Morning, y'all. Tug and Los until 10 on Xtra 106.3. It is going to be a big, big day. We've got Rick Jackson coming in at 7:25 this morning. So if you're interested in his campaign for governor, you'll be able to hear directly from him here on Xtra 106.3. And then a little later this afternoon, into this evening, Los and I, along with Bryce, will be out in Alpharetta and the Ben Burnett Show, too, with gubernatorial candidate Burt Jones. So, and we'll play some of that. If you can't make it out, you can watch some of it on the YouTube channel. You can stream it on our X account at Xtra 106.3. And then we will bring some of that audio. In case you can't do any of those things, we will bring in that audio tomorrow so you could hear from Burt Jones as well. Good morning, to Front Office Los. What's up, bud?
Why, hello there, Mr. Tug.
Man, I know it was a good night for you.
Finally, we're back in it. When I saw the Vegas line that the Spurs were a 1.5 point underdog, and again, that was surprising only because they've been a 4.5 to 6.5 point favorite at home. I was like, oh, Vegas is telling me that they expect them to win. Finally. It's like, okay, give me a series. We don't need to have the NBA Finals over with after 3 games. So yeah, they'll get things going again on Wednesday. But yeah, 2-1, and they're right in it. Let's go.
Yeah. Get to play again tomorrow night, Madison Square Garden. I saw at the watch party that there was a big brawl. So I don't know if you've seen this or not.
Oh, surprise.
I know. They had a huge surprise.
The Burrows were fighting with one another?
When their team wins, of all things. Now, let's go get in a big brawl. Let's go get in a fight when our team, I say their team, well, I guess their team lost, but let's go get in a big old fight regardless. It just never makes sense to me to get in fights at ball games where you're supposed to go and enjoy yourself.
Well, I'll tell you, because San Antonio is not like a giant celebrity town. When we had Eva Longoria that was married to Tony Parker, that was like the height of Hollywood.
Well, and she was at the time, she was on Desperate Housewives, wasn't she?
Desperate Housewives, and she was doing her thing, and it was like, oh, man, he's married to Eva Longoria. Man, it is such a world away when you saw all the celebrities that were there at that game last night. I mean, it was just when you started seeing that the most that was paid for a ticket was somewhere right around it basically just listed it as $65,000 plus. People were sitting near that court that were spending, I'm guessing, near six figures just to be able to say they went to the Knicks game last night.
Dude, is unbelievable. There were somewhere that tickets went for, and I think it was for a charitable cause, but still, I'm going to find it. I'm scanning the email that I know that it's in right now. That went for $1 million.
Oh yeah,
$1 million freaking dollars. Here, yeah, 2 celebrity row seats at last night's game sold at auction for $1 million. Winning 2 bid celebrity because you brought the celebrities up is what reminded me of it. Goodness gracious, dude.
Again, we're a long ways away from Eva Longoria.
Yeah.
I mean, it was big time.
The winning bid was split by law firm Gibson Dunn and private equity firm Veritas Capital. The fundraiser benefited the Garden of Dreams Foundation. The Knicks said it was the largest single donation in the history of Madison Square Garden and the companies to assist children in need in the tri-state area. $1 million.
Oh, pretty cool. Pretty cool.
At least something good came out of it, and those people probably weren't fighting there in the celebrity seats.
Yeah, well, I mean, outside of Wemby doing his thing last night, the other good thing that came out of it. But I'm now having a small amount of, all right, if we can just win on Wednesday.
There you go.
First off, the New York Knicks fans don't deserve anything good, and I've kept this under wraps for the most part. But let's face it, they haven't won a title since 1973. Let's keep that going.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I like to keep that going
because right now, Tug, all the talk has been because they hadn't lost in the better part of a little bit over a month. Has been, whoa, if they finish up in a sweep, they're going to be one of the greatest teams of all time. I'm like, come on. You won 53 games. You're on a hot streak, all right?
Dude,
you're on
absolutely.
a heater.
And I would like to see that heater come to an end as of last night. And I
agree.
I hope the Spurs take the next 4.
Yeah,
and just be done with it.
One of the guys that was there in the crowd, Eli Manning, I don't think any sane NFL fan would ever say, hey, one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. But he went on 2 of the greatest postseason runs in NFL history. But when you look at him, he's barely over 500. He is the Broadway Joe Namath of his time. Any sane fan doesn't say, oh, my God.
He's one of the greatest.
He's one of the greatest ever.
He wouldn't even say that.
No, of course not. Yet, that's the talk that has gone on in New York when it comes to the Knicks. And so my job is to try and get another game on Wednesday and then silence all that silliness from here.
Yeah, absolutely right. The president and a bunch of his staff were there at the game. And I saw a spattering. It kind of sounded like half boos, half cheers. So
I agree. Yeah,
that's what it sounded like to me. And when I first heard it, I felt like it was a bit of a pop, and then I was like, let me go back and listen to it, make sure I'm not listening to it through favorable eyes and in favorable ears, I guess. And I went back and I listened to it a couple times, and that's what I thought. It's about half and half, which is fine. I mean, whatever.
It's not a UFC crowd.
That's right. Well, definitely.
Because that man has walked into that building and the entire place has exploded.
Yeah, that's a pop there.
Whereas the NBA crowd is decidedly different in terms of how they are politically.
Yeah, no doubt. So, well, good for the president being there.
And by the way, credit to ABC, ESPN. I think they only showed him maybe once. I think it was only during that time.
Okay.
The rest of the game, they never showed him, which I think that if you're going to make sure that it is about the game, that's what they did. To the point where, as the game was coming to an end, I was like, hey, what happened to Trump?
Yeah, right. Absolutely.
Never showed him.
I was blown away by the Adam Silver statement because I know how left he is. I want you to hear it. and then we'll respond to it.
Trump, I've been with the league for a long time. I ran NBA Entertainment years ago. He did an I Love Kids game spot with us. He was a fixture at NBA at Madison Square Garden. You guys remember, well, all of you, when you played here, not Draymond, but back in the old days, he had courtside seats. He was here all the time. He was at drafts, so he's a genuine Knicks fan. And so, yes, there's some inconvenience to the fans here, but one looking around this arena, it's packed. So people listen. They came early. They got through whatever extra security, which is necessary. So, as I said, I think we should be using sports to create more of a sense of community with people, not less.
Yeah, man, I love that answer. I was surprised by that answer, but it sure does go in the face of all the people that set up the whole Trump's not a Knicks fan. He shouldn't be here. Da, 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 da. And that was everywhere on social media. But, all the crazy Looney Tunes were putting that out there. And didn't even some of the View ladies talk about that? I feel like some of the View ladies may have talked about that. Not that they have any credibility whatsoever. However, it was good to see Adam Silver be like, yeah, man, it's good that the president's here.
I will give credit to Whoopi Goldberg on this because she did point out, she was like, he's a Knicks fan. It's like he's always been a Knicks fan. He's been a Knicks fan for forever. She didn't have an issue with him attending the ball game. And let's face it, if you are a New Yorker and you are New York's a basketball town and you are a fan of that team, there was only one place to be last night. And if you had the means to be there, you were there. And that's why, as you pointed out, spending $1 million towards charity in order to get a couple of seats and to see the amount of people that were there, that was the place. And so I know that with Donald Trump going in there, obviously it increased the level of security.
Yeah.
Having a sitting president at an NBA Finals game, pretty cool thing to have happen. But again, if you are a lifelong New Yorker and your team hasn't won a title since basically Stone Age, well, then that's where you're at.
Yes, that's right.
As I mock them with my five titles.
And I'm glad to mock them because I don't like New York.
New York,
dude, that stuff drives me up the wall. I have
Go New York,
zero patience. I have zero patience for it. And when the Yankees come to town to play the Braves, and they try to start that, let's go, yeah, and they just get drowned out so quickly. It's good for my soul.
I'm just glad that I get 48 hours now to listen to New York radio, which
you've been wanting to do anyway.
Oh, I've been wanting to do it, and I haven't been able to listen to we're the greatest team of all time. Not really. And so I think in the perfect fairy tale world, we end up winning on Wednesday, and now it's going to have them freaking out. And of all things, I was reading this one Celtics fan, yesterday afternoon, and as they pointed out, because they were looking at some of the betting lines and everything else that I look at, and as they pointed out, they were like, yeah, Spurs in 7. It's like, the Knicks are choke artists. They've choked since 1973. Right. And I'm sitting back going like, and put it this way, I'm not thinking of that in the final 2 minutes as the game is coming down to the wire. But that is now 2 games in a row where things have been right there at the very end, and this time the Spurs got it done.
Dude, I love it. I love seeing the Spurs win. I love seeing New York fans just going bonkers and fighting in front of us. And they wondered why they wouldn't let them have their party there when the president's coming in, because if they can you imagine what they'd have done? Well,
they had these watch parties that they had set up all around the city, and in my mind I'm going like, okay, you got one in Brooklyn, you got one in Queens, okay, it's pretty cool. You had like 3 of the other boroughs that all had it outside of the arena. No surprise that somebody wanted to fight.
Yeah, massive. It's being described as a massive brawl where pepper spray was deployed at Bryant Park because these clowns are fighting one another.
Joey, help me. I can't see nothing.
I mean, dude, they're pulling up trees. They're turning over like those big potted plants in front of the parking decks. I mean, what a bunch of losers, dude. I don't think anybody in that crowd, they're all losers. And they take such joy in destroying things, and I just don't get it.
I've said this about Philadelphia Eagles fans for a long time. They have jobs, they don't have careers. If you're looking to start a fight at a sporting event, it's because you have a job. You don't have a career.
Yeah.
People with careers go, yeah, it's time to go home.
yeah, let me get out of here. I don't want to be any part of this. I don't want to be near this. And I don't blame him, man. I have no patience for it, dude. Just freaking losers. That's all it is. Just losers.
Freaking losers.
That's all it is, man. That's the nicest thing I can say because that's what it is. And anyway, so good to see that. Braves back in action tonight. They're at
Chicago. Got the White Sox.
Got the White Sox.
The White Sox and then the Mets at the end of the weekend. So
a dear friend of ours, their son pitches for the White Sox, and so I hope we don't have to face him because I don't.
Is it Jeff?
It's not Jeff.
Dave.
No, it's not.
Billy.
He pitched to Georgia, but I'm just going to leave it there. It doesn't matter. But I just hope the Braves don't have to face him. Now he'd bounced back to AAA, so. But I think he's on his way back up. So I'm just hoping because it's the worst having somebody like a wonderful family that you think the world of and you go to church with and their son pitches for the White Sox and you're like, there's no way I can cheer for you, dude. I'm sorry. I know you pitched for Georgia and you were great, but I'm not. I just can't. Can never cheer against my team. It's a rock and a hard space.
Can I give you a weird note that I was not aware of when we were talking about a little bit of college baseball and University of Georgia going back to Omaha after 18 years?
Yeah.
So I saw this note online and I went, oh, I had no idea. So the head baseball coach over at University of Georgia, Wes Johnson, when he's got a multitude of degrees and everything else, and he's obviously been a pitching coach at the major league level. Dude went to my alma mater for his first couple of years.
No way. He went to Texas Wesleyan?
He was like a decade ahead of me.
Wow.
Yeah, now he ended up transferring and ended up graduating from, I think it was like University of Arkansas Monticello, which is a solid Division II program. But, yeah, there was all these notes about, hey, good luck to Coach Johnson, and it was all coming out of the Texas Wesleyan
and I'm sure you're like,
staff and everything.
What?
I was like, what?
What in the world is this?
I was like, I didn't know. I mean, I thought it was like me and The Undertaker were like two people that
Are you serious? The Undertaker went there?
No, yeah.
That's awesome.
So I was like, oh, well, add Wes Johnson in there. And so, a very cool note and add that little bit of rooting interest depending on
man.
What motivates you.
Dude, that's awesome. And let me tell you, his post-game interview after Georgia won that Super Regional was fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
He was so good. He got a little choked up, which I can completely understand.
And by the way, that is what the university ended up posting as far as Texas Wesleyan.
Just him getting choked up.
Was him basically slapping the table and just going from there.
Dude, it was awesome. We watched the whole thing. And I'll admit, I don't always watch every post-game interview. Usually game over, I'm out. But this one, my son had said, hey, did you see this? And we watched it together, and I was just like, holy cow, dude. I mean, dude, he's feeling it. He's just huge lump. He was like, I want to thank Jesus, and then I want to thank my wife, and I want to thank these kids that are just...
He's like, I'd like to thank Jesus and Charlie Condon.
That's right. Actually, he did bring up Charlie Condon. Did you see that?
He was like, he could have left at any time.
That's exactly right, dude. He was feeling it, man. You could tell. It was great, man. I loved it. And look, on the other side, we went over and watched the flip side, the coach of the other dogs, the other Bulldogs at Mississippi State, and they were you just hand salute to those guys handling a tough loss the way they did, just with such character and such dignity. And I guess you could use the word class if you'd like, but that's exactly what it was. And man, it just tells you how awesome college baseball is. That's all I can say. College baseball is so freaking awesome, and I'm so glad that it's finally getting its due. And you brought it up, Los, and I think that's the most important. Just the fact that it's available now.
Oh yeah, you can actually watch every series now. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's awesome, and that sport is going to explode. It is absolutely going to explode. And if the Major League Baseball, if they have a lockout, and they're going to piss off so many of their fans, it's going to be ugly. Because there are fans that still don't watch Major League Baseball that I personally know, that never bounce back after the 94 strike. And that's just going to open the door for college baseball more. I hope it doesn't happen, but it certainly feels like we're on that path. Don't you think, Los?
Well, I mean, the discussion point is going to be that the owners are talking about an infusion of money. It's really weird how the negotiations have gone because they want a salary cap in the league. The players, as far as the higher-end players, are all rejecting it. But one of the other ends of it is that the owners are pushing for a salary floor, which is going to get teams like Tampa.
Yep.
They won't be able to spend a bare bones amount on their team. They're going to have to spend another, I think it's $80 million to get to the floor. Well, when you do the math on it, what the max would be versus what the floor is means more money for the players. But the argument is going to be that the players who look at our salaries exploding at $40 million, that they're not going to be able to get $50 million.
Yeah, they're going to limit it. I know it's gonna damage Major League Baseball. If they have the strike, it's gonna damage the league, man. It's gonna damage the product, and it'll take a long time to bounce back from. Anyway, 6 o'clock hour brought to you by Subaru of Gwinnett. When we come back, let's jump into story time with Front Office Los. How they conduct their elections. Next on Xtra.
If you listen to Xtra, share it with a friend. It's how we grow and how we can reach everyone in the Atlanta community that believes in the American way of life. If you value the station, help us grow by telling someone about the Xtra 106.3 app.
Join Daniel Madelon, CEO of A Second Chance Bail Bonds, and co-host Tug Cowart as they bring together law enforcement, justice insiders, and voices from every part of the justice system, victims, advocates, and people who've turned their lives around. It's not PR, it's not fluff. It's an honest talk about what's working, what's broken, and how to build a better path forward, one second chance at a time. This week's guest is Georgia State Representative Martin Montahan. Justice Unfiltered. Unfiltered, informed, and unbiased.
So you got into an argument. Things got heated. Then a fight broke out, and it landed you in jail. Now what? You need A Second Chance Bail Bonds. They can get you or your loved one out of jail quickly, in most cases, in a few hours. So make the right call. A Second Chance Bail Bonds. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call 404-BAIL-OUT. That's 404-BAIL-OUT or online at atlbail.com.
Babe, can you knock out my honey-do list today?
Oh, I know. I told you I'd get to it this weekend.
Hi, I'm Chris Lalomia, owner of the Trusted Toolbox. I can't fix your marriage, but I can fix your house. With our handyman for a day service, we'll handle those drywall patches, that door that won't latch, the leaky faucet, and the wood rot all around your house. The whole punch list, done fast, done right. You keep your weekend, she gets the house done. Everybody wins. Book your handyman for a day at thetrustedtoolbox.com. One call, one handyman, one day, the Trusted Toolbox.
In a world where your yard has no boundaries, where the neighbor's kids cut through it like a public park, one company has dared to draw the line, literally. Accent Fence.
Hi, this is Jared with Accent Fence. Setting boundaries is a good thing. So do it with a wood, vinyl, composite, aluminum, steel, or chain link fence. And right now, we're making it more affordable with no money down financing. Get your free quote today at 770-995-7463 or book online at accentfence.net.
If you like Brian Kemp, you're going to love Rick Jackson.
Rick Jackson's been a good supporter of mine. He's got a great story, and I've kind of felt like for really 2 years now that race is right for political outsiders, especially somebody that could sell funds.
Rick Jackson, a conservative outsider who will make Georgia proud, just like Brian Kemp.
I'm Rick Jackson. Brian Kemp wins big for Georgia. Record jobs, teacher pay raises, and when Hollywood liberals tried to boycott Georgia, Kemp never backed down.
The conservative outsider, just like Kemp.
As governor, I'll slash property taxes and lead America in job creation. I'm Rick Jackson. Like Governor Kemp, I'll fight for Georgia and win big because that's what I've done my whole life.
Rick Jackson's been a good supporter of mine. He's got a great story.
Rick Jackson for Georgia. Paid for by Jackson for Governor Inc.
Epic parties start at Staples. Now you can grab Party City balloons, decorations, and tableware, plus matching custom invites, banners, and more right at Staples. That was easy.
Fox on Tech.
Hackers are getting very low-tech, and that poses a new risk to your higher-tech. We're so used to facing threats to our digital security by faceless bad guys trying to reach us through our devices. How often are we warned to double-check if an email with an attachment or link is genuine? Often it's an attempt to exploit our devices and steal our personal information. Big corporations train employees to be vigilant to protect confidential or proprietary data, and how to spot phony emails purporting to be coming from their own tech support crews. But Google's cybersecurity teams are now warning that the cybercrime gang known as Silent Ransom Group has been sending their bad tech guys to offices and other brick-and-mortar shops posing as IT guys. They plug into office computers directly to steal data or install ransomware. Good idea to check IDs of anyone showing up asking to look at your computer. With Fox on Tech, I'm Evan Brown, Fox News.
This is House Call for Health. June is Scoliosis Awareness Month. The Scoliosis Research Society says the goal is not only to highlight the need for awareness, but also public education and early detection, and to unite patients, families, clinicians, physicians, institutions, and related businesses in the hope of forming collaborative partnerships of local events, activities, and grassroots networking. Scoliosis is a condition of side-to-spine curves measuring more than 10 degrees. So on a patient's X-ray, their spine appears more like an S or C rather than a straight line. That leads to hips or shoulders being uneven. Treatments depend on the severity of the curve, with some only needing monitoring, others need bracing to prevent progression, and in severe cases, surgery may be required. The National Scoliosis Foundation estimates around 7 million people in the U.S. have the condition. For more health news, go to foxnewshealth.com. House Call for Health. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
It's Tuesday, June 9th, and here are your headlines. Los Angeles City Councilwoman Nithya Raman has officially advanced to a November runoff against current incumbent Mayor Karen Bass. The result eliminates Republican and former reality TV star Spencer Pratt, who finished third in the nationally watched race. Authorities have arrested a suspect accused of shooting and injuring a man aboard a MARTA train at a Midtown station. Investigators say Anthony Gresham was taken into custody in Douglas County after a multi-agency manhunt involving local law enforcement, the FBI and Georgia State Patrol said. And finally, early voting is underway statewide ahead of Georgia's June 16th primary runoff election. Voters will decide several key races, including Republican runoffs for governor, lieutenant governor, state secretary of state, and U.S. Senate. Coming up about 1 hour from now, Rick Jackson will join Tug and Los in studio. Today's weather will feature more rain and thunderstorms with a high of 82 and a low of 69. Xtra 106.3 headlines. I'm Bryce Gobert.
Tug and Los until 10. Thank you for being here. 404-741-1230. We got to vote Tug and Los for morning's election signs. So we'll be popping these up everywhere we can and across social media. You can find us at Xtra 106.3 across the social media platforms. That way, if nothing else, like if it's so easy, we'll pop this picture up there, and you can just share the picture across social media. That way other people know to vote for us for mornings.
It's going to be a little intimidating for everyone who's running against us. And it's going to be a little intimidating for every other candidate that comes in here when they realize, man, I got to run against these guys.
Yeah. I wonder how many endorsements we'll get.
We'll have to see.
I'm gonna start asking, soliciting for endorsements.
You think we'll win mail-in ballots?
I hope so.
Yeah, it depends on the state. If we're doing it here, it's going to be problematic because we got to show ID on these things.
That's right.
Just like we don't just have like Zuckerbucks and drop boxes all over again.
Although if Zuckerberg wants to sign up, if he wants to do it again and he wants to assist us, he clearly knows how to get it done. He did it in 2020.
The most statistically improbable election ever.
So maybe we can win mornings. I don't even think it'll be that statistically improbable. I think most people are going to want us in mornings.
I think we're probably going to be the front runners, but we'll see.
Yeah, that's the reason to get out and vote.
The Morning Xtra keeps growing to start with.
That's right. How a real tyrant conducts elections. Let's get to story time.
Settle in and get comfortable, folks. It's story time with Uncle Los.
Yes, story time returns. An early week story time as well. So thank you to Bryce. Thank you to Tug. And thank you for you, the voter, who continues to select us for mornings. We'll try and continue to deliver. So this story time is in reference to what's going on in California as We had talked about it last week, how we believed we were watching cheating in real time. And one of the comparisons that we got into was, well, look what happens in these countries where we know that the election is rigged. It's not a fair election, but it's the illusion of choice. Because that is what happens in many of these, whether they're run by the communists or they're run by a dictator. The illusion of choice is what's given to people. In California, you thought Spencer Pratt had actually won in terms of being in the top 2 going into what was going to be the next phase of the race for mayor. 5 days later, and thousands of vote drops later, the woman who finished 3rd and conceded the election on election night, crying and apologizing to her family and the people who had voted for her, who didn't even win her own district. She finished 3rd. Is now going to have a chance to run for mayor against Karen Bass. Because, well, they got to make sure they get the Cuban taught one, and then the woman who is to her left, who's a devout communist. The illusion of choice is what was available for those in California. And the same thing will happen at the governor level. You will see this where a guy like Hilton's going to look at things and go, listen, I was leading. Yeah, that's going to go away by the time we get through with this entire process. But I wanted to take you back because if you go back, let's start with a country like North Korea, that once they went communist, now you basically went with the Kim Jong family. Kim Jong-il, Kim Jong-un, Kim Tu-sung. These are the people that they build all the statues towards. And they recognized when they went communist, by the 1960s, we need to change things up a little bit. We're a communist country, but it has to appear like we actually are having some legitimate voting, which is not actually legitimate. But it gives people the illusion.
Appearance, yeah.
So, for instance, in 1962, the North Korean parliament, they had their election, which, if you ever want to look at a funny meme, the meme where you have a bunch of men descend on one person in the North Korean parliament and he's grabbing the microphone to keep talking and he's being escorted out, and all it just says is wood. That's always used for when it comes to somebody posts a picture of somebody's girlfriend or an actress as they're getting ready to grab me. He's like, wood. Okay. The Korean parliament is not a place to actually debate politics. It's there as a figurehead. Well, if you go and look at the 1962 North Korean parliamentary election, well, the Workers' Party of North Korea, well, they ended up having 371 seats. The North Korean Democrat Party had 4, and the Cheonggu Party had 4. Well, all right, that's still a little too much. So by 1967, the Workers' Party of North Korea had 288 seats. By the time you continue with this and you get to now the 1977 North Korean parliamentary election, the Fatherland Front, which is now known, has all 579 seats. And every year you move forward, Fatherland had all 615 seats. By the time you get to 1986, Fatherland Front, all 655 seats.
Man, those guys are popular.
It is amazing how this continues to play out. By the time we get to 2003, now this is Kim Jong-un, Kim Jong-il, 687. Every single time, no matter what the election is, this is what you get. If we go to the 2014 election, and now this is Kim Jong-un, who's become leader of the country. He's taken over for Kim Jong-second. You now have seats won in the election, 687. All of North Korea belongs to him. So I was like, okay, well, that's how that worked there. Well, what about a place across the world like, let's say, Iraq?
Oh, I bet everything goes really well there and everything's fair.
Where Iraq in 1980 had the Ba'ath Party. And the Ba'ath Party ends up getting 187 of the 250 electoral seats.
That was Saddam's party, right? The Ba'ath Party?
That's Saddam's party. Yeah. Well, so as Saddam starts to tighten things up, the Ba'ath Party the next time around in 84 has 183 of the 250. Now the real tyrant stuff starts. And by the time we get to 1996, they're basically in the 99% range. When we get to 2000, you had 165 seats and then 55 that went to the opposition. Now, as we get into the 2000s, He's getting 99% of the vote.
Guys like the Northeast for Democrats.
Every single time. Let's go a little further across the world. We're in Cuba. Cuba had had their last legitimate election in 1958. By that point, you have the Cuban Revolution. You go through the process, and who ends up being on top? The Castros end up being on top. Well, when they decided we're holding a Cuban parliamentary election, this is in 1976. The 489 seats of the National Assembly of People's Power. First off, does that not sound extremely, when it comes to communists?
Yes,
the National Assembly of People's Power. Interestingly enough, Fidel Castro and his group wins 489 of the 489 seats. By the time we get to 1981, they win 499 of 499. In 1986, they win 510 of 510. 1993, 589 of 589. This continues. And so I point these out from just regimes from around the world, that the illusion of choice is always there, but the outcome is always certain about what's going to happen.
See also California.
We're sitting back complaining about how it's a banana republic, that it's a third world vote. And you're not wrong about that. But California went in to this election knowing how it was going to play out.
100%.
Gavin Newsom told you, hey, we have a break the glass emergency solution.
Over the weekend, a friend brought that up. They were like, what do you think that means? I said, that means they're going to cheat. And you're seeing it play out in front of your face.
By the time we got to the 2003 Cuban parliamentary election, this is where they opened up a little bit more of the vote. Well, the Castros got 91% of the vote. In 2008, they got 90% of the vote. No matter what, moving forward, they were always sitting with a large majority, 80% of the vote, every time.
What has happened since the 80s in California? The Democrats always win. Always.
Part of this is to blame illegal immigration and what happened under the Reagan administration. They seeded California on accident.
Yeah.
They thought to themselves, well, what damage could possibly be done? I mean, yeah, there's some people that came here and, all right, we'll help them out a little bit. No, that was the floodgates.
That's right. And that was
they'll give us this opportunity.
Let's do this elsewhere.
Let's bring everybody in.
Yeah. Let's continue this.
And so
this works.
This is the scenario you now have, whether it's been done in North Korea or a place like Iraq or a place like Cuba. This is how it plays out. And by the way, the only way that you ever have this change is at the barrel of a gun. The old adage, you vote communism in, you have to shoot it to make it go away.
You just shoot your way out.
That is what is happening.
And it will happen everywhere. That anybody that's ever gotten away from communism, that's the way they've gotten away. Or socialism, either one.
I mean, the United States had to go drag a dictator out of his home while he was sleeping in order to be like, yeah, communism isn't going to be flying here anymore. We're not going to allow this. This is the way you're going to conduct your business moving forward. If you don't want to, we'll deal with you from there.
And they even had their elections, prior to.
Yeah.
And it was funny to see the Democrats. Well, he was elected. We got a duly elected.
They're always duly elected every single time.
Yeah. And now California getting their duly elected mayor and eventually the duly elected governor.
Yes, because as we put it earlier on in the show, when you have 24,000 votes that come in and none of them are for Spencer Pratt.
It's just unreal.
And awkwardly, in some cases, none of them for Karen Bass either.
No, I know. Because they didn't need to move her up.
They didn't need to move her at all.
And they needed to move the other communists up. What did I read here? This is from a woman named Laura Chen. And you can find her at the Lauren Chen. Los Angeles mayoral primary makes no sense. So far, 723,000 votes have been counted, which they say is 83% of the expected vote. Translation, this translates to an expected 870 total votes, but the 2022 mayoral primary only had 646,000 votes to cast. The population of L.A. decreased slightly since 2022. Why on earth are they expecting the 26th primary to have almost 35% more votes than cast in 2022 with fewer people living in Los Angeles? You see?
Weird how that works.
You just see? You starting to see it? I mean, maybe you think when you hear, oh, they're cheating, that you're like, well, surely that's just people. you got to be making this up. This can't be real. And then when you point out the numbers, it's so obvious what's happening. And they give themselves 37 days to make sure. And then every time they count a new batch of ballots, it's always for the Democrats. It's never for the Republicans. Get out of here, man.
By the way, in 1998, when Venezuela went communist, when it was Hugo Chavez, and he ended up getting 56% of the vote there, it never moved back. In fact, it went from Chavez to Maduro, and he always won a percentage, even though you can look at where 2/3 of the individual wealth was wiped out by the government there, and the oil industry is taken over, and all of their wealth has now been basically fixated at the top of the party.
Commandeered.
And nowhere else within that society, and yet continued to keep winning elections. They had to shoot their way out. We had to help them. Because 98 to 2026, that's a long time to wait for somebody to come and help fix your country.
Whew. There you go. An incredible story
there
time.
You go. There's story time.
404-741-1230. Charles is on the phone. You got a comment about story time, Charles? Go ahead.
He just hung up.
Oh, he did. Okay.
Oh, bye, Charles.
Charles said the Soviet Union had elections, and Stalin said it's not about how many votes, it's about who counts the votes.
No, very true.
Yeah. Good, nice work, Charles.
Yeah, I intentionally was like, I'm just going to keep the Soviet Union on the back burner on this one.
Yeah, right. But he's right. It's such a great point.
That's how it works.
Yeah. Tug and Los until 10. Extra 1063. 6 o'clock hours brought to you by Subaru of Gwinnett. You get to sports in just a moment. And leftists, they do really despise one group of people. I fall into the category. I wonder if you fall into the category. You'll find out next on the Morning Extra at Extra 1063.
Extra 1063 Sports, powered by 680 The Fan.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Tuesday, June 9th. The Atlanta Braves are on the road tonight as they open up a 3-game series in Chicago, this time against the White Sox. It'll be Grant Holmes on the mound for the Braves. He'll be opposed by Brandon Eisert. First pitch is set for 7:40. You can hear all the game action on our sister station, 680 The Fan, and for free on the Fan app. The NBA Finals are now a bit more interesting as the home team has yet to win in this NBA Finals. The San Antonio Spurs beat the New York Knicks in their building last night, 115-111 the final. Knicks still lead that series 2-1. Game 4 is set for Wednesday night. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Still on the fence about a fence? Hi, this is Jared with Accent Fence. Protect your home, your family, and your pets with a brand new fence from Accent Fence. Whether you want the classic look of wood, the durability of aluminum or steel, or the affordability of chain link, Accent Fence builds it right the first time. And with no money down financing available, your dream fence is more affordable than ever. Read our 5-star customer reviews online and see why so many homeowners trust Accent Fence. For quality, craftsmanship, and dependable service, visit accentfence.net today for your free quote.
This is Tom, the Honest Car Guy, and I'm here with Ron. And I'll let Ron tell you a little bit about his experience with us, and not only that, but the differences between a new car dealership and the Honest Car Guy, because there is a difference, with no doc fees and no addendums. It's kind of straightforward. They get to see what we pay for the car, and that's not something you get at a dealership.
Usually we're back and forth, and then you get like 1,400 pages of paper. And in this case, we did it all online. I mean, it was like, okay, I don't mind doing paperwork once I know that this is the deal.
And you got to see the financing, the numbers up front before you even bought it. You can make that call, and within hours, we can find you the car you want from your home. I mean, I had a customer call me up and say, hey, I bought a car in my pajamas.
If I'd have had some, I'd have been wearing them.
Friends, if you're in the market for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, get an honest car buy from the Honest Car Guy. You pay what we pay, plus an honest fee, and we back that up by giving you the bill of sale. That's our transparency guarantee. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME, the number 1, or visit honestcarguy.com.
Did you know you can add renewing your driver's license or ID card to your grocery list? The Georgia Department of Driver Services now offers self-service kiosks at select Kroger and Publix locations. From renewing or replacing to updating your address, the kiosks will issue a temporary paper license, and you'll receive a permanent card in the mail. Skip the line and save time by adding your driver's license renewal to your grocery list today. You'll even get a $5 discount on your order. Visit dds.georgia.gov to learn more. Sponsored by the Georgia Department of Driver Services.
Senior Application Support Analyst positions offered by Warner Media Services, LLC in Atlanta, Georgia. Process Tier 1 support tickets and respond timely, accurately, and professionally. Position reports to Atlanta, Georgia office. Telecommuting permitted in accordance with company policy, but must live within commuting distance of stated office. Please submit resume to wbdi@wbd.com. Reference job ID 9600161.
Hey there, it's Tara, owner and publisher of Our Town Monthly, where you'll find local voices, familiar faces, and community businesses like Whole Body Systems. And I've actually had many of you ask me about it, so I became a client.
Hi there, I'm Kim, Studio Director of Whole Body Systems in Smyrna. We are thrilled to partner with Tara and give you the inside look at how we help you age powerfully. We understand you don't need another crash diet, you need strength that lasts. We specialize in women and men who feel intimidated or overlooked by traditional gyms. Strength training is especially critical in women during perimenopause and beyond. Things that used to work just aren't anymore. Doesn't mean your body's broken, you just need a new strategy. Everyone is welcome. The process is personalized for everyone.
Friends, I invite all of you to follow my journey in Our Town. Better yet, you should book a free consultation. And remember, Our Town is your town at Our Town Monthly.
I'm Chad Pergram with the Speaker's Lobby. What does loyalty get you? Well, apparently not much, especially if President Trump is the one deciding who is loyal to him and by how much. A host of candidates who generally supported President Trump's agenda have now fallen by the wayside in their primaries. The death knell was the president supporting someone else in the primary who he believed was more aligned with his agenda. Republican Texas Senator John Cornyn is out. He voted with the president 91% of the time. GOP Louisiana Senator Bill Cassidy supported President Trump 90% of the time, and both of them lost. Republican Texas Representative Dan Crenshaw supported the president's agenda 89% of the time. He's toast. Those small percentages of not supporting the president give their opponents ammo to use them in primaries. Cassidy reluctantly supported Robert F. Kennedy Jr. for Health and Human Services Secretary, and Cornyn came within less than a handful of votes of becoming the Senate Majority Leader in late 2024. Cornyn also raised hundreds of millions of dollars for Republican candidates, and he lost too. With the Speaker's Lobby, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
Securing America.
The World Cup starts this week with games to be held in 11 American cities over about 5 weeks. During a recent tour of one of those sites, Dallas's AT&T Stadium, with Fox's Will Cain, Department of Homeland Security Secretary Markwayne Mullin spoke about the overwhelming challenge of keeping the tournament safe.
With the World Cup, we're going to have 78 Super Bowls in 38 days.
And the secretary says site security is already operational.
We locked down this stadium 10 days before the first game.
That includes reducing the amount of entrances and restricting the use of drones around the stadiums. Mullin says officials have also been extremely careful issuing visas to fans from other countries.
We've actually caught a whole bunch of individuals with ill intentions already.
The first match in the United States is Friday when the U.S. plays Paraguay in L.A. Kevin Ureski, Fox News.
The biggest candidates in Georgia are live on Extra 106.3 FM.
Look, I'm going to make a prediction right now. I'm going to be President Trump's favorite governor. And the reason is because we're both business guys and we like to do deals. I think we're going to have a fantastic relationship. So let me tell you, I'm going to be the #1 business developer of the state of Georgia. And the reason is we have to negotiate good deals. And Trump is too. He's coming in on the front. Let's get this done, assigns people and so forth like that. And we can do that. We don't have to give away a lot of tax credits and incentives. We just have to come up with a deal that's a win-win for them and win for us. And my filter is that it has to be good for Georgia, period, from an ROI standpoint, just like any other business person.
Candidates, the road to victory includes a stop at Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra app.
The voice you heard from there was Rick Jackson. Rick will join us again here on the Morning Extra at 7:25. Look forward to having him on the show to talk to him further about the runoff and what he expects, what he wants to do for the state of Georgia, how he wants to move the state of Georgia forward. I love the fact that in that clip, in that thing you just heard, he said, when we do a deal, it's got to be good for the state of Georgia. There has to be a giant ROI, and I believe that needs to be the filter that we put everything through. I don't know that we got that with Rivian. I don't know that we got that with Hollywood. I don't know that Georgia benefited greatly from those things. Somebody can please prove me wrong, but I've yet to see it. And when I asked Rick about it, I don't think he feels that those were great benefits to the state of Georgia either. So
we also have to ask him the big question,
which is, will he endorse?
Yes,
that's right. We're going to ask Rick Jackson this morning for his endorsement, for his front yard. Really, we would like to have a piece of his real estate.
Do you mind rewrapping your bus?
That's right. Yeah, the one that I've seen off Webbridge Road over at that hotel for a long time. I don't know if they just need a place to park it or it's just good billboard. I don't know why it's there. I just know it's been there forever and ever. Will you commit? You've committed to making sure that you'd be President Trump's favorite governor if you're elected. You'd commit to that. You're committing to that the business that's done in Georgia needs to benefit the people of Georgia. Yes, that's right. Yes. Makes perfect sense. But will you commit to vote Tug and Los for mornings? That's the question we need. That is the most important question. And we're going to get a picture after he says yes, which I feel certain he will, because why wouldn't he?
Be awkward if he says no.
But, we're going to throw him out of the studio. Sir, you've got to go. You don't get to stay. If you don't give us the endorsement that we want and need, you don't get to stay. You've got to go. Can you imagine that? How ridiculous.
You're not welcome here anymore.
That's right. How ridiculous and silly and fun at the same time. No, that's right. We're going to, I feel good about it. I feel like it's something we're going to get a big picture of him here in the Extra studio holding the sign to the vote for Tug and Los for mornings. That will happen at 7:25. So be here for the serious conversation that Rick Jackson wants to ask you for your vote while he's here. And I just saw a new commercial. I was sent one by his comms guy, Brian, that was the endorsement from Chris Carr and Chris's wife, Joan, which is a terrific ad. But the one that I like the best, the ad that I've seen that I think is the one that actually cuts through, it's not the one where Rick Jackson says that pisses me off because it seems so out of character for him. Now having had him in the studio for an hour and met him on another occasion at another campaign stop in downtown Alpharetta, it just doesn't seem like something that he would say. And maybe I'm wrong about that, but it just doesn't seem like it would be something he'd say. But he's got a new ad.
For illegal Chinese vapes.
Right, exactly, right. Those are the mudslinging ads. But I saw a video, an ad that he had posted on social media, and it was an ad of his grandkids. And they're his 4 grandkids, and they're picking out his clothes, and they're saying, hey, in those ads, we don't like them because it makes you look mean, and you don't have a mean bone in your body. It's just super wholesome. It's super sweet. I think it's a smart ad, and I think that's the one that they need to promote more than any other. Forget about the mudslinging. Forget about the my opponent did this, my opponent did that. Focus on what makes you, and showing those it's very similar to Kai Trump going with Donald Trump to the Knicks game last night. You always see Kai around, and she, you could just tell she just loves her grandfather, and I love that because one day my son, I hope, has grandchildren. I can't wait. I'm not rushing it. I don't want it to happen tomorrow, but I can't wait for that. Like that's the next big milestone that I'm looking forward to, and I think that cuts through because I think it's real. When your grandkids, or your kids, depending on the situation, if they're able to share that side of you that nobody gets to see because politics blind people with their ideology or their belief. If you search Rick Jackson on Twitter, at least in my Twitter feed, it tends to be negative, and I'm surprised by that because I know he's a faithful guy. And I'm not trying to convince you who to vote for. I'm just, we want to provide a platform. That way you can hear from Rick Jackson and the other candidate that is running, in Burt Jones. That way you can make a solid decision, make a good decision on what you think is best. But I do think that when you bring in those layers, it shows a different side of you that no one else gets to see. Because it's just sweet kids saying, hey, this is my grandpa. He's a really good grandpa. He's a really nice guy, you know. And I get that from Rick. In the time that we've spent from him, I think he's a good dude. I think he's a good guy. Look, I want to ask him about all the things that have been slung at him, because there's plenty of ads out there right now that are mudslinging. I want him to be able to address that and talk to you about what those ads say. And are they true? Are they partially true? Are they not true at all? Give him the floor to address you, because it's you that will decide what happens in the state of Georgia. It's you that will decide who's the next governor and the direction of the state. I find that part very, very interesting. Can't wait to have Rick on 725 this morning.
We had someone call in during the commercial break earlier in the show, and they were saying that apparently Brian Kemp has never officially said, I endorse Rick Jackson.
What? I don't feel like that's right.
That's what I thought. It kind of caught me. I said the long-form interview that's been airing was edited to make it look like that. And I said, I'd have to do more research on it. But I thought that was interesting.
Well, we can ask Rick. Has Brian Kemp, we had a listener said they didn't think that that's the case. I don't.
With all the ads airing.
Yeah, I feel like Brian Kemp would be waving his arms going, no, I think you're taking me out of context as the governor. I feel like the endorsement's there. I've got no reason not to think it. But that's an interesting. So maybe if you're listening now and you're the one that called in, send us something that you saw that makes you believe that makes you think that. Because I want to know if it's worth asking Rick about it, then we will. But I just don't. If it's like a nothing burger, who wants to waste that kind of question with the potential next governor of the state of Georgia? I want to make sure that we use our time wisely, and I know front office Los does too. There's so much to talk to Rick about. And, data centers are a big concern. Property taxes are a big concern. What is it you're going to do? How are you going to tackle that now specifically? How are you going to tackle that? Because, early voting has already started. People are already casting their ballots for folks who haven't, like I haven't. But I plan to go this week. I want to hear from Rick today and then Bert this evening. And I think I'll make up my mind then and vote probably tomorrow. But I want to make sure. That's the thing. Because I feel just like you do. I'm not sure. And I think most people, I can't say that. Maybe I should. I think there's a lot of people. There's a big portion of this audience listening right now that isn't sure. And I get the texts, I get the emails, I get the social media posts and messages saying, I don't know. I feel close. I thought I was going one way, and then I've decided to go another. That's why it's so important to have people like Rick Jackson in, so you can make a solid decision, so you can make the best choice for you and your family and what you think is the best direction for the state of Georgia. When we come back, when the Falcons play the Bears, I think the game is on the October 18th. I looked it up and now blanket on it, but I think that's it. They're going to play in Chicago, but not for much longer. Next on the Morning Extra, Tug and Los until 10 on Xtra 106.3.
Miss any of the show? No sweat. Grab your Xtra 106.3 app and listen to show replays whenever you want. Download the Xtra app now for Apple and Android by searching for XTRA 106.3.
You should never need financing for a simple garage door repair, but it's happening here. Out-of-town companies have invaded Atlanta for a cash grab, charging outrageous prices. Hi, I'm Dan Watkins, owner of All Four Seasons Garage, Entry Doors, and Windows. Stay local and stay on budget for every opening of your home. All Four Seasons, trusted in Atlanta for over 25 years, exceptional customer service, and fair, honest pricing. When trust matters, trust us. All the number 4 seasonsgarages.com.
Hey, I'm a dog. Every day, I dig. Every day, they fill it back in. It's a whole thing. But then my humans called Accent Fence and had a real fence installed. And now, I can't get out. But in the meantime, the family loves it.
Hi, this is Jared with Accent Fence. Secure your yard with wood, vinyl, composite, aluminum, steel, or chain link fence. And right now, we're making it more affordable with no money down financing. Get your free quote today at 770-995-7463 or book online at accentfence.net.
Congressman Tim Burchett joins us right here on the Morning Extra.
I've said this many times. It's not about flying saucers. It's not about little green men. It's about where the heck of the tens of millions of dollars are going. And if they don't exist, then why are they spending all this money?
The Morning Extra, 6 to 10 a.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app. The Morning Extra, Glenn Beck, Clay and Buck, and The Kimmer Show on WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. Extra 106.3.
It's primary day in 4 states. I'm Chris Foster, Fox News. In Maine, Democrat Graham Plattner has no real challenge in his Senate primary.
One Maine voter explained why he thinks Plattner's many controversies, including a Nazi tattoo Plattner says he's since covered, aren't problematic for many Democratic voters.
They want to get rid of Susan Collins, take over the Senate, and that's the bottom line. He could be Adolf Hitler. It doesn't matter who he is.
His primary opponents include government worker and previous Senate candidate David Costello. While Governor Janet Mills' name remains on the ballot, she suspended her campaign in April over a lack of funding. The Republican incumbent Senator Susan Collins has no primary challenger. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
Senate Republican Lindsey Graham's up for re-election in South Carolina. There's a governor's race there. In Nevada and Maine, there are also primaries in North Dakota today. Democrat City Council member Nithya Raman advances to the general election in the Los Angeles mayor's race, beating Republican Spencer Pratt for the number 2 spot against Democrat incumbent Karen Bass.
Bass's campaign was already on the attack after Raman pushed ahead of Spencer Pratt by about 3,000 votes after ballot dumps over the weekend. Bass's campaign said, quote, a campaign against Nithya Raman, who allows encampments near schools and cuts the police force, is one Mayor Bass is looking forward to winning.
That's Fox's Christina Coleman. The San Antonio Spurs win Game 3 of the NBA Finals, 115-111, breaking the New York Knicks' record 13-game playoff win streak. President Trump attended the game at Madison Square Garden.
During the national anthem, he was saluting the American flag, and Knicks fans loudly booed him as he appeared to smirk through the whole thing. Trump sat next to Knicks owner James Dolan, who invited him. New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani also attended. He did not meet with President Trump during his visit. Fans tonight couldn't bring bags, and they went through a TSA-style security check.
It's Fox's Nate Foy. America's listening to Fox News.
If you want unlimited talk, text, and data on a crazy fast network, Big Wireless will sell it to you right now for as little as $70 a month. Or you can buy it from Pure Talk for half of that. I'm talking about unlimited talk, text, and unlimited data for just $34.99 a month. Stop paying the big guys twice what you need to. Dial pound 250, say my name. That's pound 250 micro to switch to Pure Talk, where the savings are truly unlimited.
Life is full of challenges, but you don't have to face them alone. At intouch.org, you'll find powerful sermons from Dr. Charles Stanley, daily devotionals, and resources designed to strengthen your faith and bring hope into your everyday life. Whether you're searching for encouragement, biblical wisdom, or practical guidance, intouch.org is here to help you grow closer to God's promises. Discover truth that speaks to your heart. Visit intouch.org today.
Wake up with the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3 Atlanta.
Tug and Los until 10 on Extra 106.3. Download the app so you can listen live and on demand. Love that you're here. Appreciate that you're here. Because that means you care about your home, your state of Georgia, just like I do. And America, just like I do. A little later, in about 25 minutes, Rick Jackson, running for governor of the state of Georgia, will join us here on the Morning Extra. Look forward to having him back in the studio. I know people, early voting's already started. You know, have you made that decision? 404-741-1230. Have you made that decision? Because I'll tell you, the jury's still out for me. I was just talking to our intern, Matt. He said he's already made up his mind. He said he already knows who he's going to vote for. He's going to go vote today. Have you gotten to that point too? Because I'm not. And I hope today will be the day that I'm able to make my decision because I would like to go get it done tomorrow, get my early voting done tomorrow. With Rick in the studio, 7:25. And then later today, we'll join Ben Burnett. Ben Burnett Show you here on weekends, Saturdays and Sundays here on Extra 106.3. We'll meet up with Ben in downtown Alpharetta. We're going to Chiringa, and we're doing politics on the patio. We'll be joined by gubernatorial candidate Burt Jones there. If you can't make it out to Alpharetta, you can stream it on the YouTube channel, and you can stream it as well on our X channel, which is formerly Twitter, at Extra 106.3. You can find Los at Front Office Los, me at Tug Cowart. But I'm hoping today something will cut through. I'm hoping today will be the day that whatever I'm looking for, and I promise you I don't know that. I don't know what it is exactly that I'm looking for to decide because it's razor thin. I feel like Rick, his challenge is going to be getting in there, right? It's like when you take over a new business. You know, you buy out a new business or whatever. And then you got to put all the pieces together, right? You got to take what they've done and roll that under your canopy with your people. And it seems like, you know, in the early stages, it can get a little messy. That's where I see at least the beginning stages of that, that candidacy. Doesn't mean it can't be done. He's been super successful in business. I think he can do it very well. But I'm like, if there's one challenge for him, maybe that's it. And I look forward to asking him about that. Because some people would even point out that, Donald Trump in his first, as an outsider, in his first term, he didn't have the right people around him. He was trying to figure out the ins and outs of Washington, D.C. He's trying to figure it all out. And it took a minute. To get his feet under him, and then it was fine. But the people around him, obviously, he had a bunch of establishment people there. But anyway, Dane is on the phone. Dane is the person that called earlier about the Brian Kemp endorsement for Rick Jackson at 404-741-1230. Dane, what's on your mind?
Well, my wife and I were listening to the ads the other day, and we just it really sounded funny because he never really came out and said it.
Okay.
So we looked it up, and 11 Alive yesterday came out and said, and they had a news story on it about the Rick Jackson and the Burt Jones ads because they're both running ads that are.
Yeah, that are
sounding like they're endorsements, but they are not.
No, definitely the Burt Jones is not. I know Burt's not. He just talks about, the success that he and Brian Kemp have had together as lieutenant governor and governor, right? I know that's there, but I know that Burt doesn't have Kemp's endorsement because I feel like I remember Kemp saying I endorse Rick Jackson. But look, Rick and his team just walked in. We'll ask him.
No, Brian Kemp actually says in the 11 Alive thing he has not endorsed either one.
Okay. Well, good enough. Well, Rick just came in, so we'll definitely ask him about that then. Dane, thank you so much. That's a good catch.
That's a good catch. Have a good day, guys.
Yes, sir. You too. Thank you. Wow, what an interesting wrinkle that I did not see coming this morning. Here on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3, Tug and Los until 10. Like I said, Rick Jackson and his team have gotten into the building, and we'll be talking with them very shortly here on Extra 106.3. Looking forward to Braves getting back in action tonight. Look forward to the Braves beating up on the Chicago White Sox. We have a friend who has a son who pitches for the White Sox. And that's one of those things that's so difficult. Like, how do you balance that out? I mean, these people we go to church with that we love dearly, and their son pitches for the White Sox. And when they go against the Braves, what am I supposed to do? I can't change my fandom. I've been a Braves fan my whole life. I've been watching them since they're on TBS. But at the same time, I've known this kid, his whole life. I have the same struggle with as a Georgia fan. I'm wearing my Georgia hat today. Cheering for them dogs in Omaha. We know they'll play Texas 8 o'clock Saturday. 8 p.m., finally an evening game, not an early game. But a dear friend of our family, my son's best friend, is a quarterback down at Georgia Tech. He's taking some reps in the slot, got a catch in the spring game. I've struggled with that. I'm not ever going to not be a Georgia fan.
Blood bleed.
That's right, dude.
Got to stay thick.
That's right. And if he gets in the game, man, I hope he has a great game, and I hope Tech loses. It's a Georgia. I hope he does well.
Hey, real quick, I just pulled this story. You want to listen to it?
Yeah, sure.
All right.
Welcome back. Election Day in Georgia's primary runoff elections is just over a week away. And in one race, some closing stretch political ads are raising questions. Zach Merchant joining us now with some answers. Some of these ads, some people say, could be misleading.
Well, yeah, look, if you've been watching TV or you've been online, you have likely noticed a pair of ads from Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones and Rick Jackson. Jones and Jackson, of course, they're the two remaining contenders in the Republican governor's primary runoff. And if you watch their ads quickly, they both can seem to suggest that they are Governor Kemp's chosen candidate.
Governor Kemp and Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones have delivered for Georgia. Together, they've created good-paying jobs, suspended Georgia's gas tax, lowered the state income tax, and are helping Georgia's seniors afford to stay in their homes.
If you like Brian Kemp, you're going to love Rick Jackson.
Rick Jackson's been a good supporter of mine.
Yeah, he's a donor.
Well, yeah, he's a donor. He's got a great story, and I've kind of felt like for really 2 years now that race is right for a political outsider.
So those are the two ads there, or at least a big chunk of each of them. We talked with Governor Brian Kemp today, though, earlier in Sandy Springs, and the truth is he has not endorsed anybody in this governor's race so far.
Okay. I know both candidates have been using images, things that we've done. I've said good things about both of them. But, I want to be clear, I have not endorsed anybody. I've had a great working relationship with Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones, done a lot of great things together, and Rick Jackson's been a good supporter of mine over the years.
Well, that's interesting. All right. Well, there you go. I had no idea. That's news to me.
Interesting angle.
Yeah, absolutely, for sure.
But I mean, both, as we talked about yesterday, both of them are angling, realizing that because of the success of Brian Kemp, want to make sure that they are aligned with that particular person.
So now we don't even, I guess there's no need to even, is there a point of asking, though? Are you angling for, maybe that's the better question.
Well, both of them have started ad campaigns aligning themselves with the governor.
Yeah, that's right.
Just as you were talking about yesterday, when we were watching college baseball all weekend long, every single Georgia game had Brian Kemp talking, obviously, about Rick Jackson, and then obviously Burt Jones talking about his work with Brian Kemp.
Yeah, it's been fascinating. It's been interesting, for sure, to see it all come down. And I was convinced. I thought the endorsement was done. I thought that was a done deal. I didn't.
Well, we know Chris Carr.
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
like that's one of the obvious ones. And we talked about, because of the work that Chris Carr has done in this state in terms of human trafficking, in terms of dealing with the gang violence. That was a big one, and whether or not that ends up being the difference, we'll see from here. But clearly, both candidates are making it a point to try and align themselves with success. And success in this state has been Donald Trump and Brian Kemp. As much as they might be at odds with each other at different times, it's still
those are the two.
Those are the two.
Absolutely, those are the winning tickets. All right, let's get to something a little more lighthearted. We'll get Rick Jackson in here in just a couple minutes. We'll get to the first thing to know this morning.
Way out west, there's a show, the Morning Xtra, Tug Los, deep in the story, breaking news that's bold.
I love this story.
Dude, I'm so surprised.
Everything about this, I love this story.
Sunday, October 18th, maybe one of the last times that the Falcons go to the city of Chicago to play football.
So if you have not been following one of the legacy franchises in all the NFL, and this is a sports story, not a sports story, the Chicago Bears started playing football in Chicago in 1920. Like, this is a team that played football at Wrigley Field at one point.
Goodness.
And they've been at Soldier Field for the longest amount of time, and the city has helped them reinvigorate that particular facility and spent money. Well, here's the crazy part. What has gone on is Chicago and the Bears need a new stadium. And what has gone on is that we talk about greasing the skids. The governor and Governor Pritzker and their mayor in Chicago have basically been trying to use this as a piggy bank. What they've been trying to do is charge the Bears this crazy amount of money in order to get this done. Now, you can read this at House of Yogi, of all places. This is the person who had this whole thing. So the Bears were looking to spend somewhere right around $1 billion in order to do this. And they were looking at public funds in order to help them out. Well, the Bears end up deciding, because of all of Chicago and Illinois politics, which is basically, we know you're wanting to spend $1 billion. Instead, we want you to spend another $1 billion on top of that. But that's to make sure that we're all taken care of. And what Chicago has now done is they've lined out a deal with the state of Indiana to move 17 miles down the road,
dude,
and be in another state.
I love it.
In order to become now the Chicago Bears playing in Indiana. Again, 17 miles down the road. It's not very far. Like for those of us who went to the Georgia-Notre Dame game, who went to the Chicago Cubs game and then made our way down, it's not very far. But 17 miles down the road, you're in another state, and the state of Indiana is going to get all of the benefits of this.
Hammond, Indiana, as a matter of fact. Holy cow, dude. That's unbelievable. You know, and some people would say that the Braves did the same thing by moving to Marietta.
Sure, absolutely.
They got a great deal. It's been a great benefit for the city of Marietta and Cobb County altogether. Everybody can now see the fruits of the labor. And because I'll be honest, I wasn't crazy about the public money part of it either, because I feel like taxpayers get robbed all the time. But now when you see what this has done and what it's created and the benefit for this area, hard to argue.
The estimate is $93 million a year in tax dollars that would have been coming to the city of Chicago and the state of Illinois. All right. They were arguing over what is basically going to cost them $100 million a year. That's what it comes down to. When it was the Atlanta Braves, so the Atlanta Braves had a deal with the city of Atlanta, and they were putting in basically a certain amount of money for stadium upgrades, and the city would have to match that. When the city refused to match the upgrades, the Braves pulled like a wild, awesome, because again, we're in the facility, and it's a great facility, one of the best in all of North America, best in baseball, a great move. Because when the city decided, well, we're not going to match.
Yeah, we're going to balk you on that.
The city got to keep all the money from parking, from concessions, from everything around that building. The Braves didn't touch any of it.
Now it's gone.
And now it's gone. They're like, we're going to head over to Marietta.
How about that?
And we're going to take our money, and this is what we're going to go ahead and do. And by the way, our fan base is closer north anyway.
So it's a win-win.
So the Bears are looking at this. And Indiana, because it didn't take much of anything, all they had to do was pass a $1 billion bill. Indiana, ran it up to the stage. And we'll take them.
And why wouldn't you? You just said $93 million worth of revenue coming in.
And by the way, the Bears don't get to own the stadium. The deal in Chicago was so bad that they're like, fine, we'll go rent in Indiana.
That's unreal, dude.
And we'll get this money.
Dude, it's unreal. You see the corruption of Chicago, and it's no surprise that this is happening. And then you see kind of the corruption in downtown Atlanta. Not a real surprise that it's happened. And it's been a benefit for the Braves, and I bet it'll be a benefit for the Chicago Bears. There's a reason that all of these teams are moving out of the proper city that they. I mean, it's at what, 49ers? Yeah, I mean, there's so many.
Everybody's moving out.
Everybody's moving out to the burbs,
area suburbs.
Yes.
And here's another thing about it. When it comes right down to it, you'll notice what J.B. Pritzker has been pointing out. He's like, well, these billionaire owners. That is just a Bernie Sanders.
It's a tactic. It's a tactic. Yes. Nobody wants to hear it. Everybody.
It's like, I'm sorry. It's a partnership in order to have this. Think about what's going to happen here over the next month in Atlanta. You are going to be hosting World Cup events to the point where the rest of the world has been coming into Atlanta, and they're like, what an amazing stadium. Well, that's part of what the Falcons and the city lined out. You have a world-class stadium. It is a partnership. The weird part is that so many of these cities and these states, they're interested in the partnership, but they're also looking at them and saying, what am I getting? Where's my cheddar on my end?
Where's the backside?
Where's the backside of this?
Yeah.
And a lot of teams are just like, we're just not going to play this game with you.
I'm not playing this. Bunch of corrupt politicians. No,
it's like, we're both going to make money on this. Why are you looking to take a bite out of me on the front end?
Dude, because they're slick and they're dirty. And they're low down. Rick Jackson is in the station and will join you next on Extra 1063. Download the app so you can listen live on demand. If you miss any of it, it'll be available there on the app, as well as any of the podcasting platforms that you listen to. Rick Jackson up next on Extra.
Stream Atlanta's only conservative voice anywhere you go with the Extra 1063 app. Now equipped with Apple CarPlay. That means you'll always have Extra's crystal clear HD stream right on your dashboard no matter where you are. Download the all-new Extra 1063 app now and start streaming.
Join Daniel Madelon, CEO of A Second Chance Bail Bonds, and co-host Tug Cowart as they bring together law enforcement, justice insiders, and voices from every part of the justice system, victims, advocates, and people who've turned their lives around. It's not PR, it's not fluff. It's an honest talk about what's working, what's broken, and how to build a better path forward, one second chance at a time. This week's guest is Georgia State Representative Martin Montahan. Justice Unfiltered. Unfiltered, informed, and unbiased.
So you got into an argument. Things got heated. Then a fight broke out, and it landed you in jail. Now what? You need A Second Chance Bail Bonds. They can get you or your loved one out of jail quickly, in most cases, in a few hours. So make the right call. A Second Chance Bail Bonds. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call 404-BAIL-OUT. That's 404-BAIL-OUT or online at atlbail.com.
Your yard. It stresses you out between the watering, the seeding, the weeding, and mowing. And no matter what you do, you're never satisfied. Have you thought about artificial turf? It's low maintenance, it's pet friendly, and it looks amazing all year round. Those in the know use ATL Turf Go. ATL Turf Go is Atlanta's top choice for artificial grass installation. Let them build you a backyard of your dreams with a custom golf or putting green, outdoor kitchen or pool deck. They even specialize in custom concrete and stonework. They handle everything from design and grading to construction and drainage solutions. So whether it's residential lawns or recreational sports fields, ATL Turf Co. can build you a stress-free space you'll love. So say goodbye to mowing, maintenance, and your wasted weekends. Learn more and schedule your free in-home consultation today. Call ATL Turf Co. 678-403-2339. That's 678-403-2339. Or visit atlturfco.com.
When Atlanta drivers want strength, capability, and comfort in one place, they head to Jim Ellis Buick GMC.
That's because Buick and GMC deliver everything from refined luxury to serious professional-grade performance, and Jim Ellis Buick GMC makes the buying experience quick, easy, and transparent.
Whether you're looking for a rugged GMC Sierra, a versatile Acadia, or a refined Buick Enclave, you'll find a huge selection in stock right now.
And just like every Jim Ellis dealership, you can shop your way. Start online, value your trade, schedule a test drive, even handle paperwork from home.
Or stop by and experience the no-pressure, straightforward approach Jim Ellis is known for.
Find your new Buick GMC at JimEllisBuickGMC.com or shop in person for a VIP shopping experience designed around your needs.
2 convenient locations to serve you. In Chamblee on Peachtree Boulevard, just inside the perimeter, or up Highway 20 in Buford near the Mall of Georgia.
Jim Ellis Buick GMC. We are professional grade.
If you like Brian Kemp, you're going to love Rick Jackson.
Rick Jackson's been a good supporter of mine. He's got a great story, and I've kind of felt like for really 2 years now that race is right for a political outsider, especially somebody that could sell funds.
Rick Jackson, a conservative outsider who will make Georgia proud, just like Brian Kemp.
I'm Rick Jackson. Brian Kemp wins big for Georgia. Record jobs, teacher pay raises, and when Hollywood liberals tried to boycott Georgia, Kemp never backed down.
The conservative outsider, just like Kemp.
As governor, I'll slash property taxes and lead America in job creation. I'm Rick Jackson. Like Governor Kemp, I'll fight for Georgia and win big because that's what I've done my whole life.
Rick Jackson's been a good supporter of mine. He's got a great story.
Rick Jackson for Georgia. Paid for by Jackson for Governor Inc.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
It's Tuesday, June 9th, and here are your headlines. Los Angeles City Councilwoman Nithya Raman has advanced to November runoff against current incumbent Mayor Karen Bass. The result eliminates Republican and former reality TV star Spencer Pratt, who finished third in the nationally watched race. Authorities have arrested a suspect accused of shooting and injuring a man aboard a MARTA train at a Midtown station. Investigators say Anthony Gresham was taken into custody in Douglas County after a multi-agency manhunt involving local law enforcement. The FBI and Georgia State Patrol were able to locate him and take him under arrest. And finally, early voting is now underway statewide ahead of Georgia's June 16th primary runoff election. Voters will decide on several key races, including Republican governor runoffs for governor, lieutenant governor, secretary of state, and U.S. Senate. Coming up next, Rick Jackson joins Tug and Los in studio for an interview you won't want to miss. Today's weather will feature more rain and thunderstorms with a high of 82 and a low of 69. The Extra 106.3 headlines. I'm Bryce Gobert.
Tug and Los until 10 on Extra 106.3, joined by Georgia gubernatorial candidate Rick Jackson. How are you, sir? Good to see you this morning.
Great, Tug and Carlos. Great to be with you.
Man, I tell you, it's been, it feels like it's been forever since you were in, and it's not been that long. And we have so many people that call and ask so many questions. I think you're the most unknown, not because of anything. It's just you've never been in politics. It's not been what you've done. And I see so many people. I get texts during the show. I get social media messages during the show going, I don't know what to do.
Right.
I thought I knew which way I was going to go. I don't know what to do. What do you say to those people that maybe are like, I want to know more about Rick. I want to know, should I vote for Rick? What do you say to those people that are teetering on the fence?
Well, first of all, that I'm a conservative outsider business man, and I have not been a politician, which personally I think is actually good from that standpoint. And I'm not in it for myself. I'm not in it to make money. I don't, I'll listen to everybody, but I'm not going to take direction from special interest groups and so forth. I can afford to actually do the right thing. And the main reason I'm doing it is to have kingdom impact for 11 million Georgians and make a difference for people that don't have a voice. And because that's what I've been doing for the last 15, 20 years is trying to do that. With the blessings I've been giving, it's God's money, and I'm trying to be a good steward and get a good return on that. And so that's what my focus is.
That was the message at church this past Sunday. That exact same thing. What you do with your work.
Yes, sir.
What you do with the money that God, it's not yours, it's God's money. It's funny you say that because that was almost the exact message from church this past Sunday.
Rick Jackson is our guest right here on the Morning Extra. We have had Chris Carr in on a regular basis over the last several years, and we've talked to him about all the work he's done when it came to human trafficking, dealing with the drug issues here, dealing with the gang issues here. And so when he left the race and gave you the endorsement, how valuable was that to have somebody like that obviously were the opponent, but somebody who's done a lot of good work in the state to then endorse you on his way out?
Well, it was just very honoring, and Chris is a class public servant. He's been a politician for a long time, but he's never been in it for himself. He's always been, he comes out of the Johnny Isaacson School of Class, the old school from that standpoint. And I was just so honored by him doing that. And he didn't just send a statement. I mean, you'll see this morning he and his wife Joan did an ad for us, and I think you'll like it. But he is just one of the most amazing people. And, I also have John King as well as Bubba McDonald. These are three statewide elected officials that know what's going on, and they know my opponent, and they've endorsed me, and I really appreciate that.
I've noticed that everybody is now rallying to to Brian Kemp. Mm-hmm. I've even noticed your opponent using Brian Kemp as part of his campaign. And, I didn't know, because it seemed like there for a little while it was two camps, right? It was the Kemp camp and it was the Trump camp. Now that seems to be completely blended. How is that, when you look at that situation, why do you think that's happening?
Well, first of all, as I told Brian Kemp a few weeks ago, he has a conservative record in the state that Ronald Reagan would be jealous of. He's done a fantastic job, and I've always supported him. I saw up close and personal what he did during COVID. I think we ought to erect a monument to him just for that alone. And he led the United States in that, and he did it the right way. And what we did during COVID and saving lives and how he responded was just unbelievable. And he's been physically conservative. He cares about sex trafficking as well. He and his wife, Marty, are done a great job. He's been physically conservative in that, he has a reduction of taxes through evolution versus revolution. So nobody has managed the state better. And I'm going to build on that legacy. They just passed a great bill on literacy, which is a significant problem for Georgia, that we have 2/3 of our kids that can't read in third grade.
It's unreal.
And so they passed a bill, and I'm going to be leading on that out front. I'm going to make it a public goal and objective. We're going to get this done just like Mississippi did, because if Mississippi can do it, surely we can do it.
Rick Jackson is our guest right here on the Morning Extra. So I was at Cummings City Center. It was right after you first came through, and I had two of my friends, and I didn't know this about them as far as what they did professionally, and they both were bringing up that they're employees of yours, and they flat out told me, they're like, it's interesting that he's running for politics. They're like, we know he's amazing at business. And so how much has that been one of your selling points of saying, listen, I'm getting involved in politics, but I want to bring a business end to this in the same way that we're seeing right now in D.C.?
Oh, it's one of the top three major reasons. And I've seen up close what President Trump has done that the press never covers on this business. There's so many great business decisions they've made and so forth. And then, Rick Scott endorsed me last week. We had 600 people that we'd already scheduled last Monday for him. And when I met him in 2011, I was really impressed by two things. Number one, he did not let a lobbyist come in his office. The guy that introduced me could not come in there. Second, he was making 10, 20 calls a day to CEOs all over the country, trying to recruit them to Florida. I'm going to be the number one business developer of Georgia because we need to get good deals, we need to get the right deals, and we need to invest in our rural areas and all over the state here from that standpoint. So that takes a business mentality, and our farmers don't have a political problem. They got a business problem. And while I told them that I didn't grow tomatoes and corn in the projects, I never knew that. But I know a business. And so from that standpoint, I have some fabulous solutions to things that will really, really help our rural areas outside of Atlanta.
Our guest is Rick Jackson. He's running for governor of the state of Georgia, asking for your vote this morning on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. Early voting has already begun, so if you're thinking about who you need to vote for, listen to the rest of this interview and this discussion, because I want to ask you about just the politics of it all. We were, before we got on the air, we were talking about how the city of Chicago is going to lose the Bears, and it all comes down to politics, and it's dirty, and people trying to make money on the back end through the government. It's just as filthy as it can be. How do you take politics out of government? Because it seems like it pops up everywhere, and people make sometimes bad decisions and lose football teams because of politics. How do you take that out as a business guy? How do you get rid of that?
Well, I built, without anybody's money, starting in 2000, built a business that went up to $3 billion. And the way you do that, you create vision and communication and win-win relationships. Here's what I'm finding. I've had over 110 meetings and met thousands of people. I'm the last one to leave at every event. I'll talk to everybody until they're ready to leave. And we actually build in extra hours just to make sure. But, from that standpoint, I have so many times I'll be asked a question, and I say, you're not going to like my answer, but here it is. And I give both sides of the issue and explain why I believe what I believe. And these people will have an open mind by that. What they don't want is a bumper sticker, just a political comment that makes a statement that doesn't make a difference, and just take a position. Put on your jersey, I'll put on my jersey, and all that kind of stuff. I just think if you talk about problems in a rational way and communicate just like you would with a customer. You're trying to sell them something. You're trying to get a big contract. Well, how do you do that? Well, you got to come up with logical reasons that is in their best interest in order for you to sell. And so I think you can sanitize politics, political statements to get down to, well, let's talk about real issues and how do we solve them.
Candidate for Governor Rick Jackson is our guest right here on the Morning Extra. Georgia's such a unique place because we can be a tech hub. We have obviously Georgia and Georgia Tech. We have such amazing institutions of higher learning, but we do have such a huge farm community. How do you look to kind of balance those two and to serve both of those to make sure that, you're trying to put together education for the future, but also take care of our rural areas?
Well, first of all, I don't think it's an either or. I think it's a both and. I think we can, walk and chew gum at the same time from my standpoint. First of all, I want to make Georgia the Silicon Valley of the South. We do have underutilized technology and so forth, but we have to invest and bring our own money. I want to use the state money that we have in pension plans up to a certain percent. I think we can use 5%. I want to take them out of the woke hedge funds and put them in our businesses right here and to invest entrepreneurial. I want to invest in our farmers. Let me give you an example. The fresh fruit and vegetable farmers are having a difficult time right now because their crops, if they don't get them to the store in 3 days, they ruin. And I asked them, well, has it always been that way? And they said, no. And I said, what happened? And they said, well, we had a plant close that keeps it cold and frozen and so forth. It extends the life. And I said, well, what if the state just built or guaranteed this facility and you guys just pay like a co-op to do that? What impact will that have? And they said, oh my God, we'd sell 4 times more and it would cost us less money. Same thing with cattle. We were sending our cattle out to the Midwest. It costs money, and then we bring it back here to cut, and it costs money. We can do the same thing. I want to create micro tech centers all over all over the rural areas because all they need is fiber. We can teach people that are unemployed through the Technology School of Georgia and other places on how to do technologies and software development, AI, all that kind of stuff. And that creates $80,000 a year jobs. And in Blakely, Georgia, that's a lot more money than it is here. So from my standpoint, I'm looking at every level on how we create jobs. Nobody's created more jobs than me. And that's the value of having a business person versus somebody who's just in politics that's trying to get reelected or get power or, do something for their donors.
I feel like that kids coming out of college are at a disadvantage because things feel upside down.
I agree.
But then on top of that, folks who have been in the workforce for a long time and they're seeing their jobs disappear, how do you put both of those, young folks and folks who are seasoned, in a position to succeed in Georgia with what it seems like? I know we're growing jobs. I keep seeing the jobs reports look good, but I still see kids that are coming out of college not getting them, and then people losing jobs and not being able to find them. And some people in our friend group are in that situation. Mm-hmm. How do you balance that? How do you create a situation that's good for both?
Well, first of all, we need to educate our kids on getting the right degrees. 49% never use their degree, and that's ridiculous. We need to, I think we really need to adopt, I think one of the best secrets we got in Georgia is our technology school system, where we can get great jobs and people they won't have as much debt and so forth like that. And 100% people get a job out of that school. And instead of getting a 4-year degree that they'll never use, we need to educate them on what's best for them psychologically and what the economics are and so forth. And then we have to adopt to technology. We can't be a victim of it. We got to respond to it and work around it from that standpoint. And we did with the internet, guys. I mean, it put a lot of people out of business. All the brick and mortar stores have gone out of business. A lot of them have, since then. So you just have to adapt. But that's the way you respond in business, and I just want to show them the way how to do that.
Rick Jackson is our guest right here on the Morning Extra. I enjoy your ads, and I enjoy the fact that you brought it up even just a couple minutes ago when you bring up woke, because I think so much of it it's the ancillary things that get in the way of answering questions, making things better for people.
Right.
When you talk about that on the trail, is that resonating with people? Because it's such a term that I think makes sense to, Tug and I and younger people. Older people are like, okay, how do I really define woke? I would define woke as it's the crap that's getting in your life that doesn't make any sense.
Well, that's a great definition. I agree with that. I just think that, look, as a Christian, I think I have felt discriminated against for 30, 40 years and trying to be silenced and so forth, canceled. But, from my standpoint, wokeness is a religion to a lot of people. And if you can't teach Christianity in school, you should not be able to teach woke ideology and indoctrinate our kids in school, period. I think, school is for education, not for indoctrination. That's for the parents to decide. We need to get back to reading, writing, and arithmetic. I know that sounds like old school, but I think we got to get back to the basics.
Yeah, it's old school and correct.
It's funny how it works.
Yeah, but, I mean, you brought up Mississippi. They're the prime example of how they went back to just what you're talking about.
Absolutely. And they, you know how much money that cost them?
Probably very little.
Zero. I call it management 101. People don't do what you expect, they do what you inspect. And they said basically that they had to teach the teachers phonetic, and then they turned around and said, you don't graduate if you can't read. And then that's just management 101. They did it. We're going to do it. I'm going to build on the legacy that Governor Kemp has built.
Love that, especially with Inspect, because there's some things going on in California. And I know California is not Georgia, but I know a lot of people have fears about our election and the election process.
Yep.
So let's take a quick break. We'll come back and we'll talk about inspecting and making sure that your vote counts. When you go and cast your vote for, say, Rick Jackson, you know and you feel good when you leave the polling place that it is counted and it's not been manipulated or stolen or however you feel about it, because I know a lot of people feel that way. We'll answer that question and get into that discussion after this on Extra 106.3 with Rick Jackson.
Extra 106.3 Sports, powered by 680 The Fan.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Tuesday, June 9th. The Atlanta Braves are on the road tonight as they open up a 3-game series in Chicago, this time against the White Sox. It'll be Grant Holmes on the mound for the Braves. He'll be opposed by Brandon Eisert. First pitch is set for 7:40. You can hear all the game action on our sister station, 680 The Fan, and for free on the Fan app. The NBA Finals are now a bit more interesting as the home team has yet to win in this NBA Finals. The San Antonio Spurs beat the New York Knicks in their building last night, 115-111 the final. Knicks still lead that series 2-1. Game 4 is set for Wednesday night. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
All right, I got a question for you. How much did you spend cooling your home last summer? Hey, it's only the camera. How you doing? Because if you've got those same old windows, you're about to do it all over again. That's why I keep talking about my friend Jeff at Peach State Windows. I've known and worked with and trusted Jeff for years and years. He's been serving Georgia homeowners for like 5 decades. He knows what works when the heat cranks up, and here it comes. In Georgia, air conditioning is a major expense. Your old windows are a big reason why. They let the heat pour in and force your system to work even harder. Jeff's solution's a good one. Peach State Windows with heat reflective glass. It helps block that heat. Right now, 8 premium double hung Energy Star windows installed for just $39.95. 0% financing for 12 months. There's no reason to keep handing money to the power company. Go to peachstatewindows.com. Here's the number, 770-485-8011. Peach State Windows, keeping the cool air in. peachstatewindows.com.
Gentlemen, listen up. When it's not hard, it's really hard. Did you know that 50% of men over 50 have some form of ED? It's true, and I'm one of them. ED followed me everywhere. Heck, even my initials are ED. I'm Dr. Eric Deal from Total Body Therapy of Georgia, and I know ED. It can lead to feelings of embarrassment, stress, and sadness. But there's good news. I can fix it. I fixed mine, and I can fix yours too. At Total Body Therapy of Georgia, we are experts in the P-shot, testosterone replacement, regenerative therapy, Trimix to create an erection, and more. Guys, ED won't get better on its own, but I can help you today. Call us at 404-777-1911. That's 404-777-1911, or learn about us more online at tbtofga.com. So take it from me, ED, Dr. Eric Deal at Total Body Therapy of Georgia. Call 404-777-1911 or online at tbtofga.com.
Hello, summer, and hello, Braves baseball. Mark your calendars for summer plans as the Giants come to Truist Park, June 16th through the 18th. Get your hands on back-to-back giveaways with the Ronald Acuna Jr. bobblehead presented by Delta Airlines on June 16th, and the Braves soccer jersey presented by SeatGeek on the 17th. And there's 2 brand new ticket packages featuring featuring SpongeBob and Toy Story. Both ticket packages include a game ticket and either a Braves SpongeBob jersey shirt or a Braves Toy Story t-shirt. Then, the Brewers roll into town June 19th through the 21st. The weekend series is packed with everyone's favorites like Friday Night Fireworks, presented by Georgia Lottery, Saturday's pregame block party, and a kids' LED light giveaway for the first 3,000 kids on Sunday the 21st. Check out all of the fun and purchase your tickets at Braves.com/promos. Atlanta Braves baseball. We are Braves country.
When Atlanta drivers want strength, capability, and comfort in one place, they head to Jim Ellis Buick GMC.
That's because Buick and GMC deliver everything from refined luxury to serious professional-grade performance, and Jim Ellis Buick GMC makes the buying experience quick, easy, and transparent.
Whether you're looking for a rugged GMC Sierra, a versatile Acadia, or a refined Buick Enclave, you'll find a huge selection in stock right now.
And just like every Jim Ellis dealership, you can shop your way. Start online, value your trade, schedule a test drive, even handle paperwork from home.
Or stop by and experience the no-pressure, straightforward approach Jim Ellis is known for.
Find your new Buick GMC at JimEllisBuickGMC.com or shop in person for a VIP shopping experience designed around your needs.
2 convenient locations to serve you. In Chamblee on Peachtree Boulevard, just inside the perimeter, or up Highway 20 in Buford near the Mall of Georgia.
Jim Ellis Buick GMC. We are professional grade.
Go vote accordingly. You don't have to bring up one letter, not an R or D. What do you want your community to look like? Get involved in your community. Because if you don't, you're seeing what we're going to inherit. And I say we loosely. It's actually our kids and grandkids, and that should be the scariest part, that they are going to inherit this level of violence in the United States of America. If you lose America, where are you going?
Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station is Extra 106.3.
Tug and Los until 10 on Extra 106.3 with Rick Jackson, who's running for governor here in the state of Georgia, asking for your vote this morning on Extra 106.3. The last thing we talked about in that last segment was making sure that we inspect, right? The things that people do to the best of their ability is when they know somebody's going to come behind them and assure that the task has been done. You see what's happening out in California, and I don't know that I'm fearful that we'll turn into California necessarily with 37 days of voting and mail ballots dropping all the time and the third place person who had already conceded jumping the second place person. It feels like such a tragedy is happening in real time in front of America's face. It just, you can't look away from it. I don't think we'll become that necessarily in Georgia. But how do you prevent that? How do you inspect? How do you get Georgia back on a better footing? Because there's plenty of people listening right now that do not trust our voting systems in this state.
Well, in business, we have a process called CQI, which means continuing quality improvement. And you look at all your systems and processes. You set up goals and objectives, set up metrics, and then you have accountability, and you have lessons learned, and then you retool. You always have to inspect to make sure you don't become an excellent company. You don't have excellent software if you're not always inspecting, auditing at every level from that standpoint. So from a voting standpoint, well, first of all, we need to make sure Keisha Lance Bottom is not our governor.
Amen.
Or it's going to get closer to California. I don't think we're going to be as bad as California, at least in my lifetime, hopefully, but from that standpoint. But the process of I like accountability. I like independent audits. I like and what we have. I think Governor Kemp passed a great bill in 21 to made it easy to vote and hard to cheat. And 22 and 24 elections seem to look okay from that standpoint. But that we can't just rest on our laurels on that. We have to always. The bottom line is there's a lot of people that just don't feel like it's right yet. And so the best way to do that is to show the light, sanitize it. And let me tell you something. When I'm governor, if somebody cheats, I don't care, one person, I'm going to have them arrested. And I'll tell you why. It's against the law to do that. And then when everybody else finds out you're serious about making sure that we don't have cheating and so forth like that, then maybe they will feel a lot more comfortable. But from my standpoint, the truth is like a lion. You don't have to defend it. It defends itself. Let's just show the truth. Let's be open about it. Let's audit. until everybody feels comfortable. And then also we'll make sure it never happens. So
Rick Jackson is our guest right here on the Morning Extra. I want to ask you a question from one of our really great listeners, Stephanie. We've seen what's happened in the city of New York, where they've gone after pensions in order to, pay for the issues in the city. Same thing that we're seeing in Chicago, Illinois. When you talk about accessing the pension, you talk about touching the 5%. What exactly do you mean by that in terms of getting access to that? And is there a limit? Where does that stop?
No, so what I'm talking about is investing, not taking money to pay off something else. That's not. So, basically, if we have $1 billion that's 5% of our investments, whether it's pension plans and all that, they're already invested. They're invested in T-bills or, all these kind of things, and some hedge funds. There's a balance. What I'm saying is, instead of doing that, let's use our finance people here to invest in businesses in Georgia, because that drives Georgia revenue. And, by the way, I guarantee you it will have a better return, which helps the pension plans and our retirement plans and so forth like that. So that's what I'm talking about. And then also, I think we got a balance sheet. If we need to put $1 billion cattle cutting process centered in order to do our cattle. And by the way, if we do that, we'll sell 4 times more. And the largest cattle farmer that I met, he's in Georgia, said that we would sell 4 times, and we would be number 1 in selling cattle if we could put this together. In my mind, that's an easy investment. It's a good return on investment. That's just the way you look at it from a business standpoint. I don't want to just spend money. I want to invest money.
Why hasn't that happened yet? Because it seems, from a logical perspective, I got a couple of business degrees. I'm really big into business. Those sort of investments seem like they make a ton of sense. Why have we not seen that at the state level as of yet?
I think most people come from a background of politics, and I would call creating silos and letting all these departments do what they want to and so forth like that. But I look at things different. I'm looking at it as a business person. We have all these resources. We need to refine the resources and make the operations so much more efficient with new technology and so forth like that. But investing in our businesses versus just putting it in a New York fund or something like that, I think it's just a better return. And I can understand how some people wouldn't look at it like that, but I do.
Rick Jackson is our guest on the Morning Extra and Extra 106.3, asking for your vote. Early voting has already begun, so if you've not gone and voted yet, he asks that you vote for him. I know you want to cut taxes. Everybody talks about cutting taxes. How do we get that done? And then kind of an aside to that, does that mean we can cut the size of government? Should Georgia's government shrink up? We've seen Donald Trump do that at the federal level. Is that something that should happen at the state level too?
Yeah, the concept of DOGE is a good concept from the standpoint of analysis. I mean, I'm probably going to own every industrial engineer from Georgia Tech to look at every department to look at the flow through and the logistics of all of our businesses. I don't think we have any software in Georgia that was created this century, and so what we have to do is modernize, and by doing that, we will create efficiencies. It will be better for you and me dealing with the state and getting information easier and so forth like that. So that's going to create some efficiency. So I'm going to be able to keep our. We have 2 kind of overhead in the state budget: recurring overhead and investment spending. The recurring part I'm going to be able to freeze and reduce based off of efficiency and management, so forth, and just invest there. And so from that standpoint, that way we're going to keep that lower and I think more efficient and effective from that standpoint, because I can't imagine our business or your business that is running off software that was last century. I don't think you would be as efficient.
This laptop's not.
I was going to say.
And I use it every day.
You haven't seen our call screening system. It might be from last century. Rick Jackson is our guest right here on the Morning Extra. Let me ask you about when it comes to efficiency, because I think that's a really good word. But I think it also, and I think this cuts across party lines, fraud. Democrats and Republicans are really on board with cutting as much fraud as possible. I think when you start talking about efficiency, in my mind, I'm thinking we're looking at what's going on in the state and saying where we might maybe have some areas that are problematic where we're spending money that we shouldn't be.
Well, let me tell you something. If American Express or Bank of America was doing our Medicaid and food stamps, there wouldn't be any fraud. And that's all we have to. What we have to do is we have to upgrade the systems to absolutely make sure it just can't happen. I mean, it automatically you go into the store and it automatically says you're no longer qualified to have food stamps. You just got a job, those kind of things. And so from that standpoint, it does happen. And those are that's some low hanging fruit for us to eliminate fraud. Basically, having the right IT systems and so forth. And so we're, right off the bat, I'm going to be making a big investment in our systems. So let me give you an example. In foster care, an average child is 18 months in foster care. 9 months of that is waiting on a judge. If we solve that one problem, just one problem, it would save $300 million a year for the state of Georgia. So when you look at the process of everything in the state, you will create some efficiencies. And it's not losing jobs. We'll be able to have more parents. It's a lot easier to get somebody, keep somebody 9 months than it is 18 to 24 months, from that standpoint.
Rick Jackson, our guest on the Morning Extra, when you're talking about fraud, where are the places that it's not obvious that there's fraud in our system? Food stamps, Medicaid, Medicare, all that kind of stuff makes sense. It's easy for people to understand that. Where are the places that they don't realize there's fraud?
Unemployment, where people are getting living off. I mean, the biggest news during COVID that never got really covered, y'all look it up. It was over $500 billion of fraud. $500 billion. It's more than, they said more than that. At least $500 billion, where people, even from Russia, I think Russia got, 100 million or so, because they could just have a Social Security number, say, I need unemployment, I don't have a job, it's COVID. It went all out, and I'm surprised that it hasn't been a bigger deal. But that happens all over government from that standpoint. Government to me is having lost sight of their objectives. They redouble their efforts, and that's what what you have to have is just clean management of. People don't do what you expect; they do what you inspect, like I say. And from that standpoint, when you set up goals and objectives, and you have follow up, Rick Scott told me he had a 100-page veto bill, and he basically had a objective for every department. If they didn't make it, they didn't get funded the next year. And when you have that kind of incentive and accountability, you will get streamlined and really do real well. So I'll install that.
Day-to-day business is what it is. With that being said, are you having fun with this? This is a lot. This is a lot.
Yeah. No, I'm having fun because I like to solve problems, and trust me, there's plenty of them. But there's a lot of low-hanging fruit that I've seen. It was a concept that as a business person, before I got into this, as a business person, I could make a difference. It ain't a concept anymore. I know that I'll be able to make a difference on many levels from that standpoint.
Yeah, I can only imagine running a business the way you do, and then seeing the inefficiency of government and going, oh, well, that doesn't make sense. That kind of makes sense, but we can make it better. Is it like a puzzle? Does it feel like a puzzle?
Well, it's a little bit of a puzzle, but it's just basic blocking and tackling for a business person. I mean, you don't have to be a great business person, an entrepreneur. A lot of it's just common sense. Why do we do it that way? So from that standpoint, there'll be a lot of opportunities from that standpoint. But I will be looking at, for instance, every department personally, making sure you set up the architecture correctly. So from that standpoint, and then I'll implement and I'll delegate just like I have my whole life. And once I figure out what's the best process, and then I'll put somebody in charge of it and implement it and hold them accountable.
I got so many more questions. I don't know if you can, if you're okay with hanging, or are you good with that? Good, because there's so much more to talk about, like people resisting. Yeah. It's not like government employees going to roll over. I feel like you see that in D.C. Getting into your family and the fact that you've really shielded them from being part of that. All that. One more segment with Rick Jackson here on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. We'll knock out a Fox News headline and then come back with more with Rick next on Extra 106.3.
Stream Atlanta's only conservative voice anywhere you go with the Extra 106.3 app. Now equipped with Apple CarPlay. That means you'll always have Extra's crystal clear HD stream right on your dashboard no matter where you are. Download the all-new Extra 106.3 app now and start streaming.
This is Tom, the honest car guy, and we got a surprise call in from a customer of ours, Travis, out in Jefferson, Georgia. Travis, good to hear from you, buddy. You want to tell a little bit about the experience you had with me at the honest car guy?
The whole experience, honestly, was one of the smoothest car experiences that we've ever gone through, meaning that there's no pressure. There's no runaround. It's just straight up honest service. The price that you guys present or find for you, that's what you are going to pay. And you just get a great deal. I've been educated to a newer process of the car dealership game. You guys have not come in and you're setting the benchmark for how car dealing and car buying and car selling really should be.
Friends, if you're in the market for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, get an honest car buy from the honest car guy. You pay what we pay, plus an honest fee, and we back that up by giving you the bill of sale. That's our transparency guarantee. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME, the number 1, or visit honestcarguy.com.
Finally, a president that will fight for American values.
The American dream is surging bigger and better than ever before.
And finally, an Atlanta news station that covers it the right way. Extra 106.3 isn't about traffic and weather. We care about the stories that matter most to you, your family, and your community. Get traffic and weather on your phone and get Atlanta's only conservative conversation right here on Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra app. Extra 106.3 is the only station in Atlanta to bring you the legend Neil Bortz, a live and local news talk show on your ride in, and the Kimmer Show every afternoon. Be here at 3 for the Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder, only on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app. WFOM and W292 EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. The 8 a.m. hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air.
The main event. I'm Chris Foster of Fox News. Today's Senate primary in Maine is the most closely watched nationally of the races in 4 states. Democrats there deciding how much they care about controversies attached to oyster farmer and Army combat veteran Graham Plattner.
The latest rough headline comes via Plattner's former political director. Genevieve McDonald writes, Graham Plattner is not someone who would be good for Maine or for the country. He exhibits a pattern of dishonest behavior that is impossible to ignore. Plattner has said the claims are politically motivated as fellow progressives back his run. The winning Democrat will face longtime Republican Senator Susan Collins, lesser-known candidate David Costello, and the state's governor Janet Mills are also on the ballot. Plattner has pulled far ahead, but the voters decide today.
It's Fox's Molly Line. In Portland, Maine, Trump-endorsed North Dakota House Republican Julie Fedorchak faces a primary challenge from state party-endorsed Alex Balazs.
Anti-establishment Republicans also challenging Lindsey Graham in the U.S. Senate in South Carolina, where President Trump has also backed current Lieutenant Governor Pamela Yvette. In Nevada, polling shows Republican Governor Joe Lombardo expected to ward off primary challengers as Democrats also choose between several candidates to score the party's nomination. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
The Los Angeles mayor's race is set. It'll be incumbent Karen Bass against another Democrat.
Progressive City Council member Nithya Raman will advance, and that means that former reality TV star Spencer Pratt is out. Voters are also waiting on the results of the Golden State's governor's race. Former State Attorney General Javier Becerra is in the lead. 2 candidates will emerge in the race. Republican Steve Hilton and Democrat Tom Steyer still in the running.
Fox's Alex Hogan. 2 crew members are rescued after an Army helicopter crash near the coast of Oman. U.S. Central Command says the cause of the crash is under investigation. President Trump tells reporters the crew members are fine, and a report on the crash will be issued today. America's listening to Fox News.
If you want unlimited talk, text, and data on a crazy fast network, Big Wireless will sell it to you right now for as little as $70 a month. Or you can buy it from Pure Talk for half of that. I'm talking about unlimited talk, text, and unlimited data for just $34.99 a month. Stop paying the big guys twice what you need to. Dial pound 250, say my name. That's pound 250 micro to switch to Pure Talk, where the savings are truly unlimited.
Feeling uncertain by life's challenges? Discover timeless truth and encouragement with In Touch Ministries, guiding you every step of the way. At intouch.org, you'll discover encouragement that lasts. With powerful sermons from Dr. Charles Stanley, daily devotionals, and resources designed to strengthen your faith, you'll find hope and wisdom for every season of your life. Don't wait. Visit intouch.org today and let God's Word inspire your journey. That's intouch.org.
Can't afford to fill your grocery bags or gas tank? Fill your day with the best conservative talk for free by downloading the Extra 1063 app wherever you download your apps.
Tug and Los until 10 on the Morning Xtra on Extra 1063. We wrestled him down and made him stay for one more segment to talk to you and ask
Well,
you.
y'all arm wrestled.
Yeah,
He won,
exactly.
but he decided yes.
That's right, exactly. It was like over the top with Sylvester Stallone in here. You should have saw it. It was amazing.
Decision-making process there.
Exactly right. Rick Jackson, our guest. You talked about the inefficiency in government in that last segment. We talked about people that are there, that have been there for years, and they do things a certain way. Do you ever, as governor, when you're elected governor, if folks give you that honor, do you ever worry about the people that resist government change? We've seen that at the federal level for sure, because we talked about DOGE and some of the cuts that are there that we could implement here in the state of Georgia. How do you deal with those people that have been in government their entire life, unlike you, have been there forever, and they're like, I'm not changing the things I do? How do you deal with that from a business perspective?
It's just leadership. Look, I bought a company out of bankruptcy about 15 years ago that was losing $500,000 a month. And it had a lot of inefficiencies, what's going on, so forth like that. And then I just came in and inspired people that most people really want to do the right thing. They want to have have an impact and so forth like that. And in 90 days, we were making $500,000 a month after we bought it out of bankruptcy. It's leadership and management and empowering people. One of the things, the reason we have Best Place to Work for 18 years in a row is that we are trying to help. Our mantra is others first. The way you get people on board is you help them be the best version of them, and be a part of a winning team. You just need some executive coaching and executive leadership to show how that department will work and so forth like that. But those people will feel appreciated. They'll feel a part of a winning team. And because of that, there will be less. The federal government's totally different.
Sure.
That's a totally different thing. But everybody I've talked to, the problem is when you call the government, you're talking to somebody about 4 levels down, and you ask a logical question, and they say, I don't know. They got a checkbox. They have no power. So it's not their fault. If my receptionist is not answering correctly, that's not her fault. It's my fault for not setting up the right process to give her the resources and so forth for her to do that. So from that standpoint, I just think it's basic leadership. I do not think there's going to be the resistance like that President Trump had, because I've lived that resistance internally as well from that standpoint. So, but I think it's basic management. And I know people think I'm naive, but I think people are people. I think when you care about people, you support them. You're trying to help them, achieve their goals and objectives. You can get people to run through brick walls for you.
Rick Jackson is our guest right here on the Morning Extra. I want to follow up on that because I know the federal government is it's a Goliath. It's such a monster. Even at the state level, we have quite a bit of government. How do you get your arms around that in order to basically be able to figure out, all right, why do our seniors have to deal with 5 levels of government before they get to the goal that they want, or our veterans, or those that are disabled? Why are they having to deal with so much government? How do you squeeze that down a bit and make it easier for people?
Well, first of all, you create the best process from that standpoint. A lot of times there may be 10 steps in a process that you don't need but 3 or 4, and technology can solve a lot of these things from that standpoint, especially the current technology that's going on now, and using in the right way AI really can help out on some of these things to make it more streamlined. So you have to set up a business or an operation or organization the most efficiently as you can. So for instance, when we went to Venezuela, those guys knew what they were doing. They were totally operating logistics, all that kind of stuff. Let me tell you something. If they were running state government, it would run efficiently because they know how to get things done. And so from that standpoint, it's just process design and engineering, and then enforcing accountability to stay focused on the process. And that empowers people from that standpoint. A lot of times you have lower level people, I call them, small people in big places, and they love to just say, "Nah, you're not going to get that." It's almost a sense of power. But when you take that out from a process standpoint, it's better for everybody.
Oh, so smart. And you're right. Those people went in Venezuela. They knew exactly what they're doing. They had practiced it a dozen times. They knew the mission, and they knew how to accomplish it.
And the logistics of having 2,500 whatever it was unbelievable. And of course, the same in Iran too. But I like armed services. They know how to get things done.
Yes, sir. Me too. As a Navy guy, I certainly love. Yeah. I scrubbed more toilets than they did anything. But let me tell you, I was proud to scrub them toilets because I did it for my country.
Don't let him downplay it. They also put a button in front of him that let him launch missiles. So
right. That's right. Well, that was fun.
I cleaned more toilets than I launched missiles, though. I promise you. Let me tell you, as a junior enlisted sailor, but I'd never. This is the God's honest truth. I was so proud to do whatever they asked me to do.
Good for you.
That's all I cared. I just whatever the mission was.
That was a purpose, right?
That's right.
You had a higher calling and a higher purpose, and look what that did for you to motivate you.
Without a doubt. It is having purpose, and I'm still looking for that purpose today. Mm-hmm. I find it in my wife and my son and my family and my church. I find that purpose there, but I'm always looking for it. The Navy provided it. It was always present there, and I think people are looking for purpose, and I think that's what I think that about you. I think you're looking for that purpose, and that Georgia's a bigger purpose. And there's people that you told us a story about helping a woman. We're not going to go into the details because I know it's not something that you would brag about, which is another thing that I can relate to when it comes to Kingdom Impact and doing things the right things for the right reasons. But the experience to help, you laid out how you were able to help a woman who had a sick mother. The experience to help, and then the desire to help.
Absolutely. I'm seeing so many people in this concept of, hey, I feel your pain, go be warmed and filled. I can't do that. I mean, I'm just telling you. In fact, people will tell our people internally, don't give Rick a problem because he'll go solve it. And sometimes they don't want me to be involved, solving it. But my point is, I'm seeing this all over the state, and I cannot walk away from somebody. I told people before I started, I will not walk away from somebody, just to get in line. And that's hard because some people pour their heart out for you. But I've done a lot of things like that. I can't do it as governor. But I'm not going to listen to somebody that has a problem with government or anything with foster care or whatever and just say, well, I'm sorry you had that and move on to the next subject. I'm going to go check it out and figure out the best way that we can solve that problem. Here's a way to get purpose. When you have everybody in a department focus on seeing a child being adopted into a Christian home, and you show that video to everybody in that division, that gives them purpose of, they're not just filling out forms and credentialing and doing all this kind of stuff. They are having an impact, and that's one of the things we have a benefit of being in healthcare because we save lives.
Well, and speaking of that, because at our church we know so many families that have adopted. How do you help Georgia families that want to adopt, that want to be a part of the foster care? How do you clean it up? Because I know there's some issues there, and you're not someone who doesn't know that. How do you take that and mold it in that way for Kingdom Impact, because it is so important?
Well, first of all, mentioning Kingdom Impact, I'm going to reach out to every church there is and interface between DFACS and every church to start a foster care program and all that, because, look, we have 500,000 foster children in the United States and 1 million Christian churches. If you only had every church just took on one child, just think what the impact would be for that child, just like it was for me. But we will make the process so much easier from that standpoint, and it'll make it easier for the foster parents. Like, for instance, our nonprofit's a Christian nonprofit that we started in 2008 for foster care. We were the first one in COVID. We were able to train online because guess what? We had online training.
Systems in place.
Yeah, we had, and so we approved more new people during COVID than the entire state did. But when you look at things like that and new processes, and there's no reason you can't do a lot of online training. It helps people. They can't spend a whole weekend, training. That's a lot of time away from your kids to train to be a foster parent and so forth. So we got to just make it easier for everybody. And when we do that, then more people will be involved.
Candidate for Governor Rick Jackson is our guest. I always tell the young people in this building that you're going to learn a lot from making mistakes or having errors. Absolutely. I tell them that all the time. Absolutely. In your business career, what have you learned from something that didn't work out that you can say, you know what, I learned something very valuable here, and it translates to leadership and moving forward?
Well, the first thing you got to do is you've got to recognize, you got to take ownership. Okay. If you're, you two guys, if it's your fault, I can't do anything about it. But when something doesn't happen, it's my fault, then I do a lessons learned and I renew and say, I'm not going to do that anymore. I've done that my whole life. Guys, I'm not just saying this. You won't meet another person that's failed more in business than I have. I'm just telling you. But, definition of success is getting up one more time than you fall down. And it's the ownership. That's where you get your power. It doesn't feel good to say, I failed. I'm going to tell you something right now. If I'm not elected governor, it won't be my team's fault. It's going to be my fault because I didn't give the message that I needed to do. I didn't make the right decisions and so forth. So, that's the only way you can grow is when you take ownership. You can't control what everybody else can do. You can only control yourself. And that's the way you get, overcome odds and get out of foster care and do some of these things. And you struggle and all that. When you struggle like I did, you don't forget it. And you don't forget people that are struggling ever from an empathy standpoint. So,
you just described building character. That's what I heard, because that's what it is, right? Anytime you're able to get yourself back up, that's character building. And I know it sounds cliche, but I remember my daddy, my late father, God rest his soul, he'd be like, if you fall down, you'll remember this. When you fail, right, you'll learn more than you ever will from succeeding. You'll learn more from this than any of the pats on the back I'll give you. Am I here to support you? Absolutely right. But I love the fact you said that I've failed many times and I've gotten back up. And I love the fact that you said, I'm taking responsibility. If I don't win, it's something that I did. I think that's a message that when you do win,
yep,
that you should share with every Georgian, because every Georgian needs to hear that message. There's so many kids right now that have been told that they're a victim.
Yeah, so, I'm going to change that narrative, period, and that's why I'm saying ownership. I think it's the most demeaning thing in the world. I can't imagine you telling your kids that they'll never make it because of who they are, or, the color of their skin, or where they came from, or their gender, or age, or because they were in foster care, or whatever the situation is. And, I told that to our aged out foster kids at Thanksgiving. I said two things. Number one, it wasn't your fault you were in foster care. But number two, with this opportunity for fostering success, it will be your fault if you're not a success now. And I said, now, some of you, and don't let anybody tell you you're a victim, period. You can make it if you reject that concept from that standpoint. And so I want to show everybody how to get out. And blaming everybody else and making yourself, dividing the world between oppressors and oppressed, that narrative has got to go away. And that's what I really want to do. I want to show people how to get out of poverty and be successful, and what are the things that you need to do in order to be successful. And a lot of it is taking ownership of yourself. It hurts, but then you're in control, and that's empowering. You think about it. If you're in control of your destiny better, and of course with God's help, then you'll be a lot more successful than anybody else, and professional athletes will tell you that.
This is the challenge in my mind, especially when it comes to young people. You want to provide them the educational opportunities. At the same time, you have to break a mindset that you are not a victim. Because right. I believe if you look at yourself as, I'm in control here and here are my opportunities, that's when young people flourish.
Well, and also that's why you can't create dependency on them either. The reason I want people to work is not because I'm mean. If they can work, they can, it's because God made us to be productive. And your self-image is better when you're working, thinking of somebody else versus, binge watching Netflix and eating Cheetos.
That's still a funny line.
It is. I just read a study that I think they tried it out in California. Maybe it was Oakland. Forgive me for getting into the details, but it was they gave universal basic income like $1,000 or $1,500 a month for the last few years, and the people that received it actually regressed. The people that didn't were presented with opportunities that actually, improved their situations.
Of course,
and I think that's what you're talking about.
Oh, absolutely. And that, I want to. The best way to solve the Medicaid problem is not have to be on Medicaid and have a job that pays better and better insurance, all those kind of things. It's just in your best interest. I mean, you would not tell your child, "Let me give you everything." I mean, you can't be a helicopter parent and give them everything in the world and make them dependent on you. That's not in their best interest. What's in their best interest is to, when they're younger, let them fail and learn when it's not as big a deal. Don't, let them fail some. There's a lot of things you'll tell your kids, okay, I know this is not going to work out, but lessons are better caught than taught sometimes.
You've talked about in your ads about the economics of Georgia and leading an economic boom in this state. Mm-hmm. I get the impression that you're just very confident in it because of your business background. What are you looking at where you just say, man, give me the controls, I'm going to lead this, and we're going to prosper here in the state?
Well, I mean, I think certainly that. Now, I'll tell you what my biggest surprise for me that I did not know. Our sheriffs are put in an impossible situation. They're becoming mental health facilities, and that's ridiculous. They are not equipped to do that. Down in Perry, Georgia, the sheriff there with about 500 beds said that 200 people were waiting 9 months to get a mental evaluation. And then some of them, they have to take care of them, feed them, to give them all their medicines and all that. And then they can get sued because they didn't give them the right medicine. Well, they're not a mental health facility. We got to solve that. That's an issue that nobody knows about, but we have to solve that issue. And so expanding mental health on many fronts, that's what's causing homelessness, it's causing drug problems and all that kind of stuff. Those are kind of big problems that nobody knows about that need to get done. I can assure you ask a sheriff about what his issues are in mental health, and he's going to tell you it's one of the top 3 problems he's got.
Final thought here. For folks listening, not made up their mind, even though early voting has started, as we wrap up, talk to them. Tell them why they need to get out and vote for you.
Look, if you want an outside business person that's not a politician, is not going to just make statements, and anybody that's ever dealt with me will tell you that my word is better than any contract you'll ever get. So I'm never going to promise you that I'm going to do something without doing it or die trying. And so I would really appreciate your vote if you're tired of the political nonsense and you would like something more logical. And then, by the way, what's really important, you need to go vote for Tug and Los because
we're running for Mornings here.
They got this big voting sign here, and I'm just looking at it, and I'm like, man, we got to get these guys in.
That's exactly right. We will be here for you every morning.
I'll endorse you guys.
I
want to be your first endorsement.
Let's go, and you are.
Here we go.
There we go. I feel like we've won the day with Rick Jackson here on the Morning Xtra on Extra 106.3. It's fun to spend time with you, Rick. It's fun to learn about you, and I hope people have taken away, the things that you feel are important, and that they go to the voting booth with that in mind. So we wish you continued success.
Thank you for having me on.
You're always welcome.
I look forward to coming back after the election.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, Rick Jackson. Asking for your vote this morning on the Morning Xtra at Extra 106.3. When we come back, we've got so much to get into because if
boards coming up,
we got the Talk Master coming up at 8:25, and then if Kamala Harris runs, the Democrats are in so much trouble. And you know who's telling you that? Them. Next on the Morning Xtra.
Start your day with Tug and Los on the Morning Xtra from 6 to 10. Then it's Glenn Beck, Clay and Buck at noon, and the Kimmer Show on your ride home from 3 to 6. And hang out every night for Jesse Kelly at 6 and Jimmy Fela at 9. And stream it all live in crystal clear HD on the Extra 106.3 app.
Join Daniel Matalon, CEO of A Second Chance Bail Bonds, and co-host Tug Cowart as they bring together law enforcement, justice insiders, and voices from every part of the justice system, victims, advocates, and people who've turned their lives around. It's not PR, it's not fluff. It's an honest talk about what's working, what's broken, and how to build a better path forward, one second chance at a time. This week's guest is Georgia State Representative Martin Montahan. Justice Unfiltered. Unfiltered, informed, and unbiased.
So you got into an argument. Things got heated. Then a fight broke out, and it landed you in jail. Now what? you need A Second Chance bail bonds. They can get you or your loved one out of jail quickly, in most cases, in a few hours. So make the right call. A Second Chance bail bonds. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call 404-BAIL-OUT. That's 404-BAIL-OUT or online at atlbail.com.
Atlanta, it's Mark from the Safe House. The legacy of Joe Biden lives. His open border policy let millions of illegal criminals stream into our country. We continue to have customers visit the showroom and report that they have been victims of break-ins and lost their hard-earned and irreplaceable items. So don't be a victim. Drive by the Safe House showroom and see what real security looks like. Picture yourself placing your valuables in a Fort Knox safe. Now that's real protection for your priceless valuables. Drop by the showroom or go to AtlantaSafeHouse.com.
I'm Patrick Brown, former Army Ranger in the United States Army. Like many service members, I had to make difficult choices when leaving the military, and the most challenging thing was finding purpose in a new phase of life. Housing, employment, education, way too many decisions and no idea where to start. That was until I met the Warrior Alliance. They made it simple. They listened and quickly connected me to the services I needed. And like a trusted friend, they even followed up to make sure I was squared away. Change a veteran's life today by donating at thewarrioralliance.org. Helping warriors navigate to success after service.
Let's be honest. All cars and all car dealerships are not created equally. So when you're buying a new Toyota, you're not buying a vehicle, you're protecting a major investment. That's why where you buy matters. For over 50 years, Marietta Toyota served our community with the reputation built on straight answers, real accountability, and doing business the right way, proudly here since 1975. They have realized since day one that giving the customer the best deal possible, more car than they thought they were going to get inside their budget, that's how you keep people coming back. Here's the difference you won't hear everywhere. Every new Toyota comes with our nationwide lifetime powertrain warranty. That's valid for unlimited time and unlimited mileage as long as you own your Toyota. That's long-term confidence backed by Toyota quality and, of course, supported by Marietta Toyota, a dealership that will be here after the sale with service and genuine Toyota parts on Cobb Parkway South. Visit Marietta Toyota on Cobb Parkway South, about 3 miles north of Truist Park. MariettaToyota.com. Visit Marietta Toyota. We've been here and we'll be here for you.
Nationwide lifetime powertrain warranty included with every new Toyota purchase. See dealer for coverage details, exclusions, and requirements. The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
It's Tuesday, June 9th, and here are your headlines. Los Angeles City Councilwoman Nithya Raman has advanced to a November runoff against current incumbent Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass. The result eliminates Republican and former reality TV star Spencer Pratt, who finished third in the nationally watched race. Authorities have arrested a suspect accused of shooting and injuring a man aboard a MARTA train at the Midtown station. Investigators say Anthony Gresham was taken into custody in Douglas County after a multi-agency manhunt involving local law enforcement with the FBI and the Georgia State Patrol. And finally, early voting is now underway statewide ahead of Georgia's June 16th primary runoff election. Voters will decide several key races, including Republican runoffs for governor, lieutenant governor, secretary of state, and U.S. Senate. In case you missed Rick Jackson, he just left the studio with Tug and Los. You can hear all that on the Xtra 106.3 YouTube or on the Xtra 106.3 app. Coming up next, the Talkmaster, Neil Bortz, will join Tug and Los. Today's weather will feature more rain and thunderstorms with a high of 82 and a low of 69. The Xtra 106.3 headlines, I'm Bryce Gobert.
Goodness! I have been ready to talk to Neil Bortz all stinking day. Now I get to. Neil, what is up? How are you, sir?
What the hell do you mean all day?
All day. I mean,
it's only 5:30.
Well, maybe for you.
All day. As soon as I finish with you two reprobates, I'm going back to bed.
Oh no! Well, look here. To be honest, if I were you, I wouldn't have gotten up for us.
And thanks a lot for, letting me follow a dog act. You never follow a dog act.
This is true. You just had a man who's been running for governor in the state, and then we're like, and now Neil Bortz.
But I got to tell you, people know you and love you. Probably have you been keeping up with this Georgia election race and all this governor's race and all?
Yeah, a little bit. Not much.
Not much. Yeah, I mean, you live in Florida. I assume not.
I'm such a cynic. I really am getting to be a cynic. Rick Jackson aside, who the hell, what kind of an accomplished, intelligent person is going to say, you know what, I'm tired of being a success in business. I'm tired of, I'm just going to get into politics. What? I'm such a cynic about this. I really am. I know this is not a universal truth by any means, but to cynical old Neil, it's, they just want power. What they're going to do with it, who knows? They're just looking for power.
This has been the interesting thing to me, Neil, as we're joined by the Talkmaster Neil Bortz right here on the Morning Extra. The people that have come through this studio, the ones that have really jumped out to us, always seem to come from a successful business background. Like, they didn't need to go into politics. They decided, obviously, to go into politics. But it's not like they are coming from a place of, I've been a community organizer, and this was just the next step.
Well, I like your attitude, but I'm still a cynic. I get to be a cynic. At 81 years old, I get to be a cynic.
That's exactly right. I
get to be a lot of things at 81 years old. Incontinent.
Good morning.
Cranky.
Yeah, right. Absolutely.
I have a T-shirt. It says, "Please excuse my crankiness. I'm going through my terrible 80s."
Not the terrible 2s, but the terrible 80s. I love it.
By the way, I'm so glad the Knicks got their ass kicked last night.
Thank you. Yes, I enjoyed it as well. Maybe too much.
I'm so tired of that stupid New York Knicks dog and pony show and all of those celebrities going to the basketball game. Come on, give me a break. Every 24 seconds, 10 people jump straight up in the air. That's basketball.
Well, I mean, but you can still enjoy it because that was fun to watch the Knicks lose.
I haven't enjoyed it since I watched Pete Maravich play.
We're going back.
Man, that is a day or two. Hall of Famer Pistol Pete Maravich.
Neither one of you have ever seen Pete Maravich play.
Oh, I know. I didn't get to see him play, but I certainly know who he is, and I've seen his jersey in the rafters.
I just know that when he matched up with Larry Bird, Pistol Pete said, "Okay, that's about enough now. Like, I'm done playing basketball."
Another one died too soon.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's a talented
besides, I've been so busy reading Jill Biden's book.
Have you been? Are you actually into that thing? I was about to say, I'm shocked.
I would get more out of reading a roll of toilet paper.
What is that? I got one of these books. It's like Uncle John's, book of facts, toilet book of facts or something. You just take it. It's just something to read while you're in there doing your business.
Well, somebody is very, very clever. How clever?
Yeah, absolutely.
So clever.
Made a bunch of money.
Gave me a roll of toilet paper with Barack Obama's picture on every square.
I'm surprised somebody hadn't made that, just to be honest.
No, they have.
Oh, they have? Okay, well, see, there you go. Entrepreneurs everywhere.
Well, yeah. And I'm supposed, there's so much stupidity out there. These Democrat voters, they're voting for socialists right and left. And they're just so tired of meritocracy, of achievement. I'm not going to vote for anybody who has achieved anything. I want to vote for people like me who haven't achieved squat in their lives. And then this Plattner guy up in the billionaires shouldn't exist. Now, when you have a politician saying billionaires should not exist, what's the next step? We're going to do something about billionaires. We're going to make sure they don't exist anymore. Now, there's a couple of ways you can do that. You can just kill them. Or you can just seize everything that they've worked hard to build.
Yeah.
I mean, what's your solution, butt wipe, if you think that billionaires should not exist? Hey, AOC, you bartender, what do you mean billionaires shouldn't exist? What do we do with them? You say they shouldn't exist. What's your plan? How are you going to get rid of billionaires?
Just take their money. I mean, that's the socialist way, isn't it?
Well,
that's what they do.
But it used to be millionaires.
Yeah, now it's
Bernie Sanders.
Because they're all millionaires.
Once Bernie Sanders got to $1 million, he's like, no, it's the billionaires. It's the billionaires' problem.
Yeah, exactly. And then once they've done something about the billionaires, then they'll take a step down and do something about the millionaires, and they shouldn't exist either.
Yeah, I saw the mayor of Seattle saying that they're going to have I think a 10% tax on anybody that makes above $1 million. And
that woman is retarded.
She is.
Oh, she really? You can't
mess.
You can't say retarded.
Oh, I just did.
I think he did.
No, what you can't say is tard.
Okay, just
okay. Get that one in.
The slang of the slang. I love it. No, but she said she wasn't concerned at all about millionaires leaving the city, and I was like, Just wait. Kathy Hochul said the same thing, and then she went hat in hand. Y'all, please come back. We need your tax dollars.
The COVID governor of New York, the accidental governor of New York, the great mistake. And now she claims legitimacy because of the stupidity of the governor that she was working under. It's politics, just absolutely amazing. Just amazing. And socialists are winning. Anti-meritocracy is the going theme now for the left. And I'm also enjoying how soon before the World Cup actually arrives in Atlanta?
Oh, what are we, 10 days out?
I think that sounds right. Yeah.
You know, if you just go pull Bill Campbell out of his hole in the ground, he still had, you can still give him a chance to screw the entire city over again.
June 15th, by the way. So, yeah, we're
6 days. 6 days. There you go.
Oh, and they're worried about his MARTA safe. Do you know
it's not, apparently.
It's not.
The MARTA rail, okay, has a criminal incident rate 5 times the national average. 5 times the national average.
Well, don't you understand, Neil? That's because of a lack of Republican funding. That's what I've been told.
Oh, yeah.
Not that it's handled at the local level.
Yeah, no, not at all.
5 times.
And
I'll never, it still amazes me to this day, and nobody really seemed to care, that, back in my day, when we were using hand-cranked generators to get our signal out over the air, MARTA actually installed as the CEO, I mean, the chairman of the board of directors of MARTA. Listen to this, people. This is the kind of people this is who you're dealing with on the question about whether or not MARTA is safe. To be the chairman of the MARTA board of directors, they selected a career welfare recipient who was living in government welfare housing and had never held a meanoful job her entire life.
Seems like a good call there. I bet everything went really well.
So now we're expecting out of a body that can make decisions like that, we're expecting brilliance. We're expecting safety on the rails. I don't know at what point during my Atlanta residency that Donna and I just decided, that's it. No more MARTA. When we lived up in Dumpwoody, it was very convenient to go to that North Station in Sandy Springs Station and go to the airport. Very convenient. And at some point, nope, not going to do that anymore. You think TSA is bad? Try to get through MARTA and the stabbers and what was really difficult about going to the airport on MARTA is that you could carry a gun on MARTA, but what the hell do you do with it at the airport?
Right? Yeah, you're not allowed to. So,
for everyone that gets upset when the MARTA line doesn't go to, let's say, Tug's neighborhood of Alpharetta.
That's because the folks at Alpharetta don't want it.
Exactly. It's like they're like, well, you just don't want our people coming up there. I'm like, yes, that's exactly the reason. I don't want anyone who's riding MARTA to have access to the area that I live in at all.
They had to put lockers at the airport. At the MARTA station, lockers, just small little lockers that you can put your gun in there and lock it away until you come back. Then you can get your gun back before you get on MARTA again.
There you go. See, you've got a plan, Neil. You got that entrepreneurial spirit. You need to invest in some lockers down there.
I got all sorts of plans.
Oh, really? Well, do tell. What else do you have, including lockers at the airport?
No, make me king.
Okay, that's right.
He'll be benevolent. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
He won't overuse his authority or power by no means.
Number one, the hell with the jury. Grab Carmelo Anthony by the back of his shirt and haul him off and throw him in jail.
Sounds like it's where it's going.
The defense called a witness that said that Carmelo Anthony was guilty. I mean, the defense, their witness said this. This is not going well for them.
There's going to be riots.
Yeah, probably so.
And that's why I'm curious if there is a plea deal and he just pleads guilty at this late point, because otherwise that young man is going away for it's a life sentence, but with parole after 30 years, he's going to get the full amount.
One question, it just occurred to me. I don't know the answer to this. Was he raised with a father in his household?
Yes, although part of the discussion has been that they left a violent area of Louisiana and brought the violence with them to Texas.
Louisiana is actually one of my favorite states.
Oh, listen, I love visiting.
I've never been.
I don't need to live there.
I will not eat mud bugs.
Yeah, I know you
Those
said that.
people are crazy.
Now, I'll eat that, but...
Are you? Do you bite their heads off?
Crawfish are kind of good.
They're pretty tasty.
They're tasty.
And I like scrimp, too. And I like...
What's that?
I was just saying it. I was just being silly just to see if you'd pick up on shrimp. I like shrimp, too.
Lobster's yummy.
Lobster, I love lobster. I love crab legs. I like it all. All those things
we try
that you
and
won't
draw
eat.
Neil off sides.
And I did it with scrimp.
We have a restaurant at home in Naples, and I'm only thousands of miles away right now. But, looking out the front, if you ever look at me on Facebook, you'll see the picture out the front of the Bortz bus right now.
Oh,
a par 3 golf course, a lake. It's all,
You can't hide money. Just bragging this morning.
It's a big place, so I can say where I am, and you can't find me. But the Queen and I and the Bortz bus are in Palm Springs.
Neil, this is probably the most random, non-important question I think I've ever asked you, but being where y'all live, do you and the Queen eat a lot of seafood? Because, you got it right there.
No, I don't eat seafood. She does. I don't.
Okay.
I'm a super taster.
Yeah, I know that. I'm just kind of curious about that.
Hey, that's a real thing, pal.
No, I agree. Typically, the super tasters also have an incredible sense of smell.
Yeah, everything around me, I've got these little, I like the air aerosol. Oh, it smells like Christmas all the time. But anyway, I have very dense taste buds, so people who eat seafood can't taste it.
Well, I guess I don't because I love it.
That's the only way they'd eat that crap.
Because I love it. I'm looking at that picture.
like your scrimp.
Yeah.
You know what they eat?
Yeah, they eat crap.
Shrimp, lobster, all of it. They eat whatever floats to the bottom.
Yeah, I know.
Now, what floats to the bottom?
Usually the poop.
Fish poop. That's what we have a restaurant in I love a good corn chowder. I really do.
Okay.
But this restaurant, for some reason, known but to God, has decided that in their corn chowder they need to put shrimp.
That doesn't sound bad to me, Neil. That actually sounds really good.
It kind of sounds like a gift.
Yeah, right. I'm going to throw this in, and then you find it, and you're like, oh, my God, I didn't expect this is great.
In New England, they used to feed lobster to prisoners, and there were protests and maybe even riots. Prisoners saying enough of this damn lobster stuff. Well, it's not fit for human consumption by anybody else, so we're going to keep feeding it to you. Well, it's like in Hawaii. I don't know what it's like in Hawaii now, but when I lived there, they grew avocados.
Okay.
To feed to pigs.
They fed avocados.
Well, they treated the pigs right.
Man, no kidding, man. And that's expensive, too, these days.
Yeah.
Do you like avocado?
I do, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
You don't like avocados either, Neil?
No, I don't.
What do you do? Do you eat Captain Crunch? Like, what is it that you eat?
Oh, yeah. I'll eat it out of the box.
Oh, man. I love avocado.
And I told you a couple of weeks ago, either I told you or I told Kimber, Don and I have spent time in New Mexico. We spent time in Arizona. We're in Southern California right now, land of fruits and nuts. But I have not found one. In fact, the other night here, we ate at a Mexican restaurant, and boy, did I pay for that yesterday.
Oh, no. Wow. Did you have Double Dragon?
Was it the cheese?
I don't know what it was.
But was it Double Dragon? That's the question.
Thank God the Bortz bus has two fanny washing toilets, and I had to position myself between them.
Hold up.
You can't hide money.
Dude, that's the truth. Neil's talking about 2 fanny washers. Goodness, most people don't have one in their real house.
Oh, boy, do they. They just don't know what they're missing.
You got 2 bidets on the Bortz bus.
We have one. I don't like it.
Yes,
I don't have one at home.
One for guests and the other one in the full bath at the back end, with the shower and all that kind of stuff.
Wow, dude. I got to go on the Boards bus. Holy smokes.
Keep trying to bring up college football games and all this sort of stuff.
Win, Neil Boards, win.
Am I so over college football?
Well, to
college
anything.
Baseball, whatever.
Let's go to Omaha.
You know, this NIL nonsense. Do you know that we have high school freshmen who work hard on their CRIP courses to graduate early so that they can get that NIL money.
Yeah.
And they have the NIL hundreds of thousands of dollars in their pockets before they even graduate from high school. And, as it goes with the typical jock mentality, they've got to spend it on showing everybody how fancy they are. So some of them are spending $80,000 just on their high school prom.
80 grand?
80 grand.
Who? I mean, well, no family with, unless, if you're of that means, I guess you can, but I don't know I don't know a soul that's spending that kind of money on their prom. I'd be made fun of because
NIL money. They're already professional athletes, and they haven't even graduated. I tell you what, if I'm going to spend $80,000 on a prom, I'm going to score before that night is over.
That's right. That's right. It's a down payment on success.
Oh, look at here now. You ain't supposed to talk like that.
Oh, smoking is down among adults.
Yeah. Drinking too.
That's good. That's good. Go with the Schedule 1 stuff, folks. It's a lot better. But smoking is down. But I used to say and I did this, do you two ever do anything is going to tick people off, and that's why you do it?
I try to go the exact opposite way, if I'm being completely honest.
Yeah, around my house.
No. Boy, I enjoyed it. And I'd go out there and say, it's prom time. I say, okay, guys, especially you fathers out there, I just want you to know something. If your daughter is a smoker, when she goes, but she goes to that high school prom, and then she comes home, and it was a lot of fun, Dad, a lot of fun. And she takes off her dress and her shoes and gets in the bed. It'll be the second time she's done that
Neil
tonight.
Boards, my heavens. You're not supposed to say that.
I got 2 daughters, Neil. Come on now.
Do they smoke?
No.
Thank goodness. Okay. So he's in the clear.
It only applies to the ones that smoke.
Okay.
Good Lord.
And it is a guarantee.
I got to tell you, man, I've heard that my whole life. I've heard it my whole life. So
if she smokes, she what?
I'm not saying, but I know what you mean. I'm not going to say it, Neil, 4 times. You cannot lure me. You can't convince me to say it, but I know what you're talking about.
Well, that's because D squared can get to you.
He expects better out of me, and I expect better out of me.
Boy, I'm glad he doesn't expect any better out of me.
No, me too. I think he hired you because you got to be the balance, right? the wild man and
I think he felt sorry for me.
Nah, I don't know about that. I think he saw a great opportunity and it's
I think
worked
he
out for
said,
everybody.
hey, I have this really sweet guy, Tug. Why don't I match him up with Neil, who will tell you about what happens on prom night when your daughter smokes?
Well, some of these fathers need a little wake-up call about their virginal daughters.
Oh, my heavens. It's so bad, and so funny and amazing. Neil, I saw the pictures out the front of the Bortz bus as we wrap up here. You've got to invite Los at some point.
You mean
surely.
The picture through the windshield?
Yes, it looks amazing.
That's what I'm looking at right now.
I know. That's amazing. And guess where I'm...
You see all that water out there?
Yeah, absolutely.
There's a little par 3 golf course winding all through this thing.
Yeah. Am I seeing palm trees too?
It's deadly. It is deadly. There's got to be 4 million golf balls in this water out there.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And it looks like a pool in front of you.
Yeah, we have our own private pool.
It's at your camper site. I love that. And out in front looks like some maybe some horseshoes. Is that like a horseshoe pit? Didn't I see out there and next to the pool?
No, that's actually a pit. Yes, it's where the pool machinery is.
Oh, got it. Okay,
it's covered by sort of a grate out there.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because there's also a hot tub. You might not have seen that.
No, I don't get to see it all, Neil. I only get what you shared.
What's more impressive, the hot tub or the double bidet?
The double bidet.
The guest bidet.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly.
Because
I can't. I tell you what, the Queen and I And the Queen runs this show, okay?
Yes,
she
sir.
does.
Yes, sir, no doubt.
And her seat up front is actually higher than mine.
Oh, okay.
So she sits up higher than mine by, I guess, maybe 2 feet, and she's scanning the traffic ahead. I always know what's happening with the traffic.
You got
ahead.
a good co-pilot, sound like.
She's excellent. The best. She says, "I'm going to go back and take a nap." Oh, you are? Then I'm pulling over.
There you go. I like it. That's a team there.
But anyway, it is a little warm here. I'm going to look and see what is the high temperature today in Bortzland. It's 68 degrees. That's this whole thing about the dry heat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't care how hot it's going to get, but if it's it'll be up to 105 degrees here today.
Oh, that's my kind of place. I love the heat. Give it to me all day.
But then, as soon as the sun dips below the horizon, it gets so comfortable out there.
Yeah.
And, there's, and it's the hell with the bathing suit. You just jump in the swimming pool out here.
Okay, Neil, all right. I think we can wrap there. Naked Neil jumping in. I love it. All right.
I don't know. There might be somebody around here with a fancy set of binoculars, but I haven't seen them.
Okay, well, look.
That and a purple loofah.
Yeah, exactly. We know. You've already told us about the loofah.
The one thing I just absolutely refuse to engage in pickleball.
Oh, well, see, I like pickleball. I'm going to be a national
I'm with you,
champion.
Neil. I won't take part in it.
I'm going to be a national
champion. I will not get involved.
No.
I'm going to be a national
pickleball. That's... there's not enough Botox to make pickleball players look good. Not enough.
No, I'm with you. I agree, and that part I can understand and I can agree with. There you go.
So many other things happening. Did you read this morning that they've got United Nations employees now who they have discovered were actively participating and aiding and abetting the October 7th attacks on Israel?
Oh, my God.
UN
It's not surprising at all. The UN is the most corrupt organization in the world other than NATO, and the United States needs to be out of both of them.
You need an international organization, a body, something like that. But the membership ought to be limited to countries with elected governments, not appointed or and that recognize basic human rights not only for favored countries but everybody. The United Nations has been anti-American since the very day it was formed.
Absolutely right.
You tell people this. You tell people, do you know that when the United Nations was formed, that in the General Assembly, the Soviet Union got 3 votes, but the U.S. only got 1? Do you know that? And they'll look at you with this blank look on their face, and they say, please don't ask me how many states there are now, because I don't know that either.
And the United Nations just put Iran on the Human Rights Committee. Just silly stuff that's nonsensical that nobody believes. Anybody looking at that knows it's ignorant and it shouldn't happen.
Why in the hell do we let them stay in New York? The United Nations ought to be headquartered in I don't know, Gaza.
Yeah, so let them have all of it, because I want no part of it, and I don't want our money going there. I'm tired of paying for it. All of that crap is it's such a waste of time, Neil. It's so pointless, and I'm tired of it. And I don't know that. Look, I don't know that we'll ever come out, but at least they're talking about taking us out of NATO. I've seen Donald Trump talk about that. I've seen Marco Rubio talk about that. That would be a good first step, if you ask me.
They failed to live up to their number one directive. They have cost us money and done nothing for us.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. And I'm about sick and tired of it. But, hey, what are your thoughts as we get ready to wrap here in the next couple minutes? What are your thoughts on the robbery that's happened in California?
It's California, man.
I told Tug the same thing. I was like, what else did we expect?
Yeah, no, I knew.
And Tug was telling his friends over the weekend, he's like, here's what's going to happen to Spencer Pratt. And they're like, no, he's fine. He's in second place, Tug.
No.
You'll see.
No.
But
no. I mean, there's a cartoon in the New York Post today. It's this guy counting votes, and he goes, 3,562, 3,005. 564. Wait, was that 3,563? Oh, crap. I got to start all over again.
And there ain't nobody counting. There ain't nobody counting out there. All they're doing is saying, oh, we got 43,000 votes. And guess what? We have 43,000 homeless people. That's where it all came from. Now the third place person is in second place. Done. It's so easy.
Across the country in blue states, you have voters who are voting against merit, against their anti-achievement.
Yep.
They just want the government room to tomb security provided by the government and paid for by these billionaires we want to kill.
Unbelievable. It is. I say that word every day. I feel like it's become a crutch. Unbelievable, because it is.
You know the difference between you and me? I'm 81. You're not. I'm not going to have to put up with it for a hell of a lot longer.
Well, we hope to keep you around as long as we can, you know? Let's not get crazy, you know?
Well, sooner or later, I'm going to tell Donna, I'm staying in bed. Those guys are on their own.
Well, we'll cherish every moment we have until you get to that point, Neil. Thank you.
That's where I'm going right now. It's 5:53 a.m. In Palm Springs, California. Good night, guys.
Lucky duck. Neil Mort's the Talkmaster on Extra 106.3. When we come back, get ready for another Summer of Love 2.0. And the Democrats have said that Kamala Harris is a bad choice. Next on Extra.
Good morning, it's Los. Let's talk about Howard Brothers and Exmark. When professionals need serious mowing power, they turn to Exmark mowers. That's what they do, and they turn to Howard Brothers. It's built for durability, comfort, and that signature Exmark cut. Exmark mowers are made to perform all season long. So if you're growing your business, or maybe you're just tackling the lawn this summer, Exmark. That's what delivers the performance that the pros trust and the homeowners trust. Head over to Howard Brothers and see why these mowers stand above the rest. The grass is always greener when you take care of it with Exmark and with Howard Brothers.
On the fence about a fence? Hi, this is Jared with Accent Fence. Make the right choice and call Accent Fence. Whether it's wood, aluminum, vinyl, composite, steel, or chain link, Accent Fence can build you the perfect fence for your home. And with no money down financing available, now is the time to get your new fence. Explore fence options and read all of our 5-star Google reviews at accentfence.net. Then call and set up your free in-home consultation at 770-995-7463. For a fence that lasts, visit accentfence.net.
You know what you get back when you call the Trusted Toolbox? You get your time back, you get your family back, and you get your house back. No more spending weekends fixing loose doors, drywall cracks, or that list that never ends. With our handyman for a day, one skilled professional shows up, knocks out multiple repairs in one visit. Everything from drywall to ceiling fans changed out, painting, trim work, and so much more. Stop working on your house every weekend. Call the Trusted Toolbox, get your time back, and get it done right the first time. Book your appointment today at thetrustedtoolbox.com.
Send your Braves to Philly this summer for the 2026 MLB All-Star Game. All fans who vote for the Braves as their favorite club will receive an offer for 20% off tickets to a game at Truist Park June 7th through July 2nd. Make sure your Braves take over Philly for the Midsummer Classic. Visit Braves.com/vote to cast your ballot for Matt Olson, Michael Harris II, Drake Baldwin, and the rest of your favorite Braves. Atlanta Braves baseball. We are Braves country.
Hey, this is Los with David from Atlanta, who just purchased his new car with the Honest Car Guy, the new, fully transparent way to buy your next vehicle. David, tell us about your experience.
I had been looking for a vehicle for a couple months. The car buying process was a little challenging at first for me. I had some credit issues in the past, and I just happened to hear a familiar voice on the radio, and it happened to be on the Honest Car Guy ad. I got in touch with Tom. Within 2, maybe 3 days, I had a vehicle being shipped here from Orlando, Florida. I have already recommended him to family members, several friends, and I'll purchase a car from Tom when I make my next purchase for sure.
Friends, if you're in the market for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, get an honest car buy from the Honest Car Guy. You pay what we pay, plus an honest fee, and we back that up by giving you the bill of sale. That's our transparency guarantee. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME1, or visit honestcarguy.com.
If you like Brian Kemp, you're going to love Rick Jackson.
Rick Jackson's been a good supporter of mine. He's got a great story, and I've kind of felt like for really 2 years now that race is right. for political outsiders, especially somebody that could sell funds.
Rick Jackson, a conservative outsider who will make Georgia proud, just like Brian Kemp.
I'm Rick Jackson. Brian Kemp wins big for Georgia. Record jobs, teacher pay raises, and when Hollywood liberals tried to boycott Georgia, Kemp never backed down.
The conservative outsider, just like Kemp.
As governor, I'll slash property taxes and lead America in job creation. I'm Rick Jackson. Like Governor Kemp, I'll fight for Georgia and win big because that's what I've done my whole life.
Rick Jackson's been a good supporter of mine. He's got a great story.
Rick Jackson for Georgia. Paid for by Jackson for Governor, Inc.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Xtra 106.3.
Well, this election in Los Angeles is turning out to be quite a thing. They can't seem to get the votes counted. That will always cause a lot of questions. But if the voters of L.A. re-elect Karen Bass to be their mayor, they are going to get exactly what they deserve. More homeless encampments, more crime, maybe like San Francisco, more poop in the streets. Now, I've been somewhat curious about racially based voting. How many people in an election like this are going to automatically, pretty much, vote for the candidate of their own race? And yes, political scientists have been studying this. It's called racial voting, racial affinity voting, or racial block voting. Now, the basic finding is that people of all racial groups show a tendency to support candidates they perceive as representing their group, their race. But delving deeper into the research, black voters in the United States have tended to vote more cohesively as a group for black candidates than white voters for white candidates. In recent presidential elections, black voters have given 80 to 95% of their vote to the same candidate, and it wasn't the white one. So here's the easy answer to the question, are whites or blacks more anxious to vote their race? And the answer is, I don't think you'll be surprised that black voters have exhibited stronger racial group cohesion and voting behavior than white voters. So if Karen Bass is reelected mayor of Los Angeles in spite of her miserable failures at that job, you'll have somewhat of a hint as to why. Neil Bortz, Xtra 106.3.
2 weeks. I'm Chris Foster. Fox News. President Trump predicts we will declare total victory over Iran over the next 2 weeks and says Iran is willing to give us everything in negotiations. That was during a tele-rally for Republicans in South Carolina last night. Then here talking to reporters after attending Game 3 of the NBA Finals in New York.
We have ongoing negotiations in Iran and with Iran, and that hasn't stopped. And we could have at least an idea by 1 or 2 days from now.
That tele-rally was for South Carolina Senate candidate Lindsey Graham and gubernatorial candidate Pamela Yvette, Graham the incumbent, of course. There are also primaries today in North Dakota, Nevada, and Maine. Fox's Alex Hogan on the Senate race there.
Democrats are hoping to flip Republican Susan Collins' seat. The campaign potential challenger of Democrat Graham Plattner has been plagued by a series of scandals and accusations. They include the candidate's Nazi-style chest tattoo, which is now covered, claims of messaging women outside his marriage, and allegations from several women who say that they had been involved with him, describing the relationship as toxic and volatile.
Claims that Plattner calls politically motivated. Back to the Iran conflict. 2 crew members are rescued after a U.S. Army helicopter crashed near the Strait of Hormuz.
The AH-64 Apache came down while conducting nighttime patrols near the coast of Oman. The crew members were rescued within around 2 hours after the crash in an effort led by U.S. Naval Forces Central Command and the 82nd Airborne Division. They're said to be in a stable condition. President Trump last night told reporters that the pilots were fine and that a report would be issued today.
That's Fox's Jonathan Savage. The House is set to vote today on $70 billion in funding for immigration and customs enforcement that was approved by the Senate last week. Speaker Mike Johnson will need near perfect attendance and Republican unity to get it done. America's listening to Fox News.
If you want unlimited talk, text, and data on a crazy fast network, Big Wireless will sell it to you right now for as little as $70 a month. Or you can buy it from Pure Talk for half of that. I'm talking about unlimited talk, text, and unlimited data for just $34.99 a month. Stop paying the big guys twice what you need to. Dial pound 250, say my name. That's pound 250 micro to switch to Pure Talk, where the savings are truly unlimited.
Life is full of challenges, but you don't have to face them alone. At intouch.org, you'll find powerful sermons from Dr. Charles Stanley, daily devotionals, and resources designed to strengthen your faith and bring hope into your everyday life. Whether you're searching for encouragement, biblical wisdom, or practical guidance, intouch.org is here to help you grow closer to God's promises. Discover truth that speaks to your heart. Visit intouch.org today.
Streaming across Georgia on the Extra 106.3 app. This is WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. Extra 106.3.
Tug and Los until 10 on Extra 106.3. I can't believe it's 9 o'clock. This day's flown by.
Country music.
It's absolutely flown by. If you missed any of Rick Jackson, you can get that on the Extra 106.3 app. And after the show, you'll be able to get it on any of the podcast aggregators, whether Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Amazon, YouTube. It'll be available all over. I encourage you, if you've not made your choice yet for governor, go and listen to Rick Jackson's conversation from today. It will move the needle for you.
Give us 48 hours because we are going to be at an event tonight over in Alpharetta, and we are going to be joined by Burt Jones. I believe we're probably going to get a good 30 minutes there as well.
At least, yeah.
And we plan on airing that tomorrow. And so you will once again get to hear from the two finalists on the Republican side, and they're going to make their case for your vote. And with early voting starting, here's where you get a little bit of extra info.
And then Burt does want to come in and ask for your vote next week in person here in the studio. So you get a little chance to hear from him tonight if you go out to Alpharetta. Otherwise, you can stream it to the YouTube channel or the X channel at Extra 106.3.
What are you wearing, by the way? Not now. You're looking it over. I'm curious about tonight.
Got a question to ask.
What are you planning on wearing?
From Extra 106.
Let me tell you.
Hold on. Why don't you pose over on the side of the truck like you're a man's man voting for Kamala?
Yeah, that's right. Voting for
I'm just a rancher looking to vote for Kamala.
Twisted at the hip. Get out of here. No dude sits like that. As soon as we saw that ad, we're like, that's not a real dude. I don't know.
How
Just
dress?
Yeah.
Fake cowboy.
Yeah, that's exactly. And I'm going to sit like this the whole time with my hands crossed.
You're James Tallarico.
That's right.
Cowboy hat.
Tug Tallarico, sir.
Tug Tallarico.
No, I'll probably just wear.
No, you don't understand. I have lots of girlfriends.
And have for many years.
My girlfriend she's a model, but she lives out of state.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. Oh, my heavens.
I didn't need to do it with the voice, did I?
No, well, but
the voice made it.
Did it help it?
It's helped, yes. But it just brought it to life. It's,
okay, thank
It's just
you.
like, you have daughters that are in plays, and they're...
I'm used to it, yes.
That's right.
Sometimes you have to accentuate the character.
That's right. If you watch any movie or Broadway play, they overact intentionally because you're building that image.
I've only done one coworker wrong.
And which was that?
That was Hudson Mason.
What did you do to Hudson?
I treated him like Hodor from Game of Thrones.
What?
Hodor.
Hudson. We've talked about it before, too, but I remember.
So we would say that Hudson could only say his own name.
Well, he's a big dumb jock.
And depending on his excitement level.
Yeah. Hudson!
Hudson.
And then when he's really sad.
Hudson.
And then he was super happy like he was.
Hudson!
It's all, now the dude works for Chick-fil-A. He's got one of 5 jobs in the entire company.
Yeah.
And can you imagine when they offered him the job, he just was like, Hudson!
And they hired Hudson.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Good for you, Chick-fil-A.
You got a good one.
You done good.
Yeah, you did. No, we love Hudson. He's great.
Hudson!
But let me tell you.
I just loved it immediately where I was like, Hodor.
Doug, have you seen Game of Thrones?
Well, the first handful of episodes. I didn't enjoy it.
There's a character that is only, you find out later, is saying, hold the door. But it becomes Hodor.
No
And
way.
Wait, he's saying hold the door?
Yes.
I did not know that.
Well, that's what you find out later when they're telling him, because he saves them by holding the door.
Oh, my head.
And so...
Well, look there.
Wow.
Learn something new.
Learn something new, yeah. So, because it's his eventual fate, hold the door, which he's yelling, becomes just Hodor.
Which sounds like my family, the way my family talks in the mountains of North Georgia. That's not
because when
not that far off.
When he suffers it's like the illness, the aneurysm, and then all he can say from that point on in his life is Hodor.
Hodor, husband. That's right. I love it. Hudson's great, man. I got to work with him for 3 years, dude. We had so much fun.
Yeah.
He didn't, and you know this, he didn't grow up with cable in the house. So he just doesn't know about TV shows because he was never allowed to watch them.
Yeah, no, his family, very, very strict religious upbringing. And that's why Hudson, when he got away from it, had such a great time.
Yeah, George, let me tell you, he did. He had a good time. I remember when we were doing that show here on Extra before it was News and Talk, it was politics, and then, it was sports. And we did that show for 3 years, and the only thing he ever asked me not to talk about was drinking. He was
sure.
He was like, I don't want my mama to.
Because we would go out, and if he had a beer somewhere, he was like, hey, keep that.
Yeah, just if you don't mind.
And again, the rest of us were a bunch of lushes.
I know.
Hudson would have a beer and like an iced tea.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Such a good dude, man. And now they have
make up for what you just did.
Well, look, I think he'd forgive me. I think he would. He knows I love him.
You better text him or something.
He texted me the other day and said he went to the game, and it happened to be Pride Night, and he was like,
"Huh."
Of all things.
Hudson.
Yeah, exactly right.
It was Pride Night in Cincy whenever I went.
I know, right? That's funny. Huh. I told him about your experience, and he was like, oh, Lord. So, anyway. But a terrific dude that I just think the world of, and we text back and forth even to this day. What we didn't get a chance to do this morning, because we've been so busy, Rick Jackson came in. We had planned for 30 minutes, and he stayed for about 45. Such a terrific guy. I think a lot of him, and certainly not trying to sway the way anybody votes. I just want you to vote what you feel, and I hope that conversation gave you some insight that maybe you didn't have before, and it either pushed you to vote for him or pushed you the other way for a different candidate in Burt Jones. And, of course, we'll have time with Burt tonight. So try to give you that same opportunity to hear from Burt tomorrow and then next week in studio so you can make a good decision. But with early voting going on now, I know people are trying to make the decision. So we're trying to get them in here as fast as we can. But the one thing we've not gotten to is the Hank Williams Jr. tickets. He's coming to Amerisbank Amphitheater in Alpharetta on the 27th. Sun, Dinosaur. I love it. God, I love this song. Bo Cephas going to bring Sammy Kershaw and Wyatt McCubbin with him. Tickets are on sale at Ticketmaster.com, but we've got your tickets this morning on the Morning Extra for free. We'll take caller number 5.
And if you can name Tug's favorite dinosaur.
If you can name my favorite dinosaur, yes, that's right.
Brontosaurus.
Yes, easily.
Tugosaurus Rex.
That's right.
And Tugosaurus Rex.
That's right. Exactly right. Then tickets are yours, 404-741-1230, 404-741-1230. I'd planned to do like some sort of question or contest, but this day has been so upside down. I was just like, let's just give them away.
Velociraptor Tug.
That's right. Exactly. Was that the little ones that would run around and
they're actually, now, I take issue with Jurassic Park. They turn them into these like killing machines.
Yeah.
And yeah, they could, but they were the size of chickens.
That's right. Yeah.
But Jurassic Park made them much larger for the movie.
Yeah, I was trying to remember.
Velociraptor's like the size of chickens.
Is that the ones that look like they're about 3 feet tall when they're going through
taller? Yeah. Okay. And they attack in packs. Yeah, no, they were the size of chickens.
It's been so long since I've seen Jurassic Park. I kind of remember that a little bit. But, man, Jurassic Park, when it came out, though, was so legendary. Dude, I remember loving the very first Jurassic Park. I thought it was amazing. And at the time, the CGI that went along with it was so believable.
Oh, it was groundbreaking.
It
when
was?
the first
Yeah.
time you saw them. You're like,
oh, my gosh, this is unreal. 404-741-1230, the caller number 5 for those Bo Cephas tickets. It is so much fun. I want to go. It's the day after my son's birthday, so I want to go and see Bo Cephas with him.
That's the actual height of velociraptors,
Good
according to a
heavens.
man. They would come up to like your knee.
Yeah.
They were not these giant dinosaurs that Jurassic Park turned them into, and then made like a franchise of, hey, here's Chris Pratt, and he's the Velociraptor talker.
Yeah, whisperer.
Yeah, it's like they follow his orders. I'm like, they're the size of chickens.
They don't need to follow anybody's orders. Just shoo them away. Get on out of here. Like my grandpa used to do.
Yeah, it
when
actually
Petey the dog would come up on the porch.
It says what is now viewed as turkey size, much smaller than the large human height raptors depicted
Yeah.
in Jurassic Park.
Yeah.
Thank you, AI.
Well, AI is going to take over the world and probably.
Well, I knew that without AI. But
Yeah,
that's
that's right.
fine.
Well,
because I'm filled with useless knowledge.
Well, and you've seen the documentary Terminator 2.
That's right. I've seen that documentary.
It's really
I
fortunate.
saw Harry and the Hendersons when it
That's
comes to
right.
Bigfoot. I've
That's
seen
right.
all the documentaries.
Yeah, I've seen them all.
The movie Aliens.
We know.
Yeah.
And we know that you know. So hopefully everything will work out just fine and it won't kill us and won't take over, but it sure seems like it's trending that way. There was one company, I forget which one it was. I was reading about this yesterday. And they're like, maybe we should turn off all AI till we figure out how to control it because our new AI is uncontrollable. And I don't know if they did that. And I can't remember the actual name of it, so it's not going to matter. But did they do it just for some sort of publicity for their new AI, or did they really think that? That's the question that I have.
Can I tell you that the other thing that you talk about spending and doing what you're doing? I really enjoyed last night when I was watching the Spurs and Knicks to see all the celebrities on the court. There's a New York Post article on DJ Khaled.
Mm-hmm. DJ Khaled.
He spent all the time on his phone.
Boy, way to live in the moment there, DJ.
For like $100,000 ticket. Like,
and he was on the front row, too, wasn't
There were so many people that were buying these things. Like, look, there's Jimmy Johnson.
Yeah.
There were so many people that had these, but
And
they
he's
had
on
no
his-
interest in watching the game. Like, thank you. I need that.
It was just to be there and to be seen.
Yeah, that's all. Just to show everybody I got it.
And can.
Yeah. I love it.
No use for that, dude. I have no use for that. Those people. Hank Jr. would never do that.
Bo Cephas.
Bo Cephas would never do that. He would be like, you can take your basketball game, shove it where the sun don't shine. I can hear it now. He's like, I've fallen off a mountain and crushed my face before. That's the truth.
You're so very close to who we got a winner?
Yeah.
Yes, finally.
Laura, originally from Texas, moved here in the 90s. Never seen Bo Cephas, never seen Hank.
All right, Laura.
So she's going to. Absolutely. Right.
Sweet.
Yeah, it's going to be fun, man. All right.
I don't know a mean Laura in my life. I only know nice Lauras.
Yep, me too.
Yeah.
Me too. I'm married to one, as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
She's pretty A+.
That is not the name of a mean person.
No,
typically.
Lord, no.
Now, if you're Tiffany,
I've
this is what
heard.
we talked about.
I've heard.
Like even our
Could go
friend
either way.
Tiffany, she's been violent in the past, but she says if your name is Tiffany with an I, ooh.
It's bad news.
So she's like, that's a bad news.
Just make sure you're
woman.
talking about her boots.
Yes.
Boots.
I was like, nice
B-O-O-T-S.
boots.
Nice boots. You told that story yesterday.
She was like, oh, you were saying boots. I was
Yes.
like, yeah.
Can you imagine? I mean, like, it just be so out of character. Like,
Well, she walked away disgusted.
I know, but
and I was like, oh, that's weird.
Why wouldn't she give you the benefit of the doubt? I mean, she's known you for 15 years.
She just had a kid and was a little bit,
guess.
brains kind of out there.
Emotional a little bit. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. All right. Fair enough. Well, we love Tiffany, and she does a great job. So
And she's with a Y, by the way.
Tiffany with a Y.
If it was I might have gotten punched.
Has she slimmed back down? All right, here we go.
Why you gotta be that way?
Yeah, let's get to the first thing to know this morning.
They want you awake, informed, and ready to fight for the facts of the day in the land of the free. Now your sleepyhead nation needs your wake-up call. A mighty dose of reality coming in strong. Soon as the sun cracks the horizon so high. Man, we got the story, no time for a lie.
I'm Batman.
Put a boot in your
You have to appreciate the logic, Batman, because this is a wonderful piece of audio. This was at a rally, of all things, in Portland. You're like, well, hold on, a Graham Plattner rally in Portland? Well, the dude's having to go everywhere to raise money because I think there's going to be a certain point where Well, I don't think it's going to be that easy to get money in Maine any longer, given what he's dealing with. So one of the people that was in attendance interviews this one woman, and how I would describe her, maybe late 50s, early 60s, white lady, brunette-headed, just...
Looks like a regular lady.
Looks like a regular lady.
Average Jill.
And she's asked about Graham Plattner's tattoo. Now, the interviewer then asks her a follow-up from here. And I want you to go ahead and follow the bouncing ball of logic. This is every Aunt Peg that we talk about. This is Tug's relative. This is my uncle. These are the people that actually get a vote. Take a listen.
Totem Pope tattoo, the Nazi tattoo. How do you kind of...
Somebody said that they talked to somebody who had seen one of those or wore one of those, and it was silver, and it didn't even occur to him that it was the same thing. I think people are making as much of it as they can because they don't have a lot of substance around anything else. And if they did, we'd hear about it, believe me. They are trolling for dirt.
What if he has like a Israeli flag tattoo or something? Would that be a deal breaker?
For me?
Yeah.
Honestly, yeah.
That would be
Israeli? Yeah, because I don't support genocide, and he doesn't either. And that would show that he was being inconsistent. And he's been very consistent about that. Straight across the board.
So let me get this straight, Aunt Peg. If you have an Israeli flag tattoo, that immediately marks you off because of genocide. But not a Nazi tattoo!
That actually led to genocide. And was the markings of the guards at the point of the genocide.
Of actual genocide.
It's unreal, dude. How ignorant you can be.
How dumb must you be?
You are so ignorant. If you thought there's no logic in there. And then she started with, somebody told somebody. What? Well, okay. Boy, that's believable. Somebody told somebody, and now they're just digging for dirt. Get out of here, lady.
Again, if I happen to have a bad night, and for some reason, I don't have a tattoo, but if I was to get one, and it happened to be a Nazi tattoo, I would probably go, oh my God, what a mistake.
I gotta get this removed. I gotta get this removed.
Graham Plattner had it for 18 years.
And according to the Fluff New York Times article, he knew it.
He called it my Totenkopf.
That's an odd thing to call. That's an odd thing to say.
That's what his girlfriend said he would call it, as if it was lovingly. And she, the woman that's being interviewed, she's like, well, I would support that because that Israeli flag is genocide. The Nazis actually did genocide.
It actually happened.
They actually took ethnic groups and said, you gots to go. Not because, they vote differently than us, or, hey, they have a different view of politics in terms of whether or not we should have a different economic system than this one. No, they committed actual genocide based on what you look like.
It feels like there's some strong anti-Semitism on the left. And they don't even try to hide it, that I can tell.
Oh, what a wonderful piece of audio.
Dude, it's unreal. Morning Extra on Extra 1063. More when we come back.
Listen to the Morning Extra, The Kimmer Show, Neil Bortz, and all your favorite Extra 1063 personalities whenever you want with the all-new Extra app. It's anytime show replays, all your favorite podcasts, and the latest political news from across Georgia. Download the Extra 1063 app now for Apple or Android.
I like to be around good people. That's why I like working on this show. It's like why I like working here at Tiki Broadcasting. There's just good people around me. And because of the relationships here, I've been able to meet and become friends with Chuck from over at Central Heating and Air Conditioning. He is a good dude. Like, he's genuinely a good man. This is not me just pitching their service because I get paid to do it. I've become a friend of Chuck's. And I think if you were to ask him, he was like, yeah, Chuck's my friend. I've been to his house. He's a good man. He is really a leader when it comes to, I want to treat people the right way, and I want to do good for the community that I live in. How is he doing that, you ask? Central Heating and Air Conditioning bringing back the 6th annual Christmas in July, benefiting Skyland Trail here in Atlanta. Now through July, when you sign up for a maintenance agreement, Central Heating and Air Conditioning donates $10 to support mental health treatment and recovery. And, of course, it benefits you, too. Priority service, seasonal tune-ups, and fewer breakdowns when you need your system the most. The more agreements that we sign folks up for, the bigger the impact. So if you'd like to participate, call them today. 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com. Carrier warranty, carrier peace of mind come with it all. Central Heating and Air Conditioning delivers carrier comfort for the world we share.
For a lot of drivers, the question isn't, should I buy a Toyota? It's, where should I buy it? Because the dealership matters long after the paperwork is signed. My good friends at Marietta Toyota, well, they've built their reputation the right way. Trust, consistency, and of course, most importantly, taking care of the neighbors and customers for over 50 years, proudly serving the Marietta area since 1975. You get real selection, straightforward answers, and a team that respects your time. Here's the difference most dealerships don't include. Every new Toyota comes with our nationwide lifetime powertrain warranty. That's valid for unlimited time and unlimited mileage for as long as you own your Toyota. That's long-term confidence backed by Toyota quality and supported by a full team here after the sale with service and genuine Toyota parts on Cobb Parkway South. It's time for you to visit Marietta Toyota on Cobb Parkway South, about 3 miles north of Truist Park. Marietta Toyota. We've been here, and we'll be here for you.
Nationwide lifetime powertrain warranty included with every new Toyota purchase. See dealer for coverage details, exclusions, and requirements.
Opioids can start as a prescription for pain, but misuse can happen quickly, and addiction doesn't discriminate. It can affect anyone. Take medications only as prescribed. Never share them and store and dispose of them safely. If you or someone you love is struggling, help is available. Call or text 988 for the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. Prevention starts with awareness. Learn more at georgiaopioidhelp.org. Sponsored by the Georgia Opioid Crisis Abatement Trust.
Georgia Tech women's basketball season tickets for the 2026-27 season are on sale now.
Here's Moon with the loose ball. Forecourt to Albin, putting up a jumper. A long two is good as the buzzer sounds.
You don't want to miss a second of second-year head coach Karen Blair and the Yellow Jackets at McCamus Pavilion next season.
Posting up, muscling in strong, putting it up and good. She'll go to the line, hunting a three-point play.
Save your seat today at RamblinWreck.com/tickets. Sting 'em.
Personal safety is about so much more than just protection. It is about confidence, empowerment, and peace of mind. Byrna is the world's leader in less lethal personal defense, and right now Byrna is offering $100 off the very powerful and proven Byrna LE Gen 2 launcher. Now, so only while supplies last. The LE is the law enforcement launcher. It was engineered for police, and it is relied upon by law enforcement globally every single day. It's now available for the public to buy, giving families across America a very powerful way to protect yourself without using lethal force. The Byrna LE Gen 2. It fires powerful kinetic rounds and chemical irritant projectiles with an effective range of up to 60 feet, designed to help deter and de-escalate any threat. There's no background checks. There's no permits. It's legal in all 50 states. You're over 18, you can carry it. It's a Byrna, and it will ship directly to your door. Byrna will give you the confidence to feel prepared, the control to act from a distance, and the peace of mind that comes from having a less lethal option ready when it matters most. Visit Byrna, BYRNA.com, and secure yours now. That's Byrna.com.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
It's Tuesday, June 9th, and here are your headlines. Los Angeles City Councilwoman Nithya Raman is advanced to a November runoff against Mayor Karen Bass. The result eliminates Republican and former reality TV star Spencer Pratt, who finished third in the nationally watched race. Authorities have arrested a suspect accused of shooting and injuring a man aboard a MARTA train at Midtown Station. Investigators say Anthony Gresham was taken into custody in Douglas County after a multi-agency manhunt involving local law enforcement, the FBI, and the Georgia State Patrol. And finally, early voting is now underway statewide ahead of Georgia's June 16th primary runoff election. Voters will be deciding several key races, including Republican runoffs for governor, lieutenant governor, secretary of state, and U.S. Senate. Today's weather will feature more rain and thunderstorms with a high of 82 and a low of 69. Your Extra 106.3 headlines, I'm Bryce Gobert.
Tug and Los until 10 on Extra 106.3, joined by Georgia gubernatorial candidate Rick Jackson. How are you, sir? Good to see you this morning.
Great, Tug and Carlos. Great to be with you.
Man, I tell you, it's been, it feels like it's been forever since you were in, and it's not been that long, and we have so many people that call and ask so many questions. I think you're the most unknown, not because of anything. It's just you've never been in politics. It's not been what you've done. And I see so many people. I get texts during the show. I get social media messages during the show going, I don't know what to do.
Right.
I thought I knew which way I was going to go. I don't know what to do. What do you say to those people that maybe are like, I want to know more about Rick. I want to know, should I vote for Rick? What do you say to those people that are teetering on the fence?
Well, first of all, that I'm a conservative outsider business man, and I have not been a politician, which personally I think is actually good from that standpoint. And I'm not in it for myself. I'm not in it to make money. I don't. I'll listen to everybody, but I'm not going to take direction from special interest groups and so forth. I can afford to actually do the right thing, and the main reason I'm doing it is to have kingdom impact for 11 million Georgians and make a difference for people that don't have a voice. And because that's what I've been doing for the last 15, 20 years, is trying to do that. With the blessings I've been giving, it's God's money, and I'm trying to be a good steward and get a good return on that. And so that's what my focus is.
That was the message at church this past Sunday. That exact same thing. What you do with your work.
Yes.
What you do with the money that God. It's not yours. It's God's money. It's funny you say that because that was almost the exact message from church this past Sunday.
Rick Jackson is our guest right here on the Morning Extra. We have had Chris Carr in on a regular basis over the last several years, and we've talked to him about all the work he's done when it came to human trafficking, dealing with the drug issues here, dealing with the gang issues here. And so when he left the race and gave you the endorsement, how valuable was that to have somebody like that obviously were the opponent, but somebody who's done a lot of good work in the state to then endorse you on his way out?
Well, it was just very honoring, and Chris is a class public servant. He's been a politician for a long time, but he's never been in it for himself. He's always been, he comes out of the Johnny Isaacson School of Class, the old school from that standpoint. And I was just so honored by him doing that. And he didn't just send a statement. I mean, you'll see this morning he and his wife Joan did an ad for us, and I think you'll like it. But he is just one of the most amazing people. And, I also have John King as well as Bubba McDonald. These are three statewide elected officials that know what's going on, and they know my opponent, and they've endorsed me, and I really appreciate that.
I've noticed that everybody is now rallying to to Brian Kemp. Mm-hmm. I've even noticed your opponent using Brian Kemp as part of his campaign. And, I didn't know, because it seemed like there for a little while it was two camps, right? It was the Kemp camp and it was the Trump camp. Now that seems to be completely blended. How is that, when you look at that situation, why do you think that's happening?
Well, first of all, as I told Brian Kemp a few weeks ago, he has a conservative record in a state that Ronald Reagan would be jealous of. He's done a fantastic job, and I've always supported him. I saw up close and personal what he did during COVID. I think we ought to erect a monument to him just for that alone. And he led the United States in that, and he did it the right way. And what we did during COVID and saving lives and how he responded was just unbelievable. And he's been physically conservative. He cares about sex trafficking as well. He and his wife, Marty, are done a great job. He's been physically conservative in that, he has a reduction of taxes through evolution versus revolution. So nobody has managed the state better. And I'm going to build on that legacy. They just passed a great bill on literacy, which is a significant problem for Georgia, that we have 2/3 of our kids that can't read in third grade.
It's unreal.
And so they passed a bill, and I'm going to be leading on that out front. I'm going to make it a public goal and objective. We're going to get this done just like Mississippi did, because if Mississippi can do it, surely we can do it.
Rick Jackson is our guest right here on the Morning Extra. So I was at Cummings City Center. It was right after you first came through, and I had two of my friends, and I didn't know this about them as far as what they did professionally, and they both were bringing up that they're employees of yours, and they flat out told me, they're like, it's interesting that he's running for politics. They're like, we know he's amazing at business. And so how much has that been one of your selling points of saying, listen, I'm getting involved in politics, but I want to bring a business end to this in the same way that we're seeing right now in D.C.?
Oh, it's one of the top three major reasons. And I've seen up close what President Trump has done that the press never covers on this business. There's so many great business decisions they've made and so forth. And then, Rick Scott endorsed me last week. We had 600 people that we'd already scheduled last Monday for him. And when I met him in 2011, I was really impressed by two things. Number one, he did not let a lobbyist come in his office. The guy that introduced me could not come in there. Second, he was making 10, 20 calls a day to CEOs all over the country, trying to recruit them to Florida. I'm going to be the number one business developer of Georgia because we need to get good deals, we need to get the right deals, and we need to invest in our rural areas and all over the state here from that standpoint. So that takes a business mentality, and our farmers don't have a political problem. They got a business problem. And while I told them that I didn't grow tomatoes and corn in the projects, I never knew that. But I know a business. And so from that standpoint, I have some fabulous solutions to things that will really, really help our rural areas outside of Atlanta.
Our guest is Rick Jackson. He's running for governor of the state of Georgia, asking for your vote this morning on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. Early voting has already begun, so if you're thinking about who you need to vote for, listen to the rest of this interview and this discussion, because I want to ask you about just the politics of it all. We were, before we got on the air, we're talking about how the city of Chicago is going to lose the Bears. And it all comes down to politics, and it's dirty, and people, trying to make money on the back end through the government. It's as filthy as it can be. How do you take politics out of government? Because it seems like it pops up everywhere, and people make sometimes bad decisions and lose football teams because of politics. How do you take that out as a business guy? How do you get rid of that?
Well, I built without anybody's money, starting in 2000, built a business that went up to $3 billion. And the way you do that, you create vision and communication and win-win relationships. Here's what I'm finding. I've had over 110 meetings and met thousands of people. I'm the last one to leave at every event. I'll talk to everybody until they're ready to leave. And we actually build in extra hours just to make sure. But, from that standpoint, I have so many times I'll be asked a question. I say, you're not going to like my answer, but here it is. And I give both sides of the issue and explain why I believe what I believe. And these people will have an open mind by that. What they don't want is a bumper sticker, just a political comment that makes a statement that doesn't make a difference, and just take a position. Put on your jersey, I'll put on my jersey, and all that kind of stuff. I just think if you talk about problems in a rational way and communicate just like you would with a customer, you're trying to sell them something, you're trying to get a big contract. Well, how do you do that? Well, you got to come up with logical reasons that is in their best interest in order for you to sell. And so I think you can sanitize politics, political statements to get down to, let's talk about real issues and how do we solve them.
Candidate for Governor Rick Jackson is our guest right here on the Morning Extra. Georgia's such a unique place because we can be a tech hub. We have obviously Georgia and Georgia Tech. We have such amazing institutions of higher learning, but we do have such a huge farm community. How do you look to kind of balance those two and to serve both of those to make sure that, you're trying to put together education for the future, but also take care of our rural areas?
Well, first of all, I don't think it's an either or. I think it's a both and. I think we can, walk and chew gum at the same time. From my standpoint, first of all, I want to make Georgia the Silicon Valley of the South. We do have underutilized technology and so forth, but we have to invest and bring our own money. I want to use the state money that we have in pension plans up to a certain percent. I think we can use 5%. I want to take them out of the woke hedge funds and put them in our businesses right here and to invest entrepreneurial. I want to invest in our farmers. Let me give you an example. The fresh fruit and vegetable farmers are having a difficult time right now because their crops, if they don't get them to the store in 3 days, they ruin. And I asked them, well, has it always been that way? And they said, no. And I said, what happened? And they said, well, we had a plant close that keeps it cold and frozen and so forth. It extends the life. And I said, well, what if the state just built or guaranteed this facility and you guys just pay like a co-op to do that? What impact will that have? And they said, oh my God, we'd sell 4 times more and it would cost us less money. Same thing with cattle. We're sending our cattle out to the Midwest. It costs money, and then we bring it back here to cut, and it costs money. We can do the same thing. I want to create micro tech centers all over all over the rural areas, because all they need is fiber. We can teach people that are unemployed through the Technology School of Georgia and other places on how to do technologies and software development, AI, all that kind of stuff. And that creates $80,000 a year jobs. And in Blakely, Georgia, that's a lot more money than it is here. So, from my standpoint, I'm looking at every level on how we create jobs. Nobody's created more jobs than me. And that's the value of having a business person versus somebody who's just in politics that's trying to get reelected or get power or, do something for their donors.
I feel like that kids coming out of college are at a disadvantage because things feel upside down.
I agree.
But then on top of that, folks who have been in the workforce for a long time and they're seeing their jobs disappear, how do you put both of those, young folks and folks who are seasoned, in a position to succeed in Georgia with what it seems like? I know we're growing jobs. I keep seeing the jobs reports look good, but I still see kids that are coming out of college not getting them, and then people losing jobs and not being able to find them. And some people in our friend group are in that situation. Mm-hmm. How do you balance that? How do you create a situation that's good for both?
Well, first of all, we need to educate our kids on getting the right degrees. 49% never use their degree, and that's ridiculous. We need to, I think we really need to adopt, I think one of the best secrets we got in Georgia is our technology school system, where we can get great jobs and people they won't have as much debt and so forth like that. And 100% people get a job out of that school. And instead of getting a 4-year degree that they'll never use, we need to educate them on what's best for them psychologically and what the economics are and so forth. And then we have to adopt to technology. We can't be a victim of it. We got to respond to it and work around it from that standpoint. And we did with the internet, guys. I mean, it put a lot of people out of business. All the brick and mortar stores have gone out of business. A lot of them have, since then. So you just have to adapt. But that's the way you respond in business. And I just want to show them the way how to do that.
Rick Jackson is our guest right here on the Morning Extra. I enjoy your ads, and I enjoy the fact that you brought it up even just a couple minutes ago when you bring up woke, because I think so much of it it's the ancillary things that get in the way of answering questions, making things better for people. Right. When you talk about that on the trail, is that resonating with people? Because it's such a term that I think makes sense to, Tug and I and younger people. Older people are like, okay, how do I really define woke? I would define woke as it's the crap that's getting in your life that doesn't make any sense.
Well, that's a great definition. I agree with that. I just think that, look, as a Christian, I think I have felt discriminated against for 30, 40 years and trying to be silenced and so forth, canceled. But, from my standpoint, wokeness is a religion to a lot of people. And if you can't teach Christianity in school, you should not be able to teach woke ideology and indoctrinate our kids in school, period. I think, school is for education, not for indoctrination. That's for the parents to decide. We need to get back to reading, writing, and arithmetic. I know that sounds like old school, but I think we got to get back to the basics.
Yeah, it's old school and correct.
It's funny how it works.
Yeah, but, I mean, you brought up Mississippi. They're the prime example of how they went back to just what you're talking about.
Absolutely. And they, you know how much money that cost them?
Probably very little.
Zero.
Okay.
I call it management 101. People don't do what you expect, they do what you inspect. And they said basically they had to teach the teachers phonetic, and then they turned around and said, you don't graduate if you can't read. And then that's just management 101. They did it. We're going to do it. I'm going to build on the legacy that Governor Kemp has built.
Love that, especially with inspect, because there's some things going on in California, and I know California's not Georgia, but I know a lot of people have fears about our election and the election process.
Yep.
So let's take a quick break, and we'll come back, and we'll talk about inspecting and making sure that your vote counts. When you go and cast your vote for, say, Rick Jackson, and you feel good when you leave the polling place that it is counted and it's not been manipulated or stolen or however you feel about it, because I know a lot of people feel that way. We'll answer that question and get into that discussion after this on Extra 106.3 with Rick Jackson.
Extra 106.3 Sports, powered by 680 The Fan.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Tuesday, June 9th. The Atlanta Braves are on the road tonight as they open up a 3-game series in Chicago, this time against the White Sox. It'll be Grant Holmes on the mound for the Braves. He'll be opposed by Brandon Eisert. First pitch is set for 7:40. You can hear all the game action on our sister station, 680 The Fan, and for free on the Fan app. The NBA Finals are now a bit more interesting as the home team has yet to win in this NBA Finals. The San Antonio Spurs beat the New York Knicks in their building last night, 115-111 the final. Knicks still lead that series 2-1. Game 4 is set for Wednesday night. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
When Atlanta drivers want strength, capability, and comfort in one place, they head to Jim Ellis Buick GMC.
That's because Buick and GMC deliver everything from refined luxury to serious professional-grade performance, and Jim Ellis Buick GMC makes the buying experience quick, easy, and transparent.
Whether you're looking for a rugged GMC Sierra, a versatile Acadia, or a refined Buick Enclave, you'll find a huge selection in stock right now.
And just like every Jim Ellis dealership, you can shop your way. Start online, value your trade, schedule a test drive, even handle paperwork from home.
Or stop by and experience the no-pressure, straightforward approach Jim Ellis is known for.
Find your new Buick GMC at JimEllisBuickGMC.com or shop in person for a VIP shopping experience designed around your needs.
2 convenient locations to serve you. In Chamblee on Peachtree Boulevard, just inside the perimeter, or up Highway 20 in Buford near the Mall of Georgia.
Jim Ellis Buick GMC. We are professional grade.
Hey, it's Tug. Chuck and the team at Central Heating and Air Conditioning are bringing back something I love. Their 6th annual Christmas in July, benefiting Skyland Trail right here in Atlanta. Skyland Trail does incredible work helping people facing mental health challenges get real, lasting support. And Central is proud to give back to a community that they've been serving since 1947. Now, here's the part I like. It's easy to help, and it actually helps you, too. When you sign up for a Central maintenance agreement, they'll donate $10 directly to Skyland Trail. And on your side, you'll get priority service, seasonal tune-ups to help prevent breakdowns, and better efficiency, especially now that the Georgia heat's kicked in. It's one of those rare wins where you're taking care of your home and helping someone else at the same time. Central services all makes and models. With them, you're never a number, you're family. Call 770-GET-HEAT or go to centralheat.com to sign up today. Carrier products, carrier warranty, carrier peace of mind. Central Heating and Air Conditioning, delivering carrier comfort for the world we share.
We're smart, we care. We're Central Heating and Air.
Hey, this is John Flading. I'm the president and owner of ATL Turf Co. We are a family-owned, operated, independent local company. We have over 15 years of artificial grass design, installation, and sales experience. From premium artificial lawns and backyards, custom putting greens, sports fields, hardscape, drainage. We do both residential and commercial. If you can dream it, we can build it. Just go to atlturfco.com to schedule an appointment.
A company that has been trusted in Atlanta for over 25 years has already done their hometown homework, like having the very best people, fair, honest pricing, exceptional customer service, and a focus on high-quality work. That's us. Hi, I'm Dan Watkins, owner of All Four Seasons Garage, Entry Doors, and Windows. Sometimes new isn't better, like out-of-town home improvement companies invading Atlanta with their inflated pricing and subpar work. When trust matters, trust us. All the number 4 seasonsgarages.com.
MDM architect positions offered by Warner Media Services, LLC in Atlanta, Georgia. Design, implement, and manage the processes and technologies related to master data within the organization. Position reports to Atlanta, Georgia office. Telecommuting permitted in accordance with company policy, but must live within commuting distance of stated office. Please submit resume to wbdi@wbd.com. Reference job ID 9788155.
So let's enjoy the liberal meltdown for a day or two. Might even watch The View. But can we all get together and try to put this country on a better path?
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Tug and Los until 10 on Extra 106.3 with Rick Jackson, who's running for governor here in the state of Georgia, asking for your vote this morning on Extra 106.3. The last thing we talked about in that last segment was making sure that we inspect, right? The things that people do to the best of their ability is when they know somebody's going to come behind them and assure that the task has been done. You see what's happening out in California, and I don't know that I'm fearful that we'll turn into California necessarily with 37 days of voting and mail ballots dropping all the time, and the third place person who had already conceded jumping the second place person. It feels like such a tragedy is happening in real time in front of America's face. It just, you can't look away from it. I don't think we'll become that necessarily in Georgia. But how do you prevent that? How do you inspect? How do you get Georgia back on a better footing? Because there's plenty of people listening right now that do not trust our voting systems in this state.
Well, in business, we have a process called CQI, which means continuing quality improvement. And you look at all your systems and processes. You set up goals and objectives, set up metrics, and then you have accountability, and you have lessons learned, and then you retool. You always have to inspect to make sure you don't become an excellent company. You don't have excellent software if you're not always inspecting, auditing at every level from that standpoint. So from a voting standpoint, well, first of all, we need to make sure Keisha Lance Bottom is not our governor.
Amen.
Or it's going to get closer to California. I don't think we're going to be as bad as California, at least in my lifetime, hopefully, but from that standpoint. But the process of, I like accountability. I like independent audits. I like, and what we have, I think Governor Kemp passed a great bill in 21 to make it easy to vote and hard to cheat. And 22 and 24 elections seem to look okay from that standpoint. But that we can't just rest on our laurels on that. We have to always, the bottom line is there's a lot of people that just don't feel like it's right yet. And so the best way to do that is to show the light, sanitize it. And let me tell you something. When I'm governor, if somebody cheats, I don't care, one person, I'm going to have them arrested. And I'll tell you why. It's against the law to do that. And then when everybody else finds out you're serious about making sure that we don't have cheating and so forth like that, then maybe they will feel a lot more comfortable. But from my standpoint, the truth is like a lion. You don't have to defend it. It defends itself. Let's just show the truth. Let's be open about it. Let's audit until everybody feels comfortable. And then also we'll make sure it never happens. So
Rick Jackson is our guest right here on the Morning Extra. I want to ask you a question from one of our really great listeners, Stephanie. We've seen what's happened in the city of New York, where they've gone after pensions in order to, pay for the issues in the city. Same thing that we're seeing in Chicago, Illinois. When you talk about accessing the pension, you talk about touching the 5%. What exactly do you mean by that in terms of getting access to that? And is there a limit? Where does that stop?
No. So what I'm talking about is investing, not taking money to pay off something else. That's not. So basically, if we have $1 billion that's 5% of our investments, whether it's pension plans and all that, they're already invested. They're invested in T-bills or all these kind of things, and some hedge funds. There's a balance. What I'm saying is, instead of doing that, let's use our finance people here to invest in businesses in Georgia, because that drives Georgia revenue. And by the way, I guarantee you it will have a better return, which helps the pension plans and our retirement plans and so forth like that. So that's what I'm talking about. And then also, I think we got a balance sheet. If we need to put $1 billion cattle cutting process centered in order to do our cattle. And by the way, if we do that, we'll sell 4 times more. And the largest cattle farmer that I met, he's in Georgia, said that we would sell 4 times, and we would be number one in selling cattle if we could put this together. In my mind, that's an easy investment. It's a good return on investment. That's just the way you look at it from a business standpoint. I don't want to just spend money. I want to invest money.
Why hasn't that happened yet? Because it seems, from a logical perspective, I got a couple of business degrees. I'm really big into business. Those sort of investments seem like they make a ton of sense. Why have we not seen that at the state level as of yet?
I think most people come from a background of politics, and I would call creating silos and letting all these departments do what they want to and so forth like that. But I look at things different. I'm looking at it as a business person. We have all these resources. We need to refine the resources and make the operations so much more efficient with new technology and so forth like that. But investing in our businesses versus just putting it in a New York fund or something like that, I think it's just a better return. And I can understand how some people wouldn't look at it like that, but I do.
Rick Jackson is our guest on the Morning Xtra, Extra 106.3, asking for your vote. Early voting has already begun, so if you've not gone and voted yet, he asks that you vote for him. I know you want to cut taxes. Everybody talks about cutting taxes. How do we get that done? And then kind of an aside to that, does that mean we can cut the size of government? Should Georgia's government shrink up? We've seen Donald Trump do that at the federal level. Is that something that should happen at the state level too?
Yeah, the concept of DOGE is a good concept from the standpoint of analysis. I mean, I'm probably going to own every industrial engineer from Georgia Tech to look at every department to look at the flow through and the logistics of all of our businesses. I don't think we have any software in Georgia that was created this century, and so what we have to do is modernize, and by doing that, we will create efficiencies. It will be better for you and me dealing with the state and getting information easier and so forth like that. So that's going to create some efficiency. So I'm going to be able to keep we have two kind of overhead in the state budget: recurring overhead and investment spending. The recurring part I'm going to be able to freeze and reduce based off of efficiency and management and so forth, and just invest there. And so from that standpoint, that way we're going to keep that lower and I think more efficient and effective from that standpoint, because I can't imagine our business or your business that was running off software that was last century. I don't think you would be as efficient.
This laptop's not.
I was going to say,
and I use it every day.
You haven't seen our call screening system. It might be from last century. Rick Jackson is our guest right here on the Morning Extra. Let me ask you about when it comes to efficiency, because I think that's a really good word. But I think it also, and I think this cuts across party lines, fraud. Democrats and Republicans are really on board with cutting as much fraud as possible. I think when you start talking about efficiency, in my mind, I'm thinking we're looking at what's going on in the state and saying where we might maybe have some areas that are problematic where we're spending money that we shouldn't be.
Well, let me tell you something. If American Express or Bank of America was doing our Medicaid and food stamps, there wouldn't be any fraud. And that's all we have to. What we have to do is we have to upgrade the systems to absolutely make sure it just can't happen. I mean, automatically you go into the store and it automatically says you're no longer qualified to have food stamps. You just got a job, those kind of things. And so from that standpoint, it does happen. And that's some low-hanging fruit for us to eliminate fraud, basically having the right IT systems and so forth. And so we're, right off the bat, I'm going to be making a big investment in our systems. So let me give you an example. In foster care, an average child is 18 months in foster care. 9 months of that is waiting on a judge. If we solve that one problem, this one problem, it would save $300 million a year for the state of Georgia. So when you look at the process of everything in the state, you will create some efficiencies. And it's not losing jobs. We'll be able to have more parents. It's a lot easier to get somebody, keep somebody 9 months than it is 18 to 24 months, from that standpoint.
Rick Jackson, our guest on the Morning Extra, when you're talking about fraud, where are the places that it's not obvious that there's fraud in our system? Food stamps, Medicaid, Medicare, all that kind of stuff makes sense. It's easy for people to understand that. Where are the places that they don't realize there's fraud?
Unemployment, where people are getting living off. I mean, the biggest news during COVID that never got really covered, y'all look it up. It was over $500 billion of fraud. $500 billion. It's more than, they said more than that. At least $500 billion, where people, even from Russia, I think Russia got, 100 million or so, because you could just have a Social Security number, say, I need unemployment, I don't have a job, it's COVID. It went all out, and I'm surprised that it hasn't been a bigger deal. But that happens all over government from that standpoint. Government to me is having lost sight of their objectives. They redouble their efforts, and that's what what you have to have is just clean management of people don't do what you expect, they do what you inspect, like I say. And from that standpoint, when you set up goals and objectives and you have follow up, Rick Scott told me he had a 100-page veto bill, and he basically had a objective for every department. If they didn't make it, they didn't get funded the next year. And when you have that kind of incentive and accountability, you will get streamlined and really do real well. So I'll install that.
Day-to-day business is what it is. With that being said, are you having fun with this? This is a lot. There's a lot.
Yeah. No, I'm having fun because I like to solve problems, and trust me, there's plenty of them. But there's a lot of low-hanging fruit that I've seen. It was a concept that as a business person, before I got into this, as a business person, I could make a difference. It ain't a concept anymore. I know that I'll be able to make a difference on many levels from that standpoint.
Yeah, I can only imagine running a business the way you do and then seeing the inefficiency of government and going, oh, well, that doesn't make sense. That kind of makes sense, but we can make it better. Is it like a puzzle? Does it feel like a puzzle?
Well, it's a little bit of a puzzle, but it's just basic blocking and tackling for a business person. I mean, you don't have to be a great business person, an entrepreneur. A lot of it's just common sense. Why do we do it that way? So from that standpoint, there'll be a lot of opportunities from that standpoint. But I will be looking at, for instance, every department personally, making sure you set up the architecture correctly. So from that standpoint, and then I'll implement and I'll delegate just like I have my whole life. And once I figure out what's the best process, and then I'll put somebody in charge of it and implement it and hold them accountable.
There you go. Rick Jackson on the Morning Extra on Extra 1063. Got a lot to think about. A lot to decide. If you've not voted yet, early voting is underway. Get out there and make sure you vote. As we had Tim Burchett on, he said, you got to make it too big to rig. And that's the absolute truth. So we had Rick today. You'll get some of the conversation we had with Burt Jones. We're going to do that this evening out at Taringa. Hopefully you'll come by 7 to 9. Ben Burnett Show hosting it, and we're going to be there to moderate a little bit of it too. It's going to be a really good evening.
I'll be in the orange tuxedo. Tug will be in the blue one.
The light blue.
Yes.
And I want the ATL on the sleeve too, just like the Braves.
And I'm going to have the top hat.
There you go. That's right. And we're going to have canes. It's going to be great. Can't wait to see you out there. If you missed any of Rick Jackson, it is posted all the podcasting platforms, YouTube, website. It's everywhere. For Los and Bryce, I'm Tug. Y'all come back now. You hear?
Need more than just headlines on your ride to work? It's the Morning Extra, live from 6 to 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, only on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Babe, can you knock out my honey-do list today?
Oh, I know. I told you I'd get to it this weekend.
Hi, I'm Chris Lalomia, owner of the Trusted Toolbox. I can't fix your marriage, but I can fix your house. With our handyman for a day service, we'll handle those drywall patches, that door that won't latch, the leaky faucet, and the wood rot all around your house. The whole punch list, done fast, done right. You keep your weekend, she gets the house done. Everybody wins. Book your handyman for a day at thetrustedtoolbox.com. One call, one handyman, one day, the Trusted Toolbox.
Decision day for Democrats in Maine. I'm Chris Foster, Fox News. There are primaries in 4 states today, and Graham Plattner, oyster farmer, Marine veteran, and first-time candidate, is trying to win the Democrat Senate nomination in Maine to take on Republican Susan Collins in November. These primary voters in Portland are looking past allegations and controversy surrounding Plattner.
I don't know what's real and really what isn't real. So I want to give him I do want to give him the benefit of the doubt.
Seems to have been very honest about his mistakes. He's owned up to them.
The former political director of Plattner's campaign writes in a Washington Post op-ed, he exhibits a pattern of dishonest behavior that's impossible to ignore. It's also primary day in Nebraska, Nevada, and South Carolina. President Trump at a tele-rally for South Carolina Senate Republican Lindsey Graham and candidate for governor Pamela Yvette predicts declaring total victory over Iran within 2 weeks. More on the president and Iran from Fox's Trey Yanks in Tel Aviv, Israel.
President Trump spoke after attending Game 3 of the NBA Finals between the Knicks and Spurs. He indicated that negotiations toward a deal are ongoing, and we could have a better idea of where things stand in the days ahead. The president also discussed his call with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu after the exchange of fire over the weekend.
We had a very good conversation, and he was hit, and he hit back, and I can't blame him for that.
After President Trump called on Israel and Iran to stop shooting, both sides agreed. Since then, Israel has continued to operate against Iran-backed Hezbollah in Lebanon.
A U.S. Army helicopter crashed near the Strait of Hormuz. Both crew members are rescued. House Republicans are working to get $70 billion for immigration and border enforcement over the finish line today over Democrats' opposition. The Senate approved that funding last week after plans to add money for White House ballroom security were dropped, as was the creation of a $1.8 billion fund that President Trump wanted to compensate people claiming to be victims of political prosecution. America's listening to Fox News.
Our founders believed that freedom wasn't just a word, it was a way of life. The freedom to move forward, the freedom to pursue what matters most, the freedom to live fully. But pain has a way of taking those freedoms away. That's why Relief Factor exists and why I endorse it. I've seen how many in this audience have regained their freedom and they're back to living life on their own terms. Relief Factor, it's 100% drug-free. It's a research-based supplement designed to help support a healthy inflammatory response, addressing pain at its source, not just covering it up. Over 1 million Americans have found relief and reclaimed parts of their life they thought were behind them. So this year, as we celebrate 250 years of freedom, ask yourself a simple question. Are you living with the freedom you deserve? Relief Factor. They give you the opportunity to live pain-free and to get back to the life you love. To commemorate our country's birth, they are offering a special patriotic price, just $17.76. So you can celebrate your freedom from pain. Your $17.76 3-week quick start is ready for you right now. ReliefFactor.com, 800-4-RELIEF. 800, the number 4-RELIEF.
A few Senate Republicans say they have questions about President Trump's now official choice as Attorney General before they approve the nomination.
President Trump has officially nominated Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche to lead the Justice Department on a permanent basis. Blanche has been serving as acting AG since April, when former Attorney General Pam Bondi resigned. Before his role in the Justice Department, Blanche represented President Trump in multiple investigations and trials between his two terms. Blanche has faced bipartisan criticism in recent weeks over a nearly $1.8 billion Justice Department anti-weaponization compensation fund.
Fox's Jared Halpern in D.C. China's president wraps up a 2-day visit to North Korea.
The North Koreans pulled out all the stops for Xi Jinping. A marching band reception was followed up by an evening of concerts and acrobatics. Leader Kim Jong-un describing China's friendship as a top priority for his country. Chinese President Xi Jinping said the two nations share a common destiny. China is North Korea's largest trading partner, accounting for more than 90% of its international trade. But a growing alliance with Russia is putting Kim Jong-un in a stronger negotiating position with Beijing. Jonathan Savage, Fox News.
Iranian soccer fans who've bought World Cup tickets from their country's soccer federation will need new tickets if they want to go and can get into the U.S.
FIFA revoked its ticket allocation for fans of the Iranian team for its 3 scheduled matches in the United States, starting with its opener next Monday in Englewood, California versus New Zealand. This does not mean fans from Iran cannot attend the match. It's just that the Iranian Soccer Federation will not receive or get to distribute 8% of stadium capacity tickets, as the other 47 nations in this World Cup are entitled to. Initially, the Iranian team planned to train for the World Cup in Tucson, Arizona, but instead is practicing in Tijuana, Mexico. Iran has scheduled matches in Englewood as well against Belgium and one in Seattle.
That's Jared Max, and I'm Chris Foster. Fox News.
program.
Glenn Beck is on.
Hello, America. Welcome to the Glenn Beck program. I gotta tell you, I saw a video yesterday from MS Now, and they were interviewing people by the reflecting pool in Washington, D.C. And I don't know if you're following this at all. It's such a non-story. The reflecting pool was fixed by Obama, maybe then again by Biden. And, of course, they don't know what they're doing with construction, so they botched it. It's been leaking. It's bad. It always has this kind of green pond scum look to it, especially in the summer. And Donald Trump, they had to fix it. So Donald Trump said, I'll fix it. Nobody can fix it like I can fix it. They said it couldn't be done. Now look at it. Now everybody's talking about it. I can fix it. And so he did fix it. But he decided that it should be a reflecting pool. And what is a reflecting pool? A reflection usually of the sky. The sky is blue. So when you add a little blue into the reflecting pool, into the tile, it just looks great, looks tremendous. Nobody thought it could be done. Well, I want you to listen to a couple of people who MSNBC found in D.C. to talk about the reflecting pool. Listen to this.
I would have preferred to keep it like it was. It's an incredibly stupid idea. I'm delighted that it's still reflecting.
I think it's horrible. The color I've seen on the news is disgusting to me, as opposed to how beautiful it was in the past.
These people are pond scum. These people are actually standing. You could see the pictures side by side. One is green like pond scum. One is clean and blue. And they find it disgusting. I think it's disgusting. I think he should be shot. They are so crazy. There is no common sense anymore. You really got to tone down your hatred of the president and separate him from some of the things that are going on. It's clear. One kept having to be fixed. This one, I guarantee you, this one's not going to be leaking. Because I've seen Donald Trump do the ice rink. And, when he did the ice rink in New York, everybody loved it. Everybody loved it. Now that he's president, the guy can't do a damn thing right. Why don't we reset ourselves into some principles here? And I want to talk about that in 60 seconds. First, Simply Safe. There is a reason civilization, works. And it isn't that everybody is good. It's that a small number of people who aren't good know there are consequences. People are far less likely to break the rules when they know that somebody is watching, far less likely to take what doesn't belong to them when they know they're going to get caught. They're far less likely to cause trouble when they know trouble is coming back at them right away. That's why the advertisement of consequences often is more important sometimes than the consequences themselves. And that's one of the things I like about Simply Safe. They understand that sometimes the best security system is the one that helps you not just pick up the pieces after something goes bad. It's the one that makes sure the bad guy has to decide, do I really want this trouble or am I going to move along? Active guard outdoor protection from Simply Safe. It will identify threats outside the house before they even reach the front door. Trained agents sees what happens, speaks directly through the system. They're out on the lawn. Excuse me, sir, can I help you? They intervene in real time. Get 50% off your new system now by visiting simplysafe.com/Beck. That's half off at simplysafe.com/Beck. By the way, I need to apologize to all the snowflakes on the left. I identified that robber on the lawn as a him. It might have been a her, he, she, it. I don't know. But they'll protect you from all of those things. There is no safe like Simply Safe. I want to go to talk to you a little bit here about the summer of education. The summer of 250 is what we're calling it. America has, we're celebrating our 250th birthday. It's pretty amazing how half the country, and I've got a poll on this in about an hour that'll show you what Democrats actually think about our country. It is so sad and so stunning. But some of us are celebrating the summer of 250 and America's celebration of freedom. But to guarantee that there is going to be another, even 250 days, 250 months, let alone 250 years, we have to learn who we are. You know, humans are designed to live by story. When you tell a story, people understand it, and they know how to operate within the framework of that story. That's why the left has worked so hard to destroy our story. You have to have a storyline, okay? When you reconnect with a storyline, it's human nature. You connect, and now you can see the future. You can understand the past. You understand what you're doing at the moment. You know where you're going. And so we've done a lot of things for the summer of 250 at Torch. And this all comes with your Torch membership at glennbeck.com/torch. But an easy way to get there, if you aren't a member, is you just go to Torch 250, and you'll find all of these things this summer with your Torch membership. Commercial-free episodes of The American Story. We started this about 12 weeks ago. Right now, is it today or tomorrow, Ricky, that we're posting an additional 5 episodes? It's
tomorrow.
It's 2 full seasons of The American Story, and we start at the very beginning. We start, with Columbus and the Pilgrims coming over, why they came over, what that was like. It's a harrowing tale all the way through the Revolution. This next chunk, I think, takes us up to the Civil War and through the Civil War and then through Reconstruction. But you will understand The American Story, and it's based on David Barton's book. If you haven't read it, you should, The American Story. And written by Nathan Nipper. And it is something that we have spent each episode, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it takes 18 hours to produce each episode, something crazy like
1
that.
million,
one episode.
Actually, 1 million hours is the correct.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Ricky. The one episode had 400 different tracks on it, which is movie-like. These are epic in the storytelling. If I would have learned history this way, I would have known it and would have loved it since I was a kid. Also, we have Chasing Embers, which is a book about history that is coming out for kids and family. It's a dystopian tale that I came up with years ago, and one of my staff members, who is absolutely one of my favorites, she took this story and shaped it, and now we've taken it into an audiobook, and that'll be released, I think, beginning in a week or two. And the first of 10 original songs to teach the 10 amendments, the first 10 amendments, the Bill of Rights, comes out today, along with a lesson plan, so you can help your kids understand. And it's not like schoolwork. This is designed, you can make it like schoolwork if that's what you want, if you're a homeschooler, but it's also just to have conversations with your kids on the Bill of Rights. So let me play the full song. This is not AI. This was studio done. And we have 10 of these that are coming out. And my goal is to make it an earworm. So it will hang with you every day, because I want your kids and you to be able to say, when the Bill of Rights, right now, when I say to you, name the 5 freedoms in the Bill of Rights, can you do it? Most people will struggle. But trust me, you listen to this song and have your kids listen to this song for a few times, they'll know the 5 freedoms. They'll know it, because Schoolhouse Rock, that's how we all learn so much stuff with Schoolhouse Rock. So here's the 5 and the first song on the Bill of Rights.
Yeah, we're talking about the first amendment, number 1. The founders wrote it down so freedom wouldn't come undone. It's not just history, it's something that we use. So let's count the 5 big freedoms we're allowed to choose. So turn it up, say it loud, these are rights we should be proud of now. Freedom of religion, I can't choose what I believe. Freedom of speech, say my thoughts honestly. Freedom of the press, I print the truth, let it flow. Freedom to assemble, meet in peace, let them know. Petition, yeah, we get to disagree. Ask the government to change things lawfully. That's 5 in the first, 5 in the first one. 5 in the first, 5 in the first one. It doesn't mean be rude, it doesn't mean be mean. It means your voice can matter in the way you speak and dream. first, so your voice can remain strong. So write it down, make a sound, 5 freedom circle around us now. Freedom of religion, I can choose what I believe. Speech, say my thoughts honestly. Freedom of the press, I'll print the truth, let it flow. To assemble, meet in peace, let them know. Petition, yeah, we get to disagree. Ask the government to change things lawfully. That's 5 in the first, 5 in the first one. 5 in the first, 5 in the first one. But what would happen if we ever lose the basic right to choose what makes us me and you? And that is why the founders all agreed to last for centuries. We were gonna need freedom of religion. I can choose what I believe. I'll say my thoughts honestly. The press, I'll print the truth, let it flow. To assemble, meet in peace, let them know. Yeah, we get to disagree. Ask the government to change things lawfully. That's 5 in the first, 5 in the first one. 5 in the first, 5 in the first. Freedom of religion. I can choose what I believe. I say my thoughts honestly. The press, will print the truth, let it flow. To assemble, meet in peace, let them know. Yeah, we get to disagree. Ask the government to change things lawfully. That's 5 in the first, 5 in the first one. 5 in the first, 5 in the first one.
That's 5 in the first, and there are 10 different songs for all amendments. They're going to be released in the fall as an album. You'll be able to get it at at Apple, iTunes or whatever you get your music. It'll also be on Spotify. But this summer, because it's coming out with lesson plans for you and your kids, I wanted to make sure that we had all kinds of stuff on the website and on the app. So you would be able to, when you're taking your vacation, you're driving across the country, you're driving anywhere, you can listen to these things. You can have these conversations. You can listen to the stories, America's story. You can listen to a great audiobook that teaches about history. That is my goal for the Torch. That is something that this is the last chapter, and I say that it could last 40 years, but it's the last chapter of my career to be able to teach these things and to leave the legacy of a group of people, kids mainly, that know the truth about our country and the history, and they learned it well. So we use Torch members kind of like guinea pigs at times. And I released some of this stuff early to a few Torch members who are homeschoolers because I wanted to see what they thought and get their feedback so we could incorporate it in. I haven't hired a head of education yet. I will be, by the way. Tip, but I'm hiring somebody who can run our education department soon. And so we're kind of just bluffing and doing it ourselves. So we're relying on people who homeschool. And I want you to be a part of that. So go to torch250.com. If you're not a member, sign up right now to become a Torch member. If you are already a Torch member, it's already there. It's all on your app and everything that you already are used to. But if you're new, just go to Torch250, sign up. You'll see everything that is coming out this summer. And there is a lot of material for you and your family all summer long. Back in just a minute, let me tell you about Relief Factor. You can't win every battle in life. It's just how life works. Sometimes you do everything right and things don't go your way. But you don't give up on the battles that you can win, especially the easy ones. If there is something that is making your life harder, there is a practical, simple way to address it. Try it. It's called Relief Factor. If aches and pains have been slowing you down, if inflammation is making it harder for you to do the things you want to do, this is one of those battles that actually might have an easy solution. It's Relief Factor. It was developed by doctors to help support a healthy response to inflammation using a unique combination of ingredients. Over 1 million people have tried Relief Factor, and 2/3 of them have gone on to take more because it works. As America celebrates her 250 years of independence, give yourself a chance to reclaim yours. Commemorate right now, offering a special patriotic price, $17.76. I don't know what that means. You can get pain-free. $17.76, 3-week quick starts. Ready for you now. Just try it for 3 weeks. It's ReliefFactor.com. Take it as directed. ReliefFactor.com. 800-4-RELIEF. 10 seconds, station ID. Hi, it's Glenn Beck, and I'm on now. And the Kimmer is already warming up to start at 3. Stick around all afternoon. It's Extra 106.3. So we had an insider get-together, which we want to do more of in the coming weeks and months. But insiders are just gathering, and I like to pop in sometimes and just, meet with the insiders in their local troop. And we did one in Florida, and Carla and her husband were there, and they are homeschoolers. And so I remembered that, and I said, Ricky, you remember Carla? She was at that, and she said, yeah. And I said, she's a homeschooler, if I remember right. Can we get her as one of the Torch members to guinea pig with her kids? Carla's with us now. Carla, you have 3 girls, right?
Yes.
Can you introduce them for me?
Sure. This is Daniela. She is 13, and I have Camila here to my right. She is 12. And I have a little one. She's with daddy somewhere, so we'll see how long he'll keep her back. She's 5.
Okay. And you homeschool, you've been doing it for a couple of years. You were going to a Christian school, right?
Correct. They were going to Christian school for most of elementary, and then in middle school. I mean, there were just issues back and forth. In the straw that broke the camel's back was history. And I was just like, all right, girls, we got to do this. And it was a bit of convincing to my husband, who never was homeschooled, is not from the United States. So the concept of homeschool was very different. But I was homeschooled, and I just saw the value in that. And I said, all right, let's do this. And God totally moved in his heart, and he was okay with it too. So here we are.
So, my goal is to be able, and this is our first attempt, so please go gentle. But my goal is to be able to have a history curriculum that is augmenting what you do, to be able to help you teach history, American history, the founding documents. And we gave you 5 in the first and the lesson plan, and you gave us some really good tips on that we're going to be incorporating on the new lesson plans that are be coming out. Tell me what the reaction was, and what you thought, what the girls thought of the song and everything else.
So we start off with the song. We got the song first. I had heard it previously on the show here, but they hadn't heard it, so I put it for them to go ahead and hear it. They really well. Do you guys have anything to say, or did you guys enjoy listening to it?
It was catchy. Yeah, very catchy.
It was catchy. Camila, she was like, I can't get the song out of my head. I appreciate.
Mission accomplished.
Right, exactly. The chorus just rings in your head, and that's like the most important part. The part that you want to memorize, but then you have all the verses that give it that background and that build it.
I mean, I think if you listen to it, you can tell what I was driving for. I want them to be able to name the 5 freedoms, and that's why I learned a lot from Ace of Base. When they did the song, what is it? All I Want Is a Baby, and there was like 7 words, and that was the entire song. You got the point. All they wanted was a baby, and that's kind of the same thing. Have you guys listened to The American Story at all yet?
That is in our things to do list. We're doing a couple of road trips, and so instead of listening to Dad's sound, music selection, we're going to pop that in instead and have that.
Yeah. You guys, when are you going on the road trip?
We're going to be going later this month. So you might, I think later this month we release Chasing Embers, and I don't know if you read that a couple of summers ago. No.
Chasing Embers is a kind of a dystopian thriller for teens, and it's. I think you'll really, really like it. It's interesting. And that will come out right around the time. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. We were listening to bits and pieces of yesterday's show, and I know you mentioned it, and Camila was like, "Oh, that sounds like an interesting book." So I will be purchasing it. Now they're 12 and 13; they'll probably catch on to it a little bit more. So
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Carla. I really appreciate it. Thanks for being a guinea pig, and please keep us up to speed on what we can do better to help you teach your kids.
Oh, absolutely. I love, and this is what I was telling Ricky, I love the fact that it teaches the why, it teaches the mindset of the founding fathers. And I think that's the most important thing.
Yeah. Thank you. Daniela, Camila, God bless. We'll talk again. All right. More in just a second. You can find all of it at torch250.com. Torch250.com. All right. Our sponsor this half hour is Real Estate Agents I Trust. In my life, I've tried my hand at a lot of different business ventures. Some worked out. Others, let's just say they provided a very expensive education. But the one I'm most proud of, one of them, I'm really proud of the Torch and Blaze, and I'm proud of the show and all the people I work with. But realestateagentsitrust.com is so far out of my wheelhouse. It's why my brother runs it. It is right up his wheelhouse. He is a servant at nature. He's just the exact opposite of me. But he has a servant's heart, and he listens to people, and he cares about their experience. He used to be a food and beverage guy, and then he was a general manager at great resorts and everything else. And so he knows how to take care of people. And when we were talking about real estate, we didn't know how to find a good real estate agent. And he was like, it's got to be people who know how to listen and take care, all of his qualities. So we went out, we found him. We started working with the 500 best real estate agents in the country, according to the Wall Street Journal. And we've got this down for you. If you're looking for a real estate agent, somebody will listen to you, work for you, serve you. It's realestateagentsitrust.com.
Prepare for the next 250 years with Torch's Summer of 250, designed to teach our history like never before. With music, stories, lesson plans, and more. Find it at torch250.com.
All right, want to walk you through two stories that ran this week, side by side, because together they'll tell you something about one of our, major parties. And, let's be honest, it actually tells us where any of us will end up if we decide that the cause is bigger than the principles. So let me tell you first the story about Graham Plattner, Democrat frontrunner for the United States Senate in Maine, taking the seat of Susan Collins, and they're calling him Maine's Mamdani. That's enough to throw me off the path. But if you like that kind of stuff and you're a Democrat, fine. He sells himself as a working class oyster farmer. He is a regular guy, anti-establishment, but it turns out regular guy went to an $80,000 a year boarding school and comes from a family with a lawyer father and a world famous architect grandfather. So not the average guy. And the average guy, if the average guy is a communist that says billionaires just shouldn't exist. He's talked about deadly violence against political opponents. He calls all police officers bastards. And he has said rural white Americans are actually racist and stupid. Oh, and then there's a little thing about that tattoo. He's got a tattoo on his chest used by the Nazi SS. It's inked on his body. He says, I didn't know what that was. Everyone knows what that is. Now, on top of that, the New York Times reported that several women who dated him described him as disturbing and intimidating, with one of the ex-girlfriends saying he was rough with her. The reaction inside the party? Well, not a lot. Senior Democrat aide has come out and said everyone's apoplectic about it, but I haven't seen it. His own supporters, Congressman Ro Khanna, said that his behavior is wrong and toxic. There's a second story I want to talk to you about, and it's the same story, kind of. This is about a woman named Genevieve McDonald. Now, she is a former Maine state representative. She's a Democrat. She was the political director of Plattner's own campaign. She wrote an op-ed in the Washington Post blowing the whistle on the man she was hired to elect. Will anyone hear that whistle? She said when she asked him about the tattoo, he said, it's a military thing, a little problematic, but nothing to worry about. She believed him. Then the calls started coming from Washington. Have you read about his opposition file? Have you seen it? She hadn't. What she learned was that he absolutely understood exactly what the SS symbol meant. Then there were the old posts where he downplayed sexual assault. It disturbed her personally. She was running it. It disturbed her so deeply she quit. And here's those who are desperate for power want you to skip past. After she left, she was offered $15,000 to sign a non-disclosure agreement to go quiet. She, thank God, turned the money down. And when she watched the giants of the progressive movement, Bernie Sanders among them, wave the whole thing away with a shrug and a line about, nobody's a saint, she wrote one sentence that I think is the most honest sentence spoken in American politics this year. We have learned to excuse what we should condemn, and then enough is enough. So those two stories, who this guy says he is, what she says he is, hold these two stories in one hand, okay, at the same time. Now let me play a clip of what Democratic voters are saying. Cut 5.
Well, I think candidly, the Democratic Party's come up short in a lot of ways in terms of whitewashing our candidates and being so morally elitist and kind of entitled at times. We have to be willing to get dirty.
His baggage is nowhere near their baggage. We're talking about people that are felons and people that take bribes.
I really kind of think that we all have skeletons in our closet and we've all made mistakes, especially when we're younger.
And that was really a refrain we heard time and time again, this kind of redemption arc. We can, have faith and forgiveness.
Stop. we can have faith and forgiveness. Let me ask. This guy has not asked for forgiveness. This guy has been denying all of these things, okay? To give forgiveness, you have to have somebody who is looking for forgiveness. He's not. He's denying. Let me ask you this. How does the party that built its entire moral identity on 3 pillars, fairness, ending racism, and believe all women, line up to nominate a man accused of frightening women, the women who loved him, a man who downplayed sexual assault, and a man wearing an SS image from the most racist regime in human history? And then he lied about knowing what it was. This is the #MeToo party. This is the party that told us we should always listen to women when they come forward. This is the party that told us correctly symbols of hate are never just symbols. Okay. Yeah, but the Senate seat is online. Those same people are looking at a Nazi tattoo and credible accusations for women who loved him, worked for him, and were frightened by him. And the response is, well, I don't know too many saints. That's a problem. And that is a human problem. This is not just a Democratic problem. This is a human problem. It's going to come for all of us if we let it. And here's the lie at the very center of it. The lie is this. The ends justify the means. They don't. Well, yes, Glenn, we have to flip the Senate. We have to stop the other guy. We have to save democracy. And if you have to swallow a Nazi tattoo and look away from frightened women and offer a whistleblower hush money to do it, and that's just the cost of winning and it's the winning that matters, well, I'm telling you, that's not how it works. That's never been how it works, because the ends don't justify the means. The means become the man. The means make you into the very thing you set out to fight. Think about what you're actually doing. You pick up the cause of anti-racism, and to keep their candidate, they're now rationalizing an SS symbol that the guy put on his body. They picked up a cause of believing women, and to keep their candidate, they're now explaining away the women. Did you see how the New York Times treated these whistleblowers? They pick up the banner of fairness and transparency. Democracy dies in the darkness. They love to say that. But to keep their candidate, somebody reaches for an envelope with $15,000 in it to buy somebody's silence. I don't know. That's not defeating darkness. That's becoming a franchise of darkness. Here's the problem. When you set out to slay a dragon, if you live your life one excuse at a time, nobody's a saint, you will wake up before very long and notice, oh my gosh, I have scales. You're the dragon. That's the warning that everyone should hear and know for voting for somebody like this. And it's bigger than his communism, which is enough, isn't it? Isn't it? It's bigger than his communism. Bigger than the math on Medicare for all, a plan that would cost the entire state budget. I mean, bigger than any single policy. It's bigger than that. The real danger is not what he can do to the state or to the country. It's what he does to you, your own moral immune system. Because the first time you train yourself to excuse in your guy what you would scream about in the other guy, you haven't just made one exception. You've reset the floor. And I can hear people right now. I can hear them. You are such a hypocrite. Donald Trump, Donald Trump. I spoke out about all of the things about Donald Trump. I spoke out about all of them. I continue to speak out about the things that bother me about Donald Trump. I don't blindly accept them. I just don't buy the fact that you think he's such a horrible guy. I don't buy it. I know him personally. You don't, so I can excuse you. I know him personally. I know his children. I know the way he treats people. I know all of his coworkers. They don't walk away. They work for him forever. They don't walk away and say, the guy is doing this at night. The guy's got a Nazi tattoo. You've told yourself your principles are all important. You've told us you got to live by these principles. You force people, but they were never principles at all. They were just weapons that you used when it was convenient. And you put those weapons down when it's not convenient. That's not a principle. That's a weapon. And people who can't tell the difference between a principle and a weapon is a people who will follow anyone, anywhere, into anything. Let me ask you, if he starts to say, you know what, we need to round people up. He's got the Nazi tattoo. We got to round people up. We got to stop listening to Israel, or we have to stop listening to these MAGA people. We need re-education camps. Will you follow him there because the ends justify the means? What is your line? If you don't know what your line is, I won't vote for a Nazi. I won't do it. I won't do it. I know that sounds crazy that I have to say that, but for half the country, apparently you do have to say it. I won't vote for a Nazi. Won't do it. I wouldn't have voted for Robert Byrd. If you don't know who he was, old-timey days in the 1990s, the Democrats voted for, he was a grand wizard or grand dragon or whatever the hell they are in the Klan. I wouldn't have voted for him. This is the oldest trap in human history. Every moment, every movement in time that has turned into a monstrous movement or moment started out certain that they were the good guys. The Bolsheviks were there to free the worker. The terror in France was going to perfect liberty. Everybody believed the cause was so righteous that the rules no longer applied to them. And the cause is exactly what gave them permission to become everything they claimed they hated. Show me a man who tells you the ends justify the means, and I will show you a man who is about to do something he would have called evil a year ago. I don't want to end with a villain here. I want to tell you a story of a hero, because there is a hero, and it's a Democrat. Genevieve McDonald, a Democrat. She had every worldly reason to take the money and stay quiet. She could have taken the $15,000. She could have probably had a great, bright career with the Democratic Party. She could have held up her own side, her own career, her own team's shot at power, and she looked at it and said, no, enough is enough. And she walked into the daylight and told the truth about her own people. That is a Democrat I love. That is a Democrat I celebrate. That's what moral courage looks like. That's the antidote. Not tribe over truth, but truth, especially when it costs your tribe. So anyone in Maine, anyone anywhere who is about to step into the booth and you're telling yourself that the cause is worth holding your nose on a guy with a Nazi tattoo, remember her. Remember that the ends never justify the means. The means are the only thing you actually get to keep. You own them in the end. Your means, that's your character. They become your party. They become your country. Choose them like your soul depends on it. Because I have news for you. It does. More in a minute. Recently, after Hezbollah drone attacks damaged homes in northern Israel, the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews visited two of the residents who were caught in the attacks. One of them is an 86-year-old man named Leon. He's a Holocaust survivor. The other is a woman named Yelena. Both of them were in their homes when the drones struck. Both of them saw their homes damaged. Both had every reason to live, but they're staying because it's their home. Elena spoke about her neighbors who looked after her and brought her the essentials and brought her meals. Leon reflected on the strength that his father taught him to have during the Holocaust. And through it all, the fellowship was there to provide the support and temporary housing and help them with the repairs. While the repairs were made, somebody was there. The people of Israel, reminding them that even in the midst of fear and uncertainty, they're not alone. It's not going to happen again. There are people that will speak out and will stand with them. As we celebrate our 250-year anniversary, the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews reflects on the friendship between Israel and the United States, two democracies built on faith, liberty, hope. Both are the only two countries to ever make a covenant with God. And they'd like to send you a flag pin, free USA Israel flag pin. You want to talk about brave people? Brave people wear one of those. Go online now, flagpinifcj.org, flagpinifcj.org. Don't be afraid. Stand up for what you know is right. Stand for the Jewish people. I don't need to agree with everything they do in war. I stand with the Jewish people. Flagpinifcj.org, flagpinifcj.org.
Glenn Beck. Hey gang, it's Neil Boards now. I know how much you've missed me in Atlanta. I'm reminding you you can hear me throughout the day here on Xtra 106.3 and the Xtra app.
All right. Coming up in just a minute, I'm going to talk to you about this Carmelo Anthony case. It's a horrific case. In case you don't know, they're not letting the cameras inside the courtroom because it's just too much. But really? But things don't look good for him, and I want to explain what this story's really about next.
It's Glenn Beck, and Kimmer takes your afternoon drive off the rails. Weekdays from 3 to 6, only on Xtra 106.3 and the Xtra app.
I can't believe it's been 4 years since the overturn of Roe, but tragically abortions have continued to rise. Today, the abortion pill accounts for more than 60% of all abortions. Last year alone, over 1.1 million babies lost their lives. And that is why the work of preborn network clinics is more urgent than ever before. Every day, moms are facing unplanned pregnancies, and they walk through preborn's doors. They search for hope. Instead of pressure and fear, they're met with love and kindness and compassion. And through a free ultrasound,